are problem solving. And if there are problems, there is a serious opportunity to do startups. So yes, this is the time, and I think there is no time when there is no need for entrepreneurs. I think they are the ones who probably make an economy grow and take it forward. So there is no time which is good or bad for entrepreneurs. Yes, there are times, but are these good times for everyone? And even for salaried employees, every salaried employee had a pay cut. They have been laid off, and this layoff is happening by the entrepreneurs. So if you don't promote the entrepreneurs, even salary jobs will not come in. So yes, there are people looking at saying, "Oh, business is not a good time for business because money is not there, things are not going right." But then it's a great time for jobs. I'm not even sure. Will you get a great job? I don't know. I know enough people. I got to know a lot of my mentees, students, kind of started calling me that I'm in Mumbai. I've been laid off. I've been asked to stay back home. I don't have the money to pay for my rentals anymore. So even freelancers, we saw so many people struggling for money as actors. So a lot of actors were not being paid. And so yes, the crisis is for everyone. Even the government is looking for money. I mean, government doesn't have money to spend. So everybody is becoming poorer. And so yes, from that angle, everybody is facing problems. This business will have problems. But is it a time to do business? My answer is absolutely yes. you know, there is capital for everybody. And in fact, the only thing is you have to start thinking of problems in a different manner. So gone are the days of, impossible valuations and those heavy valuations and burn rates and, kind of talking about, oh, let's burn money, get the market, do customer acquisition, look at lifetime value, and then we'll make money someday in the future. This is the time for cash. So this is the time for cash business. Have a product. I started a new business in this period. So last 3 months, I've been actually working, staying quiet, not attending too many webinars, but starting a business of my own. And that business is an agriculture product business. And surprisingly, the day I launched my first batch of produce, within 1 hour, my entire product was sold out. Because it's a health product, which is an agriculture product, which is absolutely healthy and fantastic. I just catered it to like 5 friends and said, I want this much, I want this much, I want that. Okay, hold on. I'm not even done with it. So all I know is that there is an opportunity existing. People will be able to do amazing stuff. So entrepreneurship is the way forward right now. Access to capital, trust me, there is enough money if you are doing the right sets of things. So if you come to me, I do an angel, I have an angel network, help startups get funded. I can tell you, yes, funding is not happening to those old traditional, old startup, things which we discussed, but there is funding happening in absolute business.
Sure.
Okay, I'll give you simplest example. NIAM, National Institute of Agriculture and Marketing, is offering 25 lakhs grant and subsidy. I mean, straight away grant, not even equity capital, for any startup which is having a MVP ready. 5 lakh rupees grant is available for any startup which is at an idea stage in agriculture and marketing stage. Government COVID, you Startup India website, there are 150 policies which have been released in this last 3 months and this period to support startups. And categorically, those policies have come. People have not really spoken about it. So that's something which is happening. There are multiple policies and multiple grants and multiple subsidies released by the government. We need takers for it, right? So there are policies for agriculture. There are policies for animal husbandry, medical, bioscience, technology. For everything, there is a policy. Please take advantage. From an investor perspective, yes, startups on mutual fund side, people have really grown very fast. People are helping others to invest. One of my friends goes into investment. He said his customer base has increased by 10 times in this period because of the startup scenario. So yes, again, huge jump in the investment side. People are thinking finance market is going down. No, there's the other side of the thing where people want to conserve cash. So if you are helping them invest in the right set of assets, there are people. I can see a lot of P funds and VC funds also investing. Jio has done so many deals. Imagine Reliance has been doing so many M&A deals in this period. Are we trying to say it is drying down? No, answer is no. Things are bad and it's bad for everybody. And everything is locked down. So if there is no business, then there is no job, then there is no flow on the economy, and then there is the whole finance problem. In fact, business is the only way to solve the problem. So I would urge everybody, if you want to solve the problem, start a business.
Sure.
Government
Sure.
also is trying to do that.
Right. As they say, there's never a shortage of funds for good ideas.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So,
somewhere, so somewhere I feel in the student community, this Business plan creation मतलब एक deck करने का and present it to an angel. That seems to be the damn, I'm sorry to use the such words, but that seems to be the spirit amongst a lot of student population across the campuses. And they're least concerned about actually creating some MVP, some product. Show something, money will follow. The whole intention seems to be to create a deck and go to an investor. Go down to the laboratories, create something, and that needs real persistence and those kinds of things. So I think a mindset shift has to come, especially in these schools. I'm saying a lot of intellectual orgasms seem to be happening, no action happening.
Here the problem is, most of us are we want instant gratification, right? And this instant gratification is the basis for all the problem. Now, I completely agree when Kaustav says that there is no minimum viable product, and on the basis of an idea, as a VC myself, I have been investing into so many ventures. I can't tell you. I mean, there are some phenomenal ideas, but I don't even open those emails. I mean, it's like you are flooded with them. I want to see who are the people driving the idea. I want, because an idea might be shitty, but if it is executionable, right? Who knew that 3 months? In December we were vacationing abroad. Did we know that there will be a 120-day lock-in period? I would have possibly stayed in Seychelles. Yeah, I would have not come here, right? I mean, what? I mean, I didn't know. I mean, while we were vacationing, we didn't know that 3 months down the line we will be stuck inside homes and not even talking to each other, and possibly if you sneeze, instead of God bless you, somebody will say something else. Right? So it's instant gratification was leading to the problem. But to add what Paresh said and what Kaustav said, I personally feel that rather this is a great time for a good idea to be executed, because capital will be available cheap. Government will do anything to get started with the economic.
Something happened.
Something happened.
Yeah. The conversation got heated up. Skype realized.
I think talking about capital, so मेरे को लगा Abhishek is gone to get some more capital into the place. Yeah, Abhishek. Yeah.
Are the people there, or only three of us are left?
Neha, if you can just help us with this.
Aditi talks to ourselves. Okay, we will go on. We are enjoying this conversation for sure.
Let me just quickly message Neha and check.
Oh yeah, it's gone.
Yeah, I think they've just joined in. Yeah, Neha, give us a go ahead if the audience is tuned in with us. Yeah, okay, I have the signal. So the audience is there. So Abhishek, sorry to disturb your train of thought. You're talking about access of capital being available.
So I think capital will be available, and that too available cheap. Simply because I personally feel that government will be very candid, very outgoing to restart the economic activity. It is not going to start just by doing unlock 1.0 or 2.0, because the fear, like Kaustav said, that fear psychosis will be there. I was, people are saying there are no jobs. I am a founder of an alliance called High School Moms and International Alliance of Counselors and Educators, and we are trying to build an end-to-end community. Because I'm sitting on a huge community called High School Moms, where where we're talking about let's empower kids. Now, I've been trying to hire people last 7 days who have been thrown out of job, because I thought these are the people who will be available cheap. Pardon me for saying this, but I thought this is a great time to be counterintuitive and hire talent. When I started hiring people, they are happy sitting at home, and they are saying, we will wait for a few months because now we are home. So I don't understand. I don't understand. We have both sides of the story. People are saying there are no jobs, and when there are jobs, people don't want to work. So it's weird, but yes, I think on the capital front, capital will is plenty, and that too available at a very cheap cost as long as the right idea is there.
Sure.
I'll be very honest here that I run a college on entrepreneurship, so we help students become entrepreneurs, and that's the primary vision that we have. Surprisingly, lot of my students have started COVID related startups. Like one of my students has created a disinfectant for vegetables. So that has become a very big point of conversation, particularly Ahmedabad story which happened, and people are struggling. So they come out with a disinfectant, you put it in water, just rinse those vegetables with that disinfectant, and everything is done. Mask, oh my god, at least 3 or 4 of my students have started a mask business. They're trying to almost sell 1 lakh masks a month because the demand is huge and it is coming from international countries. So they were doing t-shirts. So earlier they were making manufacturing t-shirts. From a t-shirt manufacturing to a mask manufacturing, this has been moved on. Food startup. So there was a startup. There was a kid in our college who was making pastas. So he had a pasta factory. His production has multiplied by 10x because home consumption of pasta has increased that much. So there's a huge opportunity for people to start understanding that, please don't think that business is not going to happen. Problems will remain the same. We still have so many people are lot and they still have this demand. They still want to do some certain things. So till and there is some activity, business is going to flourish.
Sure. Sure, makes sense. So I'm going to open the floor for questions. Before that, I have one question for Dr. Kaustubh. Abhishek was talking about this whole anti-China sentiment, but the fact that it's not helping us. But do you think that if we actually, execute vocal for local, India can emerge as the next hot destination to do business with global companies?
I really hope so. Uh, Looking at our track record, we tend to blame the government all the time, whether it's the Congress government or the BJP government. But I think industry folks also need to question themselves as to what kinds of stuff did they put into R&D when the going was good or bad. I mean, globally, our R&D spends are the least Indian companies, are the least as far as percentage of revenue is concerned. So are we really taking advantage of any of these situations? That's question number one. And I'm really urging the younger generation to change that focus from just trying to sell what we make to trying to make what might sell. It's a 180-degree mindset shift, as he was mentioning about design thinking some time back. What is it that users need, and am I really making it, or am I just trying to sell what my company is making and was good at making? I mean, there is a mindset shift, a 180-degree shift there. That needs to really come about. And vocal for local, as I think Sonam Wangchuk is also kind of leading that kind of campaign, so to say, buy local, buy local. Well, unless we develop the capability of producing those things, substituting those things in our country, it's not going to work. So, as a starting point, yes, vocal for local, good starting point. But are we really taking advantage of all those things? Government is creating certain schemes, this, that, X, Y, Z. But how many of us, how many of the audience here knows that what is the stimulus package about? What are the kinds of subsidies available? Can we take advantage of that? So just last week we launched a campaign of trying to generate awareness about these stimulus packages. What does it? How does it imply? How does it affect the farmers? How does it affect XYZ sector? How does it affect migrant workers, etc.? What advantages can be taken from there? And things like that. So if we can consciously start analyzing all this, then only this vocal for local will be successful. Is my point of view. So we really need to get proactive about the whole thing. And the young students need to get proactive.
All right, we're talking to the perfect audience. They are the best ones to make use of this opportunity. Okay, I'm going to open the floor for questions, guys. Whatever you got on your mind, put it out there on the chat. You will not get access to these three gentlemen that easily, so grab this opportunity. Meanwhile, I already have one question. How should students adapt to e-learning? Abhishek, if you want to take that up.
All right, so very difficult question you've asked me. I mean, it's a very, very difficult question. My son gets up at 7 o'clock in the morning, and this was his routine about a week back. 7 o'clock in the morning till 3 o'clock in the afternoon were school classes, and then his coding, and then all of a sudden you see somebody from Bombay teaching dance online, and these kids are hyperactive. I'll tell you about my son Shivansh. He's a coder, he's a guitarist, he's a drummer, he's a beat surfer. I mean, and we are talking about a generation, Anmol, where these people will not change, five jobs in their lifetime like you and me. They will change five careers. They do not have the patience of sticking around to one career for more than 4 or 5 years. They will. We are talking about a generation which will say, "Hey, why the hell do I need a post graduation if it is not high research work?" Because there is a certificate program for Harvard which gives me alumni status to Harvard, and it increases my skill set, and I might be able to keep my job. So I think, and this type of generation very critical is I request the rest of the panel.
Yeah, go ahead, Abhishek.
Okay. So what I'm trying to say is that it is important that you make a routine. Though I don't think all of us are also the right people to actually propagate something, because we are ourselves struggling to find a balance between work and home, sitting at home, because all of a sudden your office is entirely into the Zoom or the Skype, and that is inside your room. So it's very difficult to find the balance. But guys, get up every 45 minutes from your chairs, go out there, stretch yourself, take a fresh breath of air on your terrace. That is COVID free if it is your terrace. So go and stretch yourself, do some physical exercises. My biggest concern is, will should this lockdown stay for another 2, 3, 4 months, these kids will have to deal with a lot of mental health issues. It is not easy to stay inside home. Please understand, and this is for the parents. If parents are listening to me, your and my child feels more liberated at school, even with the rules and regulations there, than in our presence. They are teenagers. They are not used to staying under the watchful eyes of the parents for 24 hours a day. They need to give them the space. Don't be a helicopter parent which is hovering around. What is my child doing on the WhatsApp? They are not doing anything which you and me did not do when we were growing up. So as long as you have that desert time with your kids and explain them the right and wrong, okay, they will still do, but they will do it in a manner which does not hurt themselves or which does not hurt others. So take breaks, take frequent breaks, keep yourself hydrated. Learning, yes, as of now it is online, but keep it as learning. Do not overstretch yourself. You do not have to worry that I have to do 10 classes a day. Divide your routine, and I think another 6 months, guys, we will be out there meeting each other, whether vaccine or no vaccine. People will get used to it, because if in 6 months vaccine doesn't come, we are either just moving towards herd immunity.
Right. So yeah, quick bites from both Paresh and Kaustubh. Before that, I have one more question. So, Abhishek spoke about getting up from your chair after 45 minutes. My question is, are students sitting in the chair for 45 minutes? Online education में तो लोग
Maybe the video is off and sound is mute.
Absolutely. No, even I am not getting used to this e-learning method, I mean, so forget about kids, I find it so strenuous, and we have an education institution and we have to do certain classes and, programs and modules, and it's the most taxing thing to do, to just sit and look at the screen and do this. So my answer is no, I think this is not the solution to it. So should we adapt to it? My answer is no, let's try to solve and find a better solution to this, Can we do it at our pace? Can we do it better? Can we find out some better ways? Like what I did, I went to my farmhouse for more than a week, and I was like, okay, let me actually take better break here, and take, and I took some family members along, and like, okay, this is a place where we can easily, stay back. There is no corona there. can find such escape. We can start finding home parenting. So why can't parents take this responsibility and putting it to the study on the school platform? Stop it. All parents are also at home. And if we are at home, we can actually teach our children without the on-screen learning from so there's a lot to be done by the parents on the side to avoid this, online learning all the time, and that has to change. And I don't want our kids to get adapted to the screen time and ruin their eyes. So this is not a long term solution for sure. This can be a short term way. They have to spend this life like this looking at the screen. If they do a job in investment banking or any of these companies like ours, they would constantly be looking at the laptop anyway for the lifetime. This is not their age to do it. So my answer is, let's take it like a short-term break, and please, students don't adapt to e-learning 100%. This could be a part of it. This could be 20, 30, 40% of it, but this can't be 100%. And please don't become addicted to this, please. This is my take.
One bit. You just uh, nurture your hobbies. I'm sure everybody has some hobby which we have put in the background, especially from your busy schedule as Paresh and Abhishek talked about. Abhishek talked about his child from 7 o'clock to 3 o'clock, glued in front of a TV, in front of the screen, and then with this class or that class. So there are things beyond that as well. By hobbies, I mean something that is not dictated by the parents. So please pursue that. That gives you a good break and keeps you mentally active and happy. Most important is being happy. And if you're happy, then automatically your studies are going to be better. That's something I would just like to add there.
Great, thank you for sharing that. I think in these times we do need that stress buster. Quickly,
Absolutely.
each one of you tell us one stress buster, that has helped you last 2.5 months, something you've done differently. Abhishek?
Okay, something that we've done differently is some of the parties have gone online. So now the parties are also online, but the best stress buster is, guys, in this e-world right now, do not lose out on the essence of people to people contact. Social distancing is the norm. Not remaining in contact is not the norm. So go out there, call up your friends, call up your school friends, call up your colleagues. Talking it out, it helps. And at times, I think kids still do it better. We guys don't do it better. We guys actually do not message on WhatsApp till the time there is some actual work. So, what I end up doing is at times I just send a message, and if the reply doesn't come, I call up that person and I say that, hey, there is no work, let's just talk crap today. Okay? So, I think my stress buster is calling up friends and talking to them. Yeah. That's my best stress buster.
Sure. Paresh, Kaustav?
So I would first change this word, of social distancing. Abhishek rightly pointed out, but I hate this word called social distancing. It should be not social distancing, but only physical distancing.
Yes.
So just stay physically away, but don't stay socially away. So you should contact your friends, you should meet them, you should meet them online, you should probably maintain a distance and probably say hi, hello to them off and on. So that's one part of the story. I did one thing very interesting in this period, which is I started loving plants. Okay, and I realized that green tea and they are again life. So I have learned how to grow plants from seeds, and I started putting seeds everywhere. So microgreens to creating different varieties. So I started experimenting with a lot of fruits and vegetable plants and things like that. I started growing them, and it's such a great feeling to see them grow. So suddenly you realize, that my dad said we not buy coriander from the market because it's risky. So we started saying, oh, let's grow it at home. So we started growing all these microgreens. It's such a beautiful feeling to be
Oh
just
yeah.
see these saplings grow, and it's a brilliant test buster because they are again life. And I went to the farmhouse again, plus real fruits. So we had oranges and mangoes and jamun growing there. So we kind of plucked them out and had fun with it. So I think nature gave me the biggest respite during this time.
Sure, that's very inspiring, Paresh. I think you inspired me to, probably think about it. So thank you for that. Kaustav, that was one stress
Stress
buster.
buster. Tried my hand at cooking, and I'm telling you what happened was that I think I developed a more of a scientific mind by cooking because you try different things and then you wait for the result. You know, the research focus increased. I used to feel the cook comes and cooks this that just itna dalo utna dalo chutki bar namak dalo ye dalo whatever. But there is a science behind it all, and I think I've become a little more meticulous in terms of keeping track of what I did yesterday, what I did today, what tasted better. I've become better at getting feedback from people and acting on it. Earlier, maybe one used to take feedback, but I don't know whether we people acted on it. But so it has helped me in other things as well. So cooking has been a kind of a
Sure,
celebration.
sure. Okay, we have a question, and I've heard it many times over. Paresh, I would request you to solve this doubt once and for all. Which is, this is a question by a student. What is more important, getting a good degree or getting it from reputed colleges?
I mean, this qualification math is a very crazy math. And I'll start with this, classic example that people believe that to become an MBA, you need a BBA. Or BBA is the best qualification to become an MBA. Now, start thinking that if I then were to look at IIM, 70-80% of the batch comprises of not BBA but IIT and engineering. So probably engineering is a better qualification to become an MBA, which means qualifications do not matter as much. I'll give you another example. A BCom honors from a Sriram College of Commerce versus a BCom honors from, let's say, another XIT college in another university. Now the degree or the qualification is still called BCom honors, but why does it differentiate? So in fact, Delhi University itself, there are more than 100 colleges offering BCom honors qualification, but why the SRCC or Hindu Ansar does not campus BCom honors is valued way more than the other colleges. The exam is the same, the curriculum is the same, everything is the same, the degree is also the same. But then there is a difference here. So ironically, this name, and look at the university situation right now. All private universities are allowed to take whatever BBA, CSS, DMS, BCCA, whatever you want to give a name, you can give it a name. So is there a degree which matters? My answer is no, because the nomenclature of something is not important. Okay. What you have to start looking at is what you want to pursue. The first thing is what is the interest area. So let's say, for example, if I want to be a designer, I want to be an entrepreneur, I want to be a finance person, I want to be an engineer, I want to be this. First, figure out this is the kind of study or this is the kind of curriculum I want to do. Then search for the best college and put them down in order. And say, let's say I want to be a finance person, I want to do a BCom honors because that's the kind of curriculum I want to do. Then I would say, okay, I would start putting down the list like SRTC, Influencer, Kirima, Ramjas, and then go down like that and kind of start filtering it from there. And that's where the point I have to realize this is what I'm getting. So it's a very complicated question and also simple question that from my answer, I think it's always the college which matters more. A Harvard MBA versus an MBA from an XYZ college in your town, which is not known. If you just type on Google and say MK is applying for cheaper jobs, and I do Google search a lot of times where you just see MKs and engineers applying for cheaper jobs. The qualification is engineering. But are we trying to say all engineering is bad? Or are we trying to say all MBAs are bad? Answer is absolutely no. And I am MBA grad gets 30-40 lakhs as a starting salary. And there's another guy who's not getting it. So 100% the qualification is, second level from me, my side, the college and the environment and the learning and the teachers make it wow. So worry about best teachers, worry about best environment. And I think that's the strategy I would do. I'll give you one more example. One one. I know people who joined Harvard for the heck of Harvard, taking up courses like you see when they studied commerce in their 11th, 12th grade because they are making it to Harvard. So probably I'm also seeing people taking such decisions. I'm not very sure if it's the best decision to take, but if you become a Harvard graduate, that goes a long way a lot of time. So yes, the environment and the teacher makes a lot of difference and we can switch between courses, you can interact with people. Yes, that's what is my take. And probably you can add up more on it.
Just one addition from my side is the alumni network that you get in those kinds of colleges
Yes.
is the one that helps you throughout your life. So try to get into good places. Yes, number one, number two, but don't get disheartened if you can't. Okay, you try your best. You not being able to go there, fine. Make the best of what is available there. Don't, a lot of people I've seen, they get into depression for 6 months and think, oh, I didn't get here and I didn't get there. That affects their performance in the existing place that they have got into. So it is important, yes, but don't think it's the end of the world. And I've also seen folks from very ordinary colleges, but extremely passionate about what they want to do, and they've been tremendously successful in whatever they have done. So, I mean, I don't want to, mount the cliche of dropouts being successful, like Steve Jobs and things. Let's keep that aside. But there are enough people who have not got into the colleges that they wanted to, but they were extremely good and passionate about what they wanted and have gone places.
So I'll add two things here, Anmol, and this was very beautifully put by Paresh and Kaustav. See, legacy schools or legacy colleges will always add the icing on the cake, right? And by legacy, we mean that people who have great alumni chapters, very active alumni chapters, who can really help you get the right start, or who can help you if you are going through a downturn, get you the right opportunity. So it is important that you should look at great colleges. However, for all the kids out there who are not decided, see, I'm a career coach and I see zillion kids every year after year, yeah, who are not decided. They're not even aware what they want to be. So my suggestion to you all is, it's okay if you do not know what you want to be, but have you kept all your options open? Because if you do not know what you want to be, then you are closing your options, then it is a disaster. So what you need to understand is there is something called liberal education, where you can study economics with psychology, where you can study maths with psychology, where you can study computer science with psychology. So I am okay if I'm not aware, but if I've kept my options open, unfortunately to all the parents out there, please understand liberal education is not just arts. And even if it is arts, arts is not bad, right? I mean, it is better to be a good psychologist than to be a bad engineer. Please understand that. So allow your children to let their options be open. Second important thing that I want to tell you guys as the audience is that stop thinking about those four, five, six career options and then finding the right degree. And people come to me asking about so many careers. Nobody asks me, is there a career like a career counselor? I have been telling this to people every now and then that if you look at psychology, why do you only see a career as a psychologist? Why can't it be teenage counselor? Why can't it be marriage counselor? Why can't it be career counselor? Why can't it be something else? So you need to start opening your minds. Name, nomenclature, a BBA becomes a BBS or a BBM does not make a difference, right? What matters is what do you want to study. So instead of looking at the name, look at possibly the course content. If I am not good with mathematics, picking on a course which is high on quantitative ability, quantitative research, you are making your life more difficult. So don't do that, right? So look at the course content instead of the nomenclature of the degree.
Sure. Sounds good. Yeah, I think that's where the focus should be on. Okay, so there's one question which has come for me. What is the inspiration for business news you can misuse? So I'm not sure if a lot of people know this. I run a stand-up comedy channel on YouTube called Business News You Can Misuse, where I take the latest business news and give it a twist in the form of comedy. So the question is, what's the inspiration? I think news around us is very depressing these days. We all need that break. So this is kind of an edutainment section where it's both entertaining and educating, right? So that's why I do this. I love doing this. So yeah, do check it out. All right, guys, we come to the end of this discussion. 30-second quick parting shot from each one of you. One piece of advice you want to give to students, watching this. A quick 30-second advice. Starting with you, Paresh.
You always start with me. That's always scary. I haven't thought of it, but I
So
think my
I
answer
can
is
have the luxury of saying whatever had to be said is already said.
May I bring you second? I'll bring you second. Okay, I'm
It's
just
okay.
okay. So my answer is I think be adaptive to change, and I think that's the biggest lesson from my side. And there was a question which was asked in one of the other webinars very recently about work-life balance and career and life balance, and I said no, this is the time for life now. Everything is life. Your work is a part of life. Family is a part of life. Things are what you do, what you eat, what you do every day is life now. Worry about life, make it important, make it meaningful, and that's what it is. So it's not just careers that it is about. It's not just money, name, fame, one thing. Just don't run after one thing. Look at your whole life as a purposeful, meaningful life, which makes more sense. And I think that's the only thing. So then everything will fall in place. If you're doing great stuff for yourself, everything will come together, and that will make your life wonderful. So most important.
So slowly be adaptive to change. Very, very important point. Thank you for sharing that. Kaustubh.
Uh, Ability to connect the dots, because things were uncertain and they become more uncertain. So, hankering on with what we had, we should let go and be able to connect the dots going forward, in the sense that ability to imagine what are the use cases that are emerging. So, don't give up dreaming.
Sure.
That's
Don't
one
give
thing
up
I would say.
dreaming and connect the dots. Very well said. Abhishek.
Okay, I write poetry. I'll recite two lines from my recent creation, and it goes like this: सपनों का कोई दोष नहीं है, सपनों का कोई दोष नहीं है, सपनों को बुलंद तू कर, सपनों का कोई दोष नहीं है, सपनों को बुलंद तू कर, चिंता मत कर, चिंतन कर तू, चिंता मत कर, चिंतन कर तू, कल को अपने वश में कर. So guys, don't worry. Worrying is not the solution. Thinking is the solution. चिंता और चिंतन में थोड़ा सा स्पेलिंग का अंतर है, बट रिजल्ट बहुत डिफरेंस है. सेकंड, अगर कंफ्यूज हो, अगर परेशान हो, अगर अगर unsure हो, ask for help. There are people around you, starting for your family members, to your teachers, to career counselors in school or career coaches like me. There are enough people out there who are ready to help you. There is no harm in accepting that I do not know. That's my piece of advice.
Sure. Wow, wow, Abhishek, what a beautiful poem. I think it was the perfect way to end this discussion. I hope everyone enjoyed this discussion. I'm going to give the panelists a big round of applause. Come on, clap for yourself, wherever you are. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining.
The learning continues for everyone's entire lifetime, and therefore it needs to be playful and fun. We now live in an era where kids don't prepare for tests, they prepare for life. Imagine being 2030 ready just by having So now, without further ado, let's get. Yeah, thank you. Now, without further ado, let's get on to the rules and steps of the quiz. I hope the QR code for the quiz is now made available on the screen. A course on algorithm development with 3 sessions will be made available free of cost for everyone who attempts the quiz. It's curated and mentored by a team of IIT graduates. So I hope you're downloading the app and getting ready for the quiz. So after you've gotten onto the app, all you have to do is sign up using your mobile number, email ID, or any other option that's available on the app. After the login, you'll reach the home screen of the app. You have to click on the plus button on the bottom right corner of the screen and go to the quiz section to attempt the quiz named VEC. I hope all of you are geared up and are looking forward to the free courses that we're giving away to all the participants. And I hope you can find the QR code to download the app on the screen. So now I think everyone must be there on the app, and I hope you must have signed in using your mobile number, email ID, or other options that are available. You have to click on the plus button that you find on the bottom right corner of the app and visit the quiz section to attempt VEC quiz. Now I'll just put the timer on for the quiz. You have 2 minutes to attempt the quiz. There are 6 questions and I wish you luck. The time's ticking. I hope everyone's on the app and attempting the quiz. Remember, for all the participants, we have a free course on algorithm development. And it will be a certified course and mentored by IIT graduates. Close to 1 minute is already up. You just have 1 more minute to attempt the quiz.
Hi, can you hear me?
Just 40 seconds left, guys. I hope you're on the app and attempting the quiz.
Can you hear me?
Just 15 seconds left, guys.
Yeah.
Your time's up, guys. I hope you enjoyed the quiz and did well. For all the participants, we will get back with the results and obviously the details of the giveaways. Thank you for joining us, and I now welcome the next speaker. Thank you.
You need to call up the guy and speak.
You have his number. So you can directly what do I tell? Image.
Side by side window of it.
Okay.
Hello, sir. I am
Minutes.
Urvashi Nanda. I'll be your moderator for your next session, which is where we'll be discussing luxury management. We'll just wait for Mr. Abhay Gupta to join and just give him about a minute or so. He'll be joining us shortly and we'll begin.
I'm already online. I was told to switch off my video, so I'm putting it on now.
Sure, sir.
It's not coming on. Is it on? Can you see me now?
No, sir, we're not. Have both of you with us here to give us insight into what exactly is luxury management. Since I'll kick off the session, I would like to ask firstly is that luxury management is sort of still novel and people are still grasping onto what it is. It started a few years back when it started booming. So can you enlighten us on what exactly does it encompass?
So is it to me or is it to Jimmy?
Sir, either one of you, sir. Abhay, sir, you can start and then Jimmy, sir, can take over either way.
Right. So thank you very much. Pleasure meeting you, Jimmy. We never had the good fortune to meet in person, but seeing you virtually. Urvashi, right? You're Urvashi.
Yes, sir.
Right. So, luxury brand management as a stream, my research says that it started in the world only in the year 1990. And there is a logical reason behind why it started. I mean, I can go into details, but probably that's not required. So, 1990, European countries realized that because luxury origin is mainly Europe, when they started expanding outwards to the world and they also started democratizing, creating sublines for their brands, they found that the management of the same became very, very complex because the demographics changed, the geography changed, the product profiles changed, etc., etc., from one single product category that they had earlier. So because of that, they had to design and develop this program. And till very late, I would say that there were only 5 or 6 schools in Europe which were teaching luxury brand management.
Exactly.
In 2012, we introduced the category into India, and in 2017 or 18, New York introduced into at the NYU campus, and then Canada introduced in 2018. So you're 100% right that it's a very, very young stream, and not many people are aware of that. So that's really the background to the management. And if is that all, or should I go on and tell you what it involves?
No, so you can, of course, tell us. I mean, we're here to learn more.
Right. So luxury brand management, as the name suggests, it is all about how do you manage a luxury brand. And as I told you, the complexity behind managing a luxury brand is today linked to different geographies, different demographics, as well as different product profiles. For example, if you look at a brand like Armani, which is a very
Yeah.
popular brand, and almost all of you would have heard of that brand, it has got a product width which ranges from fashion to a coffee shop to perfumes to eyewear to innerwear to hotels to
Yeah.
home and interior products to Armani apartments. So Bombay has got a building which has got Armani apartments. So those are the varied product widths that the brand is offering. So obviously managing a brand like that becomes a little complex. And
Yeah.
hence luxury brand management is a stream which teaches you everything and anything to do with the brand. How do you be a brand custodian? So a luxury brand management eventually ends up as his career finale is to be a luxury brand manager where he's like the CEO or the custodian for that particular brand. So he's responsible for communications, for business development, for customer service, for innovation, for logistics, for you name it, and he's an all-rounder person. Hence, it is a bit complex as compared to any other stream of management.
Exactly. And so I'm glad you brought up the width of the word because I was really interested in that. And I think so, Jimmy, so you can drop in some insight because you have to do with hospitality. When people think of luxury, they usually associate it with either apparel or cars. I mean, your first thought goes to either luxury brands, which is Armani, Gucci, Chanel, or it goes to a BMW, Mercedes. But it's so much more than that. You know, it includes cuisines, it includes cruises, it includes wines, it includes apartments, hotels. So Jimmy, sir, would you like to bring in something regarding hospitality and luxury into this? Sir.
I don't know whether he's heard you.
So Jimmy, sir, you being able to hear me?
His mic is off as well.
So I think your mic is on mute.
I can answer that if it.
Sure, sir. I mean, you can take the floor. But I'll just communicate to him that his mic is on mute.
So you're right, Urvashi, that more people than less associate luxury only to fashion because the glamour of a fashion show is what attracts them. Then the second category, as you said, is cars, and you see cars exhibitions are related to models, and models are related to fashion. So
Exactly.
people generally don't think beyond fashion, but you're 100% right that it's an entire ecosystem and it goes across product categories of wellness. Today, health and wellness is the fastest growing category. There is travel, there is tourism, there is probably fitness, there is watches, there is footwear, there is wines and liquor, there is hospitality, there is fine dining, there is cuisine, you name it, home appliances. So it's all across. It's an entire lifestyle or a life system of a particular
Exactly.
demographics.
I think we have Jimmy sir back. Sir, what would you like to give your
I can't
insight?
hear them.
So you can't hear?
I can't hear them. They haven't done an audio check as yet.
We did the whole test run.
No, sorry. Okay.
Whole test
Okay.
run. We
Okay.
done a whole test run.
Okay. Hi.
Are you being able to hear us? impossible to make it that he will not be able to.
Obviously, he can't.
So can we drop it on the chat box? Can someone do that?
We can't remember that. What does this say?
I think in the meantime, Abhay sir, if you would like to
Why can't one
continue.
of you connect over here? All three of you sitting, four of you. Ah,
Finish what is happening.
Yes, Rushi, you may continue. I mean,
you
ask
can't
me.
hear. He'll ask me, can you hear
We
us?
cannot hear anything. We
You
cannot
better put
see
him on silent
anything.
then.
So now he's reaching a point where he's just going to drop off.
15 minutes I've been wasting my time sitting over here, man.
What? Are but he
Okay,
can't hear.
Abhay sir, just give us 30 seconds. I think we'll just clear up this that's going on the
Yeah,
side.
there's
I
some
think we'll get back to, yeah, I think there's some tech glitch that's going on.
covered के लिए खेल है.
I think it's put a burden on everyone once we've moved online,
Sure.
embracing
Well,
this
there are
new.
hardly 24 people, so your technology is really failing. I mean, I've done webinars with more than 1,000 people and they never had a challenge.
So I think the 24 people are from the previous session. This one, it's not. The previous session ended at 24 people.
Right.
Um,
Right. We can see many people there.
yeah, I think he's dropped off from the call.
He must have got irritated. So anyway, you continue. So otherwise, everyone's getting delayed. It's already 1:16.
I can
Where do you
actually
study?
just. So
Urush?
I'm studying at LSE in London, but currently I'm back in India because of the entire COVID situation,
Right.
and universities moved online. But because I'm doing management and luxury management is the niche part of it. So, sir, coming back to this, what interested you to move into luxury management? Like, what was the thing that ticked and you said, this is what I want to do and this is what interests me?
Well, I would say that it was not a planned move, and you're probably too young to understand that destiny normally puts you onto a path which life or destiny wants you to adopt. So, I accidentally came into luxury fashion slash retail way back in the year 1990 when India was just opening up and international brands were coming in.
Finally hear you. Sorry,
I think Jimmy sir is here with us
I
again.
can finally hear you.
So sorry,
Lovely.
sir, for the tech glitch that's been going on. We're very sorry to waste your time at this time, but your insight is very valuable to us. So, um, I just starting just to introduce myself. So, I'm Urvashi. I think you missed out on the beginning. I'll be your moderator, and we'll quickly just run through. We spoke to Abhay sir about what is luxury management, and then we moved on to the concept where he said that it's a wider term. Luxury, when people say, they say fashion. They talk about Gucci, they talk about Chanel, they talk about Mercedes, but they miss out on the point that it's cuisines, it's hotels, and you are in the field of hospitality. So, can you talk about a little bit of the connection between luxury and hotels? Because we all love staying in wonderful hotels and resorts. It's absolutely beautiful. But can you talk about this aspect of luxury management and hospitality?
See, luxury is all about how a product makes you feel.
Right.
So, it's all about the experience that the product gives you, be it a physical product in terms of exclusivity, or be it in terms of service, which is par excellence and leaves you in awe or a surprise. So
Exactly.
what's very critical is to understand how to get the parametric difference between what's luxury, because what's luxury to a particular TG is not going to be luxury to another TG. So for somebody, let's say a Hyundai would be a luxury, and yet another TG, a Mercedes, still may not be a luxury, because they'll be looking for a Maybach, or they'll be looking for a Rolls Royce or a Bentley. So it's all luxury is very very subjective. It's you cannot say one size fits all. So for some, Louis Vuitton is a luxury, and it's an aspirational luxury for a lot of people. It's luxury for a lot of people, but for some people, Louis Vuitton is not a luxury. Goya is a luxury.
Yeah.
For them, Louis Vuitton is like been there, done that. I used to have Louis Vuittons 20 years back, and I've
Yeah.
got every collection. Now what? So now they're going for a Goya, or they're going for a custom bespoke made bag. So it's luxury is very very subjective.
Exactly. So that's a very interesting point that you brought about. For different people, luxury is subjective, and people look at it from different perspectives. But I think one thing that stays constant in luxury is the importance of a brand and the importance of the quality of the service or the product that you offer. So what is sometimes, when we look at a product, we look at a clothing item from a very high luxury brand, and then we look at a fast fashion like a Zara. It's not very different. It's similar. A t-shirt won't look drastically different. The quality, the cotton will be similar. So where do you start bringing about the difference that we are going to stand at a different level? We are luxury versus we put ourselves at a higher pedestal versus the other brand. Where does that difference come about?
So I think the world is now more than ever before moving towards democratizing luxury.
Yeah.
And that's something that's very interesting and fascinating, and that's what brands like Zara and Michael Kors have done a fab job. They've democratized luxury. Not only Zara and Michael Kors, but there are a lot of brands that have done that.
Yeah.
It's a whole different ball game when you democratize luxury, because you're reaching your TGs far wider in its base, and that's what we Della have been doing. So if you look at Della Resorts, Della Adventure, everywhere we are trying to get in luxury. We are trying to make luxury more affordable. Yet there is a niche segment, and it's democratized. So our 5 star is not beyond the reach of people. It's a very strong concept. It's got a very strong brand recall. It's got a very strong service angle. Similar, we are now setting up a chain of retail stores with 2,500 products, and we've been exactly trying to emulate what Zara and Michael Kors have done within the segment of apparel. Is what we are trying to do in the segment of interiors. We want to democratize interiors. It should not be that you need to come to a gym industry to design one house. I'd rather have my concepts designed, and maybe 1,000 people across India buy that concept. So you are democratizing that. So Tom Ford designs, but Tom Ford is not designing for a particular person, bespoke, unless you are one of the top celebrities in the world. So Tom Ford's products are fantastic, and everybody across the world can consume what he's designed. So democratizing design is where the new mantra is. There is no element of snobbishness. There is element of value for money. Yes, Zara to some people is expensive. A 4,000 rupee dress in India is expensive, but it's not a 4 lakh rupee dress of Louis Vuitton. So you still have the same flavors. You have the cut. You have a similar trend. You have a fabric. You have the feel. You feel special. It's unique, and yet it's us. That is what fascinates me about luxury. So we are putting a 50,000 square feet showroom where we are displaying 2,500 products, all democratically designed. So we are not in the cheap segment and we are not in the super expensive segment, but trying to position the brand and make it aspirational and make it affordable for some, aspirational for some. So your kind of confluence of both the categories coming into one.
Wow, so that's fantastic. And this establishing the brand, I think so. In this, I would like to ask, and I think a few people would have a question: is that when a new brand enters the market and they decide to enter it in a luxury sphere, how tough is it? Because when you see older brands that have legacy behind them, like when you say Coco Chanel, it has the legacy of that lady behind her. When you talk about Taj Hotels, it's been here for ages. But when some new brand enters, like you talk about Off-White in the US, it's a relatively newer brand, but it's a luxury brand. Similarly, in India, we have newer brands that are entering straight away into the luxury sphere. How tough is it? So
It's
both of you can give us insight.
extremely difficult to create a new luxury brand. You need to create that element of awe, surprise with your product attached, and there are too many criterias with it. But one thing is very categorically clear in today's day and age: there has to be steam and dum in your product. The fake snob value rubs out. A lot of people spend 90% money on their marketing activities and creating that tamjam around a brand, whereas the brand in itself has no value. People should be able to see perceived value in a product or a service. If that perceived value is very strong, it will create a brand positioning of it being aspirational, affordable to some, aspirational to some, and put you in a certain segment. But if that product doesn't have the steam and lacks the basic finesse, so let's say a case in point, what has Steve Madden done in the world of women's shoes? It's a brand. What has Tom Ford done in the last 10 years? How has Gucci redefined itself in the last 5 years? From where it was a dwindling luxury brand that everybody was trying to move away from to the sought after brand after the new designer takes over. So it creates a huge element of me wanting that product, and that product is happening. But the product has to have steam. There has to be a story behind it. There has to be a narrative behind it. Because if
Exactly.
that narrative is not there, the brand lacks the story. So if Mercedes didn't have a narrative, let's say China produces a duplicate Mercedes, which they do, and positions across, would you want to buy it? You would not. Even if
Right.
that has all the same features and it's at half the price, you would still not want to buy it because the
Exactly.
narrative is missing, the legacy is missing. Now, if you're trying to create the same legacies in new generation brands, so we created Della in the last 10 years. Della Resorts, Della Adventure, Della Data, everything has been created in the last 10 years. But
Exactly.
anything that's created today has a minimum story of 5 years behind it. So any concept that gets known to you today has a story and a legacy of minimum 5 years. It takes that kind of a time period for it to arrive. And
Right.
then when you sustain the brand, so Moe
Yeah.
Hennessy has sustained the brand. Louis
Yeah.
Vuitton has sustained the brand. They renovate themselves non-stop. Look at what Alexandro has done with Gucci.
Yeah.
In inventing the entire brand and getting the sexes mixed up and having a very unisex kind of an appeal. And
Yeah.
there's a whole new vibe, the butterflies, the bees, the flowers.
Yeah.
It wasn't Gucci. Gucci was a very gentleman's kind of a brand before he took over. Uh,
Exactly.
so, so it's very, very critical that people understand the difference. It's not an easy job to create a brand and an aspirational luxury brand. Very difficult. I would say put 90% of your effort, money, and focus and energies onto the product. If the
Yeah.
product is truly exquisite,
Right.
I know the trunk company in India manufactures trunks and exports them to Paris and exports them to the world over. The product
Right.
is unique, and it is that uniqueness of the product which kind of creates that luxury element attached to the brand.
Got it. And Abhay sir, you as a mentor to so many luxury brands, what are the few common mistakes that you see people make when they're deciding to, enter into a luxury brand sphere? Or what are the mistakes that brands make when they're trying to re-innovate? Because we've just learned how important it is to keep up with the new changing times. So can you, put some light on that sphere?
So, Urvashi, if I may just continue from where Jimmy left off, so I'd
So,
like to add 2 points to there that let's try to understand what is luxury. So, as Jimmy said, that luxury is subjective and relative. So, Coco Chanel very famously said that luxury is a necessity which begins where necessity ends. So, where the my necessity ends could be different than where your necessity ends, right? For today, for a migrant labor, if he gets home, that is luxury for him, right?
exactly.
Whereas, I mean, if I don't get COVID into my family, it is luxury for me. So, the
Exactly.
definition of luxury keeps changing. It is subjective and relative.
Right.
Second thing we need to understand about luxury is, that's a definition which I have penned on my own, and I believe that luxury is extraordinary for the ordinary and ordinary for the extraordinary. So if you're an extraordinary person, then normal luxury, all the names that Jimmy took, is very, very ordinary. But if you're an ordinary person like you and me, then these are all extraordinary. So luxury is actually ordinary for the extraordinary and extraordinary for the ordinary. Hence, it's a very, very complex phenomena.
Yeah.
And thank you, Jimmy. And then if you try to see that, the histories I was telling you before Jimmy came online, that my association started in the year 1990 when Indian government only opened up to bring international brands, and I brought in some other top brands. And before I started my B school, I was heading Versace in India. I opened 8 stores for Versace, Corneliani, several brands, etc. So I had a long journey and understanding of what is perceived in India as luxury. I had stores in Mumbai, in Calcutta, in Hyderabad, in Bombay, in Delhi, and you name it, Bangalore. So the fact remains that every geography has got a different perception.
Right.
Culturally, we are not a country; we are a continent, we are a subcontinent.
Yeah.
So the mistakes which brands have made in the past is number one, wrong choice of partner.
Now,
So he spoke of Gucci. So Gucci came in at the Trident, and Murjani brought in, and Murjani, even Mohan Murjani did not know that it is the reaction of, he's an Indian origin person, but when he brought it into 2007, 2008, in those periods, and he set up a very nice space in Trident, which was a dead space, and he sort of did it up nicely. Even I had a store there. So the fact
exactly.
remains that even a person of Indian origin was unable to comprehend what Indians perceive as luxury, and it really fell
Exactly.
flat, right? So it is a very complex market, and consumer behavior changes colony to colony, forget city to city,
Yes, sir.
right? So it changes with the product. My behavior at Jimmy's resort may be different than my behavior at probably a Glenfiddich resort in Scotland. So it could be completely different, right? So that is where the branding part plays a role, and my consumer responds as per the brand, how the brand presents himself. So the
Exactly.
role of a brand is extremely important. So the common mistakes the brand has made is wrong choice of partner, rushed into a partnership. The franchisee has got a different objective than the brand. Franchisee is bottom line driven. He's not brand top line driven. So those are some of the common mistakes that they have made. They opened mammoth showrooms, including he spoke about Gucci. Gucci put up a very big showroom in Trident in Delhi, the flagship showroom.
Right.
But what? After 3 years, they had to shut it down. So
Exactly.
it does not make sense to not understand the market, understand the consumer, understand what products are going to work, and just go bang on. So you cannot duplicate a China story in India. India is
Right.
a different market altogether, and we are unique.
Yeah.
You can't take that away from us. Each one is unique out here, right? So
Exactly.
the branding is very important, and your question in terms of a new brand getting in. So there are several examples now. So you look at a Napa Dori, you look at a Shiv
Mhm.
Naresh, you look at
Absolutely.
Anita Dongre. So Anita Dongre has democratized herself, and she's a third generation designer.
Yes,
So
sir.
she's got from, she's a Armani model, and she's completely adopted the triangular philosophy from a grassroots to a couture. So she's got everything out there, right? So
Right.
people who adopt the branding strategy properly can establish a brand in 5 to 10 years, as Jimmy said. But there has to be a product differentiation, there has to be a value, there has to be a story, and most important, customer service and branding.
Yeah.
Everything, every t-shirt has to have a story behind, right? It just cannot
Absolutely.
be, I like red color, so I'm making red color t-shirts. It's not what you like, it's what the customer is going
People.
to like. Yeah.
Absolutely. And so I think this concept of customization that you brought up is very interesting because, as per my understanding, it's like a brand like Apple doesn't need customization. We have the same phone across continents and everyone wants that phone. But like you're saying, hotels and cuisines, like if a Nobu or a fancy Gordon Ramsay restaurant walks into India, they'll have to customize it to our palates. So, how
Absolutely.
tough is it to customize for certain industries? How to know, even for clothing? Some things people want to wear it if they seen like Jennifer Aniston walk on the red carpet wearing that gown, but some things they will want customized. So, where is that? How do you know what's the correct thing? How much to customize? Where is it the right amount? Like, so, any insight you can give on this?
No, so the answer lies in proper research. So,
Right.
if you spend 80% time in planning and 20% in execution, there is no way you will fail. You will not have what Jimmy Mistry faced, right? So perhaps it was the other way around. There was 80% spent on communications and 20% spent on planning. So had it been the other way around, we wouldn't have been trying to say, hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? So
Right,
the
sir.
fact remains that, that's what we believe in, and luxury believes in that if you have 1 hour to do something, spend
Exactly.
55 minutes in planning and 5 minutes in execution. You have to go into minor details because in luxury you're dealing with a cash rich time poor customer. And we heard Jimmy telling his team, wasted 15 minutes.
Yeah,
That
absolutely.
15
Time is
minutes is
money,
worth
sir.
certain amount of value, right, Jimmy?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think so. We've learned our lesson from our conversation. But so coming to the current circumstances with COVID happening, how has it impacted? So, for example, the hospitality sector. I'm sure it must have taken some sort of an impact, some sort of a hit. So, how are you coping? What is the future that you see? With social distancing still happening, and it's need of the hour. It's need of the few months actually. So, how will you change? How do industries, hotels, how do they look at this? What do we
So
expect in the future?
we had done a deep-rooted research and coronavirus and impact on Indian luxury, and there was a panel discussion which I had organized, and I had people from all sectors. So we had Kapil Chopra from Postcard Hotels on the panel with me. So what I understand in the hospitality space is what is happening is the social distancing norms is reducing the per square foot space available per guest. So if I had 1,000 square foot restaurant and I had say 100 packs restaurant, it's suddenly now reduced to a 30 packs restaurant, which means I have to redo the layout, I have to give more spaces. But how am I going to still maintain the same top line? So
Yeah.
technology is coming into play. You have to pre-book your slot. You just cannot walk in like we Indians. We like to walk in and we think we own the world. But you have to respect other people's time.
Yeah.
That is where we lack, right? So the minute we start respecting each other's time, I think all our problems are solved. So you have to pre-book your slots and you say, I'm going to be there at 6. You better be there at 5 to 6. Otherwise, you're not going to get that slot, right? So it happens in the restaurant business. It happens in, let's say, very top places like a Bukhara or something. You can't walk into a Bukhara and say, hey, I've come in with 10 friends, give me a table. It doesn't happen that way. You have to
Absolutely.
pre-book, you have to be there before and advance. They got a waiting area, you can have a beer while you wait for your table, right?
Absolutely.
So That's customer service in terms of respecting, right? So that is where technology is playing in. People are pre-booking their slots. Menus are becoming touchless. You have to pre-order your food. It is coming on trolleys where there's no contact, touchless. You pick up the food yourself and then you eat it, and you have to finish within that slotted time and go away. So those are certain technological changes which are being brought in. We can go on, sector by sector. I can tell you what changes are coming in, and it's huge.
Right.
That
Absolutely. So, and Jimmy sir, so what some light can you shed on this with respect to you've been in the hotel business, you've seen it evolve, you've seen it change in India. Where do you see the future is?
See, the hospitality is going through a very, very tough time, and it is going to go. Like Abhay mentioned, that your let's say your per square footage increases per guest. Your restaurant from 100-seater turns into 30-seater, which is fine for a European fine dine restaurant because commercially the guest will be ready to compensate. In
Yeah.
India, the guest is going to expect the same price or cheaper. And imagine running a restaurant with the same rental, with the same overheads, with 30% of revenue means you're going to be shutting down the next month or 2 months down the line.
Yeah.
And in my guesstimation, 50% of restaurants in India are going to shut down.
absolutely.
There is no two ways. 30% of hotels are going to shut down, and then or they're going to be taken over. So it's a very grim situation right now. Also, the way hospitality industry is approaching this whole issue is very superficial. Everybody's talking of sanitization, masks, PPE sheets to be worn, visors to be worn. You will scare the guest out of its guts. Nobody will want to enter a hotel if you see as if it looks like an ICU ward. They are ready to dissect a body when you enter inside. And look at
Right.
horrendous videos some of these big brands are putting, which are
Well,
senseless. Because at the end of the day, what you need to do is basic sanitization that you are either way supposed to do for a public area and hospitality. So you cannot be cleaning. You say I'm going to clean my handles more often. Damn, you're supposed to do it either ways.
Either
So
way.
hospitality industry is digging its own grave. The more they talk about sanitization, the more they talk about, yes, it's a given. It's like coming to a five-star and saying, is the quality of ingredients good? You don't talk about quality of ingredients because it's taken for granted. It's the best produce you can find. So
absolutely.
hospitality is going through its most challenging times. A very few players will survive through this. And again, because if the product has got steam inside, if the product has got that experience, if it is experiential hospitality, people will still be ready to pay. You'll be surprised how many people are calling us and saying, when are you guys opening up? You know,
Absolutely.
so the confidence, we don't need to, we've not put up a single video on sanitization till now. The confidence, it's a given. If
Yeah.
Della is a responsible organization, it will do everything in its rights to protect the guests to come there. We don't need to really go blow a trumpet talking about it. On the
Right.
Absolutely.
talking about how we are itching to get families together, how we want families to be reunited, how we'll take care of the elderly, how will we make the moment special. So our energy is being focused on areas that are important to people post lockdown and not onto just sanitization, sanitization, sanitization. So
Absolutely, sir.
I think that's
Completely
the
agree
power
with
of
you.
branding. So that's the power of branding. So Della has established itself. The brand is already communicating what the customer wants to hear. He doesn't need to reinforce that, right?
Totally, sir.
So
And
that's
sir,
why
when
brand plays a very key role.
credible brands like Della, I don't think we have a lot to worry about when it comes to our health. I think we just go there for the experience, for enjoying. And so we're running a little short on time, but we just want to thank you to provide insight on where luxury looks like in India post COVID and even how it's evolved over the times. So I would just like to wrap up the session now, but thank you so much, sir, for your time. I'm sorry, Jimmy, sir, about what happened in the few minutes. We're very sorry, but we're very grateful that you came and brought in some very valid points on how people can look at luxury, how they can establish their brand. You too, Abhay, sir, it's been absolutely great. And thank
Right.
you so much once again.
Abhay,
Thank you.
pleasure,
Thank you.
pleasure
Thank you.
Pleasure,
speaking
Jimmy.
to you.
Jimmy,
And
I'd like to connect with you offline too. How can I connect with you, Jimmy?
I will forward my contact details to you through the organizers right now. As soon as the session
Love,
finishes,
perfect.
I would love to
Look
catch up.
forward.
Thank
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 you.
you.
you. Thanks.
Thank you,
Bye.
sir.
Bye, Rishi.
Have a nice day.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. God
Thank you.
bless.
Am I audible now? Visible, audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay,
Uh,
super.
Hi, so I'm Urvashi, and I'll be your moderator for today's session on Fashion is My Passion. And we're glad to have you, ma'am, and Abhyuday, sir. So, just to give a quick introduction to all our viewers first, Bulbul ma'am is here. She is the Dean of ISDI and an alumna of NIF Delhi. And Abhyuday sir is also with us. He's also an alumna of NIF Delhi. Now, ma'am, to begin, because the session is about fashion is your passion, what was the point, what was it in your life that you realized that it is fashion where you want to make your career, it is what you're interested in, it is what you want to. I know you must be getting this asked a lot, because, but we want to understand this way that you really want to make fashion for the best.
No, not really. I'm smiling because to think that this is all I want to do for the rest of my life, I don't think you always get very clear answers. So I wanted to be more than anything else. For most parts of my life, partly because what people spoke around me, I think I wanted to be a doctor. I'm not sure if I wanted to be one, but that's one thing that I had on my mind. Fashion happened, well, everybody was writing the NIFT exam, and I wasn't sure what I wanted to do, so I went and wrote the exam as well. I just ended up having a great, what shall I say, merit. I was in the top 10. I had an All India 7th rank. And everyone said, wow, what a great rank it is. You can't possibly say no, so you should do design. But to be quite honest, it was my father my mom was an artist. And it was my dad actually who always saw the creative instinct I had. And I wasn't too sure about it. So he's the one who actually encouraged me to study design. And it happened more by fluke. It wasn't something that I had planned for most parts of my life. But yes, when I did join NIFT, I made it a point to put my best foot forward. And the rest, of course, is history. So sorry to disappoint you, but it's not as though fashion was my passion to start with. There were so many passions in life. Fashion may have been one of them, but it was one of them for most parts, yeah.
Ma'am, I'm so glad you shared this story because for most of us at 17, 18, it's tough to imagine a career which we'll do for the rest of our lives. It's such a scary thought when you're so young and you know so little. So when we hear about someone as successful as you who stumbled upon something and it turned out to be not only good at it, which is the aptitude, but also interested in it, I think we should all just be ready to embrace what comes along the way and see where life takes us. I think that's the biggest lesson that I've understood in this few minutes, and it's absolutely great that you started off on this note. But what I do want to ask next is that when students who decide that they want to work in fashion and they decided as a career when they're 17, 18 that we want it, what are something that they should keep in mind that they often forget and they only look at, the glitz and the glamour and the fashion shows and they don't realize the amount of hard work that actually goes into it?
So, I didn't get your name.
Urvashi.
Urvashi. Okay. Hi, Urvashi again. See, I think Urvashi, I've come to realize whatever you do in life, okay, every single thing that you do in life, whether it's fashion or even if it is making a cup of tea or fixing lunch for your family, everything that you want to do well calls for a lot of effort, right? Nothing just happens, right? And the more joyfully you do it, the lesser the effort seems like an effort, right? Well, for all the young people who wish to pursue a career in fashion, I'm not going to tell you go and read about fashion. I'm not going to tell you go and follow fashion bloggers. I'm not going to ask you to go and look at fashion designers and look at what was their journey about.
Your journey has to be your journey. You have to find your journey yourself. But what I am going to tell you is something that I would tell everyone, all young people. Do everything that makes you a complete person. Okay? A fashion designer is not just about clothes, right? The clothes must be how you respond to people around you. Are you touched and moved by the fact that look at our lives now. Do we need the number of clothes that we ever stocked in our cupboards? The number of shoes that we. So do we really need so much? And if we read, and these are questions you have to ask yourself. So I think what you must do is become aware of the world at large. I do find that sometimes we can be a little myopic in the way we look at fashion. Yeah, and I think a good designer is a responsible designer, somebody who understands societies, people. So go and get yourself every single book you can lay your hands on. As much as you can expand your horizon into becoming a complete person. Fashion will be your style that will evolve, your reflection of your thought about how you respond to society's problems. Do you really think that we need to wear so many clothes? Do you really think that India as a country has so much to offer? Is it just because I'm saying it, or do you genuinely believe that there's so much to offer that we don't even have to every Sunday rush to a Zara and H&M and tell ourselves I don't have enough? So what can you do? And I do believe that fashion has this remarkable ability to not only make a significant difference to your life, but that of your family and that of the country. But to do that, you must be aware of everything that there must be to be aware of. I know it's a broad brush statement, but
No,
it
I
will
mean,
trickle into.
I think what you come from is that you have to be very perceptive of the changes around you. You have to accept, what's going on. And something that I have also read up lately, which has come about even in fast fashion, is sustainable fashion. We've seen all these Zara and H&Ms come up with their so-called sustainable lines, which we don't know how sustainable they are actually, but they claim to be. And how important is it for this sustainability concept in fashion today? Like with what is happening in the environment somewhere, how is it intermixed with fashion? Like how does fashion respond to that? I think this.
And not just that, I'm saying don't even get down to, don't say sustainability if you don't feel it in your nerves, okay? Don't say sustainability because the whole world is talking about it. Don't say, do you genuinely believe that we must live sustainable lives? Because when you do believe, you're in everything that you do, everything that in which you consume, whether it is fashion or whether it's food, you will always be sustainable, right? But do you genuinely feel it? Or are you saying it because everyone else is saying it? That's the conversation that I'm trying to intend towards. And it will happen. Not all of us felt the way we feel when we were 17, right? It's a journey, isn't it? So, yeah.
And now, given the current circumstances with COVID happening, and with I was speaking to someone before that people's priorities are changing. And like you mentioned, that given today, we're not going to run to a Zara or H&M every weekend. We don't want to buy and shop every weekend. We want to invest in other things, and also you can't go out that often. So how is it impacting the fashion industry with the demands kind of decreasing? How is it impacting potential designers, current designers?
So you know what? I know everything that is around us is about COVID right now. We've lived 3 months of COVID and we've almost begun to believe that the rest of our lives will be like this, or that, there have been situations in life. I mean, of course, this is one situation where all of us are equally impacted. But every business has been cyclic, right? There's always an up and there's always a down. In the late 2010s, around that time, there was a time, or even Y2K, I remember, the fashion industry did go through a little bit of a slump and consumptions by and large reduced. Remember, it's not just the fashion industry that COVID will impact, it's every other industry, whether it's restaurants, whether it's the parlor that you go to. And when people are uncertain about the near future, the buying patterns change. So, but I don't think we must necessarily respond to this as though this was the rest of our lives. I think I always reiterate with young people, no matter what, there is no shortcut to hard work. No matter what, there is no shortcut to good education. I mean, these are two things that you must invest in when you can. Of
Absolutely.
course, there will be a short-term impact. The buying patterns, people are going to buy lesser. For instance, look at it like this: that if so many women are not going to their offices for so long, you're not applying your makeup and lipstick and various other things that you would. So the makeup industry gets impacted. Obviously, if the market demand is less, the production would reduce for a bit as well. But of course, and if you look at one life or 1 6 months or 1 year in a lifetime, of course, the fact is that it's not a significant part of your life or our lives. But yes, I think one of the things we've all begun to realize is we don't need so much. It's okay to be the way you are. It's okay not to color your hair. It's okay to accept yourself the way you are. So I think designers are bracing themselves for one of the businesses that is likely to get impacted is the luxury industry, because people are definitely going to wear clothes, forever. But the kind of clothes that we need probably right now are more t-shirts, more homeware kind of clothes, more clothes that you can wear, for a walk or to the kitchen or wherever. But yes, the luxury industry, your high-end bags, your Louis Vuitton bags, etc., those are industries which will get impacted because somebody who may have been super rich may just about be rich, somebody who was rich may be high, middle. So I think those are all temporary things, and I think we have to take it as something that's temporary. Let's not begin to believe that this is what our lives will be, right? But yes, it's a temporary something, and it's fair to be aware. But to all the young people who are listening in, remember, you're 17 and 18 and 19. You've got the rest of your lives that you're preparing for. You're not just preparing yourself for life after COVID, right? Of course, you should be aware of it, but be prepared for a very long run future and not just something that's going to be instant as tomorrow, day after, 6 months from today.
Absolutely. I think ma'am, you brought in a really positive note to this. We've been looking at COVID as if it is and what it will be for I don't know how many years, but we have to accept that as this came and it'll leave. It won't stay. It's not permanent. And similarly, industries will pick up. So I think it puts in a really positive perspective for everyone. But like you said, what we have to invest in is a good education and hard work. And in the fashion industry, I think something which a lot of people forget is that as creative it is, it's also technical. I think you can't forget the point where you're taking measurements. You have to, your things have to be exact. You can't just sit there and for fluke and say, oh, this I'll just make it in a certain way. So there has to be some sort of system that's followed there. Can you just shed some light on the technicalities that people often just forget and they look at it as a very romanticized creative career that it is, but not solely.
Yeah, you know what, Urushi, I've come to realize the day you make one garment yourself, any one garment, it could be a shirt, it could be a trouser, it could be a skirt, any one garment yourself from the very beginning to the very end, it's a remarkable journey, because after that one garment you made, you'll always look at any other garment differently. Right? Any garment is never going to be the same again, right? You will look at it from a distance and you will know exactly what's right or wrong and how can it fit better or what's not right about it or what colors would have been better or what prints. It's when you do it yourself and when you make something yourself, it will teach you more than anyone can ever tell you. Okay, so making is such a powerful tool that opens your respect for a good, well-tailored garment. You'll never wonder why is it so expensive. You'll never wonder why is it the way it is. You will appreciate the finishing. You will appreciate the elements of design that go into it. The day you make one complete garment yourself, right? You will never look at the collar the same. You will not even look at the button the same way as you look, because you appreciate the effort that goes into having put the garment together. Of course, there's you may go to a store, you may see something on the hanger, you may like it. You will try it, and only if you're totally convinced about the way it fits and looks on you would you buy it. You're not going to buy it if it doesn't fit you well. So there is, of course, elements of brilliant designing, great patterns, brilliant construction, high-end finishing, because today when you're talking about a well-finished garment, you're not looking at it just on the outside, but even down to how a label is attached, how the finishing on the inside is the lining correct? I mean, what we learned in NIF for so many years, many of them already know it, right? As to it comes so instantly to this generation about whether it's a good design or whether it looks good or it doesn't look good. So, but yes, the more the garments you make, the more you will learn about all these aspects of technicalities that go into. And remember, every fabric is different. Down to the kind of thread that you will use on a certain kind. If you're making a leather garment, you will use a certain kind of a thread. If you're making something very lightweight, you'll be using a different kind of a thread. So down from the thread to the needle to the kind of fastenings to the buttons to the accessories to the design itself will vary from the fabric itself that you use for the seasons that you use. And I think that's the most beautiful part about fashion, because unlike a standard, maybe an iPhone, all of which look the same, or a Bisleri bottle, every garment throws in a new set of challenges at you. And there's so much work that goes in before you buy that garment from the store. Somebody has made different sizes, tested them, showroom samples, feedback, research before that one garment was done. It's a labor of love. So yes, there's a lot of technicality. What you see on the ramp is really the finale when the thing is ready. And obviously, when you made a beautiful garment, you probably want a beautiful model to wear it and show the world how good it can look.
Yeah.
But that's only the end. The garment must be beautiful to start with. It must be, and the finishing does not happen in quality. You can't just make it all and then say, okay, now I'll make it like a high quality. Quality is ingrained at every stage of making the garment. So yes, like I said, it's a labor of love and passion.
Very valid point that you brought in. And just to wrap up the session, any last few words of advice that you would give to students who are looking at entering the fashion industry at this point?
No, I would just say what I said and started with. Well, to start with, I wish you all the very best. And at this point in time, of course, you must take care of yourselves, you must take care of your families, you must take care of, most important and first is, of course, the health, isn't it? But yes, use this time to do all the things that you never found the time for, whether it's reading. Remember, it's okay to watch your Netflix, because there's so much about the world at large that you come to know just looking at diverse people. You may not be able to travel, but you could be seeing how people live in Jerusalem or Israel or wherever. So watch documentaries, watch films, read your books. Just be more and more aware about your environment. Also do things that you would never otherwise find time for. Of course, the usual thing about if you have a particular design school in mind and how you might want to have to prepare for it, all that is already available to you, and that you don't want to hear from me so much. But yes, I think just expand yourself into becoming a complete person is my two words to all of you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your time. I think they were really valid and insightful ideas. I think we got a very holistic idea of what someone can expect and what we can expect as consumers. So thank you for your time, and we were very glad to have you with us at this platform.
Thank you very much. And to all the young listeners and whoever parents, if they're listening in, I wish you all the best and have great lives ahead. Thank you so much. Bye.
Hello, everyone. And we have our next session starting right now. It's called Impact of Internationalization on Your. This session will be conducted by Professor Javier Gonzalez. He's the CEO of Tonic Teaching. He's a professor of finance and business entrepreneurship and teaches at a bachelor, master's, and MBA level across Europe, Asia, and Africa. He's a renowned orator, public speaker, and consultant. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you. I think you're sharing my presentation, right? Or I have to share it?
Yes.
I do have to share it? Okay.
Right, right.
Okay. Can you see my screen then? Can you see it? Can you see the presentation?
We can't see it at this.
Okay. Now you should be able to see it normally.
Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah, you can see it? Okay.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you for the pronunciation of my name. Most of the people cannot pronounce it, so it's Javier Gonzalez. So yeah, I will introduce myself a little bit, but I first of all want to introduce the topic. So impact of internationalization on the career. It's how going abroad has a positive impact on your career and why you students and people in general should go abroad and should have international experiences. And it's a little bit like I will be sharing my story. And the funny thing is that my story, my traveling story now. So as you said, now I'm teaching in Africa, I grew up in Asia, but everything started in India. So it's really funny for me to go back to India and interact. Well, go back. Yeah, I'm not in India now, but to interact with India, it's always a pleasure to share with the students from there. And I still going back every year to teach at Symbiosis. So it's a long story. Really fast, the plan of the talk. Really shortly speak about myself, then share the personal story about what internationalization has as an impact on my career. Also the figures around internationalization, few numbers, ways of going abroad. It's cool to say, okay, guys, you should go abroad, but how to do it? It's important to give you the tips and tricks. What you will acquire as skills, so the positive impacts of internationalization, what you should take into account about cultural differences, and also in terms of management. Maybe you will go abroad and have to manage teams. So that's a little bit the menu of the day. We'll try to do it fast. We have really little time to do it. I could speak about this topic during maybe 10 hours, but let's do it in 20 minutes. So really fast, I studied at HEC Paris, management, innovation management and entrepreneurship. Also have a background in finance and in business. And just a little bit about my firm. What we do is teaching and conferences in 14 countries in Europe, Asia, and Africa. So this will come back later about internationalization. We do courses and program creation, and we teach on campus, online, and distance learning. And the main topics are IT, finance, management, and entrepreneurship. Okay. And during this COVID-19, a gift to participate to this crisis to people who are really badly impacted, we were giving free online classes to everyone. That's it about the company. Personal story. So I am a multicultural person since I was born, in the fact that I'm Spanish. As you can see with my name, Javier Gonzalez Núñez is not really an Indian name. And I was born and raised in Belgium. So I had those two languages since the beginning, and also the two cultures, having a Spanish family and Belgian friends or French friends, etc. So since the beginning, I had like those two personalities. And when I started my career, I was like, okay, I'm pretty sure that if I go abroad, it's going to be amazing. I have to leave the country where I was born. I have to leave Belgium. I have to go somewhere else, etc. And one day, the opportunity arrived to go to India. It was a big change, okay? I have thousands of stories of India. So when you are in Belgium and everything is like really scheduled, really calculated in advance, and then you arrive at Pune's airport at 4:30 a.m. and you have no Wi-Fi, it's a big shock. So I had to adapt myself, and this is how everything started. After that, I got a mission in Morocco, so in Africa, and it was an amazing experience as well. And now I'm in Luxembourg, which is not that different than what we have in Belgium, but still it's a different country. How this experience changed my life? Actually, it changed everything. It changed everything in my career. The growing curve of my career was accelerated. Also, the wages, the salary was accelerated, and people were always asking me, "Oh, you have been living in India?" Because here for us, India, it's incredible. It's like for Indians saying, "Oh, I was living in, I don't know, south of France." Okay, so it creates a lot of interest in recruiters, in other people saying, "Oh, you have been living in all those countries. It's really amazing." So it changed really my career and I would say the continuity of my career and the journey of my career, and not only of my career, but also my own life, the way I was thinking changed, the way I was acting changed as well. And I will show you why. Few figures, just to give you a little bit of context. 230 million people are living abroad. 14 of them are women. And you have countries with almost only expats, so people who are not from the country. So Qatar, UAE, Kuwait, Jordan, and Singapore, as you can imagine. Every 44 seconds, you have a new expat in the world. That definitely was before the COVID-19. Okay, we will see how to go abroad or have an international experience during the COVID-19 is not that easy, but still you have that you can apply. So ways of going abroad, this is maybe the most important slide on this presentation. It's as I said, it's funny, it's good to say, yeah, you have to go abroad. It's not that easy. So you have different options, and we will be focusing on the study abroad, the internship abroad, and the expat jobs, because I think you, the attendees to this talk, are mostly or most likely, the best ways for you to go abroad right now are those three ones. So studying abroad, internship abroad. You can also do short-term missions or business trips. Like you're in a company in India and you have to go to Malaysia or to Dubai, for instance. Multi-located teams. If you are managing different teams that are in different countries, that happened to me. I had a team in Sweden, a team in Barcelona, and a team in Brussels. And so we had to travel from one country to the other. And we were connecting a lot like we are doing today with visual conferences, tools to interact with each other. Expat jobs, that's the best wish I can, the best thing I can wish you, because you will see all the advantages of the expat jobs, and also remote jobs. And this is how you can have this international experience, this international exposure during COVID-19. You can have a stay in India, close to your family, because I know how important family is in India, and you can be working for a German company, for instance. The other way around, it's what one of my friends does. He's working for a company in Germany and he's living in different countries. He's traveling because he only has to have an internet connection and a laptop. And so he can work from everywhere in the world, and that's really amazing. By the way, this is the next thing. In 2040, in the US, 40 to 50% of the workforce will be working remotely. And we are seeing it today, and companies starting to realize that there is no need to be at the same place all the time. So you could have a laptop and work from everywhere or anywhere in the world. And the last option, if you don't need to get money during the time you are living abroad, you could do volunteering. So all those options are options to go abroad, and obviously except vacation. Okay, you go on holidays to France. Okay, the sun is funny, but you don't get anything about the culture. You see the hotel and a few things, but it's not what we are talking about. We will focus on the advantages of living abroad. Okay, there are a few pitfalls that you should avoid. We can discuss it during the Q&A, but we will be focusing on the advantages. So you will enhance your resume. As I told you, people are always asking me, "Oh, you have been living in so many countries. That's amazing." The average of your salary is 25% higher. So it's a big number, 25% higher. You can advance faster in the hierarchy, so you will get promoted faster if you have an experience abroad. You can learn a new language. I have to admit that that didn't work for me. I tried to learn Hindi. It's not that easy. Okay, so Hindi is really difficult to learn if you don't if you were not born in India. Understand other cultures, that's definitely true. Improve empathy. You can get admitted to top programs like Harvard Business School, HEC Paris, that kind of programs, because they are looking for people with an opening on the world. Okay, with experiences abroad, with different cultures, etc. And for networking as well. Now I have the chance, having been traveling a lot, to have a large network in different countries, and this is really useful. Internships, that's maybe a good thing for you as well, for the students. It's normally at the beginning of the career, once you graduate, or during your studies, so that could be a good option. It's the easiest way to get up, because normally you don't cost a lot, and so companies are really keen to hire interns. It can lead to a regular job as well. Most of the time you can transform your internship into a regular job, because they say, okay, yeah, we tested this person and he can do the job. And you can taste different career paths. Like you can say, okay, now I want to do business development, and then you can do some marketing, and it's really easy to switch because it's really easy to get a job with an internship. Expat jobs, this is later on in your career when you are 40 and more. You have few advantages here. So coordinate, I mean, the housing, the schooling, the healthcare, tax optimization, everything is taking, the company is taking care of everything. So you just have to go to work and they pay for everything. So this is the best situation where you can be as a living abroad person because of the packages. Let's not focus too much on that because it's, as I said, it will be later on in your career. But it's good that you have in mind that an expat job has a lot of advantages. And especially after when you get back or you come back to your country, this experience abroad as an expat will definitely help you to find a great position. What skill will you acquire and what an international experience says about you or shows about you? So this is not something that we just made up. It's something that we experienced. And during job interviews, during different conversations that we have with partners, etc. It shows that adaptability. You know, going abroad, I remember my first morning in India. I had to take a rickshaw. So rickshaw is really funny now, but at this time, wearing a suit for the first time in India, and I had no idea where I had to go. And I had to adapt myself really fast. And adaptability is key in those times, in corporate world as well. Adaptability is what we had to do when the lockdown came up. So we had to adapt really fast. And adaptability is key. Adaptability to change is key now because the world is changing really fast. It shows that you have an open mind, an open mindset. I mean, that you are open mind, that you accept others, that you accept the cultures, that you can fit into different situations, into different teams as well, that you are stress resistant, because when you go abroad, I mean, when you change of job, it's already stressful. Oh, I have a new job tomorrow, etc. But when you change of country and of job as well, you have to change everything. All your routine is impacted. So it shows that you are stress resistant and, once again, adaptability. Willingness to go out of your comfort zone. This is, I mean, I always say that this is where magic happens. Out of your comfort zone. Your routine, your everyday life, is what you do every day. If you want something different to happen, you need to go outside of that. This is where you will get something more. But obviously, it takes courage, it takes confidence, it requires a lot of things from your side. Open to multiculturality. Now, most of the teams, most of the companies are really multicultural. They are hiring with that. So they prefer to hire someone from a nationality or who speaks a language that is not already in the company. And if you have been in different countries, you can handle that. And managing a team where you have one Indian, one German, one Argentinian, one South African is really different than managing a team where you only have Americans or French people. Okay, so this is something that you need to be able to handle. Creativity, obviously, if you have seen what is done in India, what is done in Malaysia, what is done in Germany, what is done in the US, you have a lot of feedback, you have a lot of ideas, you have a lot of stories, and you can combine this to be more creative. It's demonstrated by research studies that creativity is increased if you have been living in more than one country. You will be a better manager for all those reasons as well. Managing a team in India is really different than managing a team in Morocco. You challenge what you think you know, especially when you are an arrogant European like I was. You think that you know everything and you have the truth, etc. And once you go abroad, you start realizing that it's absolutely not true. So it works your whole world at the end of the day. So it's important to get out of your comfort zone, and this will challenge you and challenge what you think you know. Culture framework, really fast. Those are the main differences. It's a framework of the differences that you can find in every country or in every region. Sense of self and space. So the distances between person are not the same. In the US, you speak to the people, you are more closer to them. If you do that in other countries like France or Belgium, people will say, okay, this guy is really strange. The dress and appearance. I mean, I remember the first time I had to wear a kurta for the Independence Day in India. For us, it's absolutely funny, but when you see people wearing like this, it's something different. You need to get used to that. Food and feeding habits. Spicy food in India was a really big shock. Okay, and then the food in Morocco was a shock as well. But it's amazing. I really love it now. But you need to get used to that, and also the way of people are eating. You eat with your hands. In Belgium, we don't do that. So no, I'm doing it obviously. Communication and language that are different. Time and time consciousness. Timing in India and timing in Belgium are really different. When you do project management, for instance, here when we say, okay, it will be done in 1 week, we make sure it's done in 1 week. In India, we will take more time to do it or less time to do it. It will depend. But it also depends on the task, the team, etc. But definitely, the relationship with time is different. And you need to get used to that, and you need to accept. You need to embrace the change, actually. This is the best advice I can give you to go abroad and to have a successful experience abroad, is to embrace the change. Do not expect South Africa to be as India. Do not expect India to be as Belgium, because you will only be disappointed. Embrace what is there and take the best of it. Relationship between old men and young men, for instance. We know that in India we respect a lot your elder people. Is not really the case here in Europe in general, sadly. Values are different, the beliefs and the attitudes, obviously religion are different. What motivates you at your work and your job is different than here or than in other places. And also the way of learning are different. So all those things, you need to take them into account and to understand that it will be different when you go somewhere else. Okay. Once you know that, you are less shocked. Shocked in the good way. And different approaches to management. This is when you will be managing a team, maybe later on in the career, or when people will manage you. The timing, the relationships. In some countries, you can get closer to your manager or to your employees, which is not the case in other countries. The ways to behave. In some countries, it's okay to be late. In other countries, it's totally forbidden to be late. Communication styles. As I said, you can be more friendly, more closer, or you cannot. Language, decision-making methods. In some countries, all the team will decide and take decisions. In other countries, one person will decide and say, okay, we do like this, and the other will follow. And also, this is something important to take into account. I got an offer a few times ago, an opportunity to go to Japan, or maybe to go to Japan, was not sure. And one of the things that they told me that it was, be careful because you will be an expat and you will have 40 days off per year. The maximum in Japan is 10 or 12. So they told me, do not argue too much with that because people will take it in a really bad way. Conclusion, I think I was not too long. Going abroad has many benefits, or any benefits, yeah, it's many benefits, okay? But it requires you commitment, it requires you a good attitude, open mindset, to work a lot as well. You will work more than if you are in your country, definitely, but it will bring you a lot more. And it will change your vision of life forever. That's what happened to me, special link with other countries and persons. I'm really, before I had no contact or no touch with India. Now it's really one of my favorite countries in the world, Morocco as well. And when you are abroad, everything is faster and amplified because you are amazed about everything, all the things that you see. When it's next to your house, next to the corner of your street, you're like, yeah, okay, whatever. But when it's abroad, it's incredible and it's amazing. So those are really fast and not in a lot of details or too many details. The advantages of what you should be going abroad and what it will bring to your life and also to your career. If you want to stay connected and to exchange more on this topic, as I told you, I could speak about it during 10 hours. On social media, obviously, we can exchange. If I have no time to answer all the questions, if there are questions, it will be my pleasure to answer them. You can just text me. It will be my pleasure. So I don't know if you have questions. Maybe it's a good time. I try to keep enough time to answer questions. It's the funniest part of the talks for me. So
We do have one question. And one of our viewers has asked that is it fine to go and study abroad given the current situation with COVID-19? And what are the job prospects if someone goes and studies abroad? Especially, I guess, Europe is what they're asking because you're from there.
yeah, well, during this situation, obviously, what you will get, it's they are changing the programs. Okay, so now you can, for instance, follow classes online at a lot of universities. You could be studying at Oxford, you could be studying at Harvard, at HEC online, and they are implementing a great technology to do it. Obviously, it's not the same. Okay, the contacts are not the same. You cannot visit the city after your classes, etc. But this is a temporary situation. I mean, most of the time we have been living without the COVID-19. Okay, and other pandemics happened in the past, and we're still here. And who knew that other pandemics happened in the past? No one. Now we know it because, 500 years ago, we had a pandemic and we are talking about it. But nobody knew about that before. So I'm really confident that this situation will not last forever.
Right.
And in terms of job opportunities to go abroad, as I said, for jobs is not that easy, especially in some countries where the competition is really high.
Right.
I'm speaking about Qatar, I'm speaking about Dubai. Being Indian is an advantage, by the way, if you want to go to Dubai, because you already have a network, which is really,
Right.
really huge. 1,800,000 people, Indian people, are living in Dubai, so you probably know someone.
Right.
And what you know is important, but who you know is important as well. That's why you pay $100,000 to do an MBA in a top school. It's because you will meet a great network as well.
Exactly.
It's maybe sad to say it, but it's like this. But there are opportunities. Maybe you can target a country that is not that with so many competition at the beginning of your career, and once you have acquired the great skills that you will acquire, you can say, okay, now let's be tough and let's compete with the others. But you have plenty of countries that are looking for expats, especially Indians, that are really appreciated in the market, I have to say.
Right. And when it comes to universities abroad, how open are foreign universities for and accepting Indian students?
A lot.
Okay.
A lot. Actually, if you have a look at the faculty members in all the really well-known universities, you always have a professor who is from India all the time.
Right.
I mean, you can do the exercise. You can have a look at the NASA in the US, so the
Right.
space organization. 50%
Yeah.
of the workforce, 50% of the workforce is Indian. The CEO of Microsoft is Indian. The CEO
Right.
of Google is Indian. So, guys, you have a great market. I mean, and you are really marketable. And definitely, you have an advantage, especially when you are applying to European or Western universities, so US and Europe universities, because of being Indian. Because, as we said, diversity is key today for companies, but also for universities. So I have no doubts that Indians are highly appreciated. And plus, your peers did the work before you as well. So great Indian people came to universities here and did a great job. So it's easier than 20 years ago. I'm definitely sure about that.
Wow. Okay, that sounds very positive. And thank you so much, sir, for your session. I think it's really shed light upon the idea about what is it to go to study abroad. And I think a lot of people will and are already considering it. So thank you so much for your time.
Sure, my pleasure. My pleasure. Take care. Bye bye. See you.
Bye. See you. Hello everyone. Now our next session is about what Indian students can do and what they should look out for when they're applying abroad for their university level studies. And for that we have Mr. Shrestha Khaitan. Mr. Shrestha Khaitan is from the Doon School and from the New York University. He's also the co-founder of Uni and would be talking about the application process overseas along with the impact of COVID-19 on admissions process and the scholarship process. So it's going to be a very interesting and insightful session. So everyone hold on. We're just waiting for Sir to join and then we'll start the session. Hello, sir.
Hi.
Thank you so much for coming and for enlightening everyone about the process about applying to universities abroad and what it will be like in the current circumstances.
Right.
And so now it's up to you. You can please take the forum.
Okay. So first of all, I would like to thank everyone for coming together at Virtual Education Conclave and giving us the opportunity, creating this platform for us and allowing us to sort of keep our views out there. I'm Shrestha Khaitan and I'm a co-founder at Uni College Counseling. Hope if all viewers who are watching are in good health. So first I would talk a little bit about Uni College Counseling. Uni College Counseling is a platform that helps Indian students apply to universities abroad. We have 4 offices in the country and we offer a 100% admissions rate. Now, most college counselors across the country or college counseling companies across the country would say the same. They would say that, well, we offer 100% admissions rate, or look at the places that the number of students have gotten into. Well, we offer something that nobody else in the country currently has. Number one, we offer India's first college counseling platform, which is an online platform which is free of cost to use. We already have about 10 lakh users on that platform. Who have given us really good views in terms of the content that we've put out there. Second, and the most interesting factor that we have with us is we connect students to mentors who are currently at the respective universities. So let me explain that to you with an example. Let's say you're applying to Harvard. Then we will connect you to a current student who is currently studying at Harvard, who will help you with your application, or at Oxford, or at Cambridge, or at NUS in Singapore, or at UBC in Canada. So we have created this network of 300 student mentors who are at reputed universities in that respective country and help Indian students apply to these universities abroad with a 100% admissions rate. So this is some introduction on us. Now in today's session, we're going to talk about 3 different things. Number one, we're going to compare different countries where Indian students apply abroad. Number 2, we're going to talk about the difference between a college counselor and a college agent. And we'll end the video with discussing the impacts of Corona, COVID-19 on the education, on the job requirements, etc. So first, let's start with the country comparison. So Indian students typically and I would suggest if you have a pen and paper to take notes, that would be the best thing to do right now. So Indian students from India typically go to these 7 countries when they're studying abroad. One is US, other one is UK, third one is Canada, fourth is Singapore, fifth is Hong Kong, sixth is New Zealand, Australia. I would put them under the same tab. And the last one is the various countries in Europe, which is Switzerland, Germany, Sweden, and so on and so forth, other than the UK. Now, the cost of education, when you look at studying in US for a period of 1 year, the yearly cost is 50 lakh rupees INR in US. And it's a 4-year degree for undergrad and tentatively a 2-year degree for a master's or an MBA. So you can multiply that by the given number of years. So to complete an undergrad in US, you typically cost you 2 crore rupees, while completing a master's in US would typically cost you about a crore, 1.2 CR INR. Similarly, when you look at Canada, it's 40 lakh rupees yearly, and it's a 4-year degree for undergrad. When you look at UK, it's 50 lakh rupees yearly, and it's a 3-year degree for undergrads. When you're looking at Singapore and Hong Kong, it's 20 lakh rupees each, and the degree is 4 years long for undergrad. I'm not mentioning the postgrad figures because it becomes monotonous. However, when you are calculating, just multiply the given figure, tentative figure, with your yearly figure, with your the degree number of number of years that the degree requires. When you're looking at Australia, the cost is tentatively 35 lakhs yearly for a period of 3 to 4 years, depending on how long your degree is for, depending on your subject. Same goes for New Zealand. And when you're looking at the overall structure of countries in Europe, the degree can cost anywhere between 20 lakh rupees INR to and go up to 50 lakh rupees INR on a yearly basis. Now, covering the universities in Europe first, in general, like let's say Germany or Switzerland, the huge difference is because of the difference in the government institutions available in these countries and the private institutions available in these countries. So when you look at the government institutions that are available, these institutions will charge you, let's say, 20-25 lakh rupees yearly, and your total degree could be done in 80 lakhs to 1 crore rupees. However, they will teach you everything in their native language. So if you're going to Germany, you're paying 20 lakh rupees, but you're learning math in German, or you're learning history in German. Similarly, if you go to France and you go to a government college, you're learning French, history in French, or math in French, or physics in French. And if you go to a private school in any of these European countries, then you're paying 50 lakh rupees. So you might as well spend that amount in going to US, in going to UK, in going to Canada, countries that offer a better job opportunity, countries that give you universities that hold a better ranking and give you more value for money or more return on investment as compared to these other universities in the middle of nowhere. Similar is the case with Australia, where I would suggest that the sort of job opportunities or the sort of university rankings that are available are not up to the mark. I would highly refrain from going to Australia or New Zealand in the recent years, simply because their permanent residence program, the PR program that they usually offer to internationals, is done away with. It's very tough now to get a PR, number one. And number two, the sort of jobs that you're getting after your graduation. So after spending a crore rupees, you don't expect yourself to work at a petrol pump or work at a grocery store. But that is what we're seeing, and we're seeing an increasing number of Indian students coming back to India after their graduation from Australia. So this is my view on Australia. Uh, Coming to Singapore and Hong Kong. So Singapore is also known as the gateway to Asia in terms of the number of jobs that Singapore has, or in terms of the number of companies that are looking to invest in Asia. Most of them try to come through Singapore as a channel. So Singapore definitely has a lot of good job perspectives, as well as investment opportunities. Naturally, it's very close to India, so it's probably a 5-hour flight wherever you are in India to reach Singapore, and that way the cost of education is marginally low as compared to any other international country that you would go to. So my suggestion would be, if you are looking at a low return on investment, if you're looking at a pedestal, so let's say you do your undergrad from Singapore and then maybe a master's or a PhD or an MBA from any other Western country, then that is also something that you can look at. The job opportunities in Singapore are great as compared to many other countries. in the current scenario. Moreover, it offers a very good return on investment. That is that even if you don't end up getting a job in Singapore, let's say, you can always make your money back in India. But if you've studied in Australia, if you've studied in US, if you've studied in UK, and you try immediately after graduation, you try to come back to India and make that money back, it's very difficult to do that. So that's our take on Singapore and Hong Kong. Coming to UK, again, UK does not offer any scholarships whatsoever. Even if they claim, they will not give you more than 5 or 6 lakh rupees, or maybe 10 lakh rupees yearly. Looking at if you're spending 50 lakh rupees yearly, that amount seems very marginal and not up to the mark. Another problem with UK is that they lack job opportunities. Don't mind me saying this outrightly, but UK is meant for students who come from business families whose sole purpose is just to get a brand name, a tag, and then finally fly back to India and join their family business or do something there. It is not the perfect place for exposure or the perfect place for getting a job or getting a PR. PR is the last case. If you look at all the countries in the world, that the 7 countries that I've just mentioned, UK is probably the strictest in terms of the PR opportunities that it gives to you. Now I'll be talking about the last 2 countries, which is US and Canada. Both the countries have great exposure opportunities. US definitely has more exposure, has more number of universities in the top 100 list as compared to in the world as compared to Canada. However, in the current COVID scenario, the job opportunities don't look as bright, and PR again is a problem in US. That are the 2 downsides to US. Scholarship opportunity is definitely available. People, so the irony with scholarships is, if you are from a top university, you will have access to more scholarship. So like Harvard can give you more scholarship as compared to Purdue, correct? Because Harvard has more funding available. So more scholarships are available at top universities, provided you have good scores. So if you've worked hard on your application and if you've spent a reasonable amount of time studying SATs and other things, then US is a country that you can look at. We've had students going in with 100% scholarship in US, which is the maximum scholarship that somebody gets around the world. Looking at Canada, again, Canada currently ranks pretty high in terms of exposure. There are about 5 or 10 universities that you can look at Canada in terms of uh, uh, which are among the top 100 in the world. They have very good PR opportunities. You can get your PR along with your education. The only downside I see to Canada is in comparison to US is that they don't offer as number of scholarships as US would do. So that's the only downside to Canada. However, the cost of education is less. It's 40 lakh rupees yearly as compared to 50 lakh rupees in the US. So there's a lot of math and other statistics that you can look at when you're selecting your country. But please do not fall for a country just because an agent says so or a counselor says so. So that's where I'm coming into my second topic, which is the difference between a counselor and an agent, and what their motives are when they are sending you to these universities abroad. So recently, India has seen a lot of students who have come back home simply because they were not able to find a job, or due to sometimes due to, and you don't hear these in newspapers, but a lot of times because of some racism that happened with them. Um, uh, and when you actually meet these students, you don't when you talk to them, you understand that there is not a lot of exposure that uh, that you don't see a lot of things that they've been exposed to. So keeping that point, there are sort of 2 types of agencies in India today that sends you abroad. Number one, we call agents. These are typically people who would charge you anything between 50,000 rupees to 1 lakh rupees INR, and they will usually have tie-ups with these other universities in Australia, in Europe, in Canada. Less likely in Canada, but more likely in Australia, Europe, and New Zealand. And they will limit. It's just like they will file your forms. They will not do any college counseling, or they will not do any college applications for you. They will simply file your forms, do some paperwork, do some visa process, and get you admitted into these universities in Melbourne, in Canberra, etc., and will get their commission depending on how much the university is charging you, a percentage is fixed. So that is type one, people who send you to these universities abroad from India. Type two are these college counselors that typically start from 2.5 lakh rupees. I mean, that's a very vague figure that I'm giving right now, but tentatively they would be these private counselors who would be very city oriented, very famous within an area that they are situated in. Usually have 100 students on average, good counselors, and can go up to even 15 lakhs. Some counselors even charge up 15-20 lakhs per student to get 5 or 10 applications done. Now, these are people who might be able to send you to the topmost universities, provided you get lucky, provided you have a good counselor who is willing to work as hard with you as you do on your own application. My only point is the reason between telling you the differences is Harvard or any top university. By top, I mean top 30 in US, top 10 in Canada, top 10 in UK, top 3 in Singapore, top 2 in Hong Kong, are never going to get agents to get you admitted. They're looking for world-class students who have really high grades, who have um, uh, really good work ethic, and for that reason, they will never have these tier one agents to get you into. They will never hire these agents or give them a percentage to get you admitted into the universities. Only these struggling universities that are in the middle of nowhere, that maybe it snows maybe 4 months a year. They have maybe 5,000 students, 4,000 students. They are only 3 or 4 years old. They're struggling with a lot of difficulties in terms of their faculty. They don't have proper faculty. These are the universities that will pay an agent all that commission to to get you enrolled. And there is no point. We feel there is no point of going to such universities because ultimately you're spending the same amount on your education. However, you're not getting the exposure that you deserve, and which is why you don't end up getting jobs and you end up coming back to India. So that is the downside to going to agents. If there are agents that are offering you free counseling services, they're saying, don't worry, just come to us, we will get you registered into these 10 universities and pay us once you get admitted into these places. No problem. Sure, go to them, use their services, but do not give them access to your application accounts or your testing like SAT accounts or Common App accounts or any other such accounts, so that they don't have as much control. And if you get into the best place through them, naturally you can always pay them and go to the university if you like. However, in most cases, they would not be able to send you to such places. Then there are these college counselors that probably charge a lot of money, and the amount that they charge might not be justified. So in this scenario, I would just suggest that you pick your counselor, go to 5 or 10 places, vet them, see who is the best one that you're gelling with well, who seems the most uh, dependable to you, and then accordingly select the ones that you find the most appealing. So that's my take on counselor versus agents. The biggest point here is instead of going to a bad university in any country, you might as well study in India. That's a better thing to do. You'll waste a lot less money. You'll learn a lot more rather than wasting 3 or 4 years at a university that you learn nothing from and that you wasted a lot of money at. So my last point of the conversation is how is COVID going to affect the whole situation? Now, definitely these are tough times. Definitely, there will be very few jobs. Most countries are hitting for a depression or a recession or an economic slowdown. Most countries in the world are. So naturally, finding jobs are going to be difficult. So if I say that no, US has very good job opportunities or Canada has very good job opportunities, I'd be lying. Frankly, nobody knows. Nobody currently can say how the scenario is going to look 6 months down the line. What I can advise you is if you are currently in class 12 and you're looking to apply to university, join a university in the year 2021, this is my advice for you. You apply to university only once or twice in your life. Once for undergrad, the second time for masters. And it's always better to have all your options open rather than regretting later. So my point here is if you're an Indian student and if you are looking to apply to, if you have interest in applying to universities abroad, but you're just worried about the COVID scenario, my point is keep your applications open for India and also apply to these other countries that you've always been interested in. so that when August comes next year and maybe the COVID situation is improved and everything is back to normal, you can always go to US and complete your degree as normal as usual. But in case something happens and the COVID situation does not improve, then you can always stay back in India and pursue your Indian education. So there is no, so that you don't have any regrets later as to, what that you wish that you had applied to US, or you wish that you had applied to UK, but you were not able to simply because you thought that the corona situation would be far worse. My point is, keep all your options open, apply to all these places, give it your best shot, and wait for the best possible option when the time comes. So I think I would like to end my talk with that. Does anyone have any questions in terms of?
So thank you for that session. I think we have a few questions. I think they're just coming up. Oh, there's a bit of a lag, but I think it's coming.
Which is the best destination for studying abroad in science stream? I think is that
I
the
think
first
that's,
question?
yeah, I think that's one of the questions. I think there are more coming up, but that's definitely one.
Okay, so you should never see which country is the best for studying physics or which country is the best for studying economics. Well, there is no such one country. How you should look at it is studying at which university is known for engineering, which university is known for economics. So I would suggest just googling this. Most of the data is available on Google. It's not very tough to do. Just googling top universities for your course, top universities for economics, top universities for STEM, top universities for science, and you're going to find a list of universities that are top for your course. And I would suggest applying to those places.
Absolutely. And so we have another question that's saying anything about scholarships in Korean universities.
So I am not very well aware of going to Korea, and however, as far as I know, I doubt there'll be a lot of universities that would be giving scholarships in Korea. But to be honest, I am not very well aware of applying to universities in Korea, and I don't see a lot of Indian students going to such places.
Yeah, it might be a bit of a language barrier that comes up, but
there always is. There always is.
So someone also wants to know what about scholarships at Oxford at a master's or a PhD level?
Oxford doesn't give any scholarships at all. Like I already mentioned, universities in Europe, in UK and in Europe will not give you scholarships. And even if they do give you 5 or 10 lakh rupees, I don't think it's a big amount when it comes to the 50 lakh rupees yearly that you're spending on quantity to that. Oxford will never give you any scholarships. To be very specific there.
Okay. Are most like scholarships in the UK, Europe will be need based or like merit based?
Most likely they should be need based because you have agents referring universities.
Right.
So usually what happens is if a university is giving a cut to the agent would often say, "Well, give a part of it to my student." So that's
Right.
how it works. But universities in Europe don't generally give a lot of scholarships.
Right. Again, this is a scholarship related question for universities in Australia.
Okay. So again, same. So Europe. Okay. So Europe in general, UK, Australia, New Zealand are hot destinations for these new universities that just don't have enough number of students coming in, and have hired these agents in countries like China, countries like Bangladesh, Africa, India to send these pool of international students there. So we don't offer a lot of scholarships, merit based on things, and they usually refer agent. So like agents would give a part of their cut as form of scholarships to these international students.
Okay. So another question that is there is that if universities say that the SAT is not mandatory, maybe it's optional, or similarly for the GMAT or the GRE, what do you recommend? Should they still give it, or should they, if it's saying not mandatory, should they just skip it?
You apply to universities only once in your life, and universities act as a pedestal for the rest of your life. the better the university, the better the height of that pedestal. So,
Right.
so definitely give it your best shot, regardless of what the universities are seeing. If there are students applying without SAT and you have taken your SAT or GRE or GMAT, definitely you will be placed. You'll be given preference at the time of admissions, at the time of scholarship. So I highly recommend that you take SATs, GREs, SAT subject tests, APs, and whatever else you can do to get admitted into those universities.
Right. So especially if you scored well in them, you might as well add it. Is what you're trying to say. Like you should give it your best, and you should add it. Especially if you've done well in it, it'll
Correct. And
completely
yeah,
elevate your.
if you've got a bad score, then yes, then that is an
Yeah.
opportunity current for you. Then you don't send these to these. You don't send your scores to these universities.
Right. And so what about universities like the Ivy Leagues that have a relatively or are considered to have a very low acceptance rate, around like
Right.
4 to 5%. So
Right.
what is the what strategy should someone have in mind when they're applying there?
So this is not a question that I can answer in 60 seconds, and that's the time limit
Yeah.
that I have. However, regardless of what people say, there are a lot of myths currently in India that you should sort of have do some MUNs and go for some rafting and go for these summer schools, etc. All that is a myth. 70% of what matters is your academics, be it your GRE score, SAT score, grades in colleges, grades in class 11, 12, 10. So 70% is that, and the remainder 30% is something unique that you've done towards your application. So you should know with your activities, you should pick out a topic. Let's say you're interested in. Um, so one of our students, they wrote about how they were applying for international relations in US, and they wrote about how their grandfather had come from Pakistan, and they did internships at UNESCO, and they work with Iranian refugees to get citizenships in
Right.
India. So something very specific to your major. That's the
Right.
remainder
I
that you should
think,
do to
like you're trying to say, is that we can build like a story or some common thread that's unique to you that will help you stand out, I guess.
exactly. So you build pillars. So one pillar
Yeah.
could be, so if you're applying for physics, so your first pillar is physics, and the second
Right.
pillar is let's say music if you're interested in that, and you do your activities circling those pillars basically.
Absolutely. And
Instead of doing a mesh of activities, random activities from nowhere, you restrict your activities to those pillars that you've built.
exactly. And I think just to add to what you said, because I myself applied abroad when I was in 11th, 12th, was that usually you're told to have high rank colleges and safety set of colleges. You sort of like don't put all your eggs in one basket. You hedge it and you put something. And I think that's a valid strategy. Maybe something about that. Like, what do you think? Because
So
in US, I think you can apply to 9 to 10 colleges, especially at the undergrad level, because it has that common app
you can
form.
apply to as many. You can apply to over 20 universities in the
Okay.
US.
Wow.
And
Even better.
yeah, so when you're applying, so it's a probability scenario in most cases, to be honest. So you should apply to, the more you apply, the better your chances of getting admissions. So my suggestion is applying to 20 places and dividing it into 13 dreams, 4 reaches, and 3 safeties. So
Yeah.
to answer your question more specifically, this is how your college list should be. Should be.
Absolutely. And lastly, we have a question is that if someone wants to pursue a degree in aeronautical engineering, which country, and maybe what sort of universities there would you recommend?
Like I said, no sole country is good for aeronautical engineering. Our IITs are known for a certain type of engineering. Universities in the US are known for a certain type of engineering. So it's always very university specific. You should select. So like I said, Google, do some research. Go to these websites such as College Board, such as US News, and try picking out data as to which universities are specific to your course.
Right.
That is the starting point, and then looking at if the fees, if the post application opportunities and other things are in line with your thought process, and if they are, then you should apply to universities in those countries, but you should do a detailed research rather than just going, well, I have to go to the US and go to these places.
Right, absolutely very valid advice, sir. And I think with this, we can kind of wrap up the session. You've answered a lot of questions. You've told us a lot of information, which is very integral. And I think it's kind of like equip people with the tools they need to like delve into this field. So thank you so much for your time and for the wonderful session. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Hi everyone. So I'm Simran Koval, and as Urvashi just mentioned a couple of minutes back, I am going to be the moderator for the rest of the sessions for the rest of the half of today. And we have with us here Rishiraj Singh, and Rishiraj Singh is actually an alumnus of one of the most premier institutions, like two of the most premier institutions in India. He's a graduate of IIM Ahmedabad from a 2-year PGP course, and before that, he was in IIT Bombay pursuing a BTech in computer science. Rishiraj is currently working as an analyst at an investment bank, and prior to joining IMA, he has worked with Samsung R&D for a couple of years. I'd like to welcome you, sir. Rishiraj, thank you for joining us today. And so this session is going to be about strategies on how to go about cracking the IIT JEE exam. And yeah, over to you, sir. I think you can start, and then I'll put in questions.
Hi Simran, thank you for that introduction.
You're welcome, sir.
Yeah, may I know? How many people are on the line? Can I see that somewhere? Not very friendly with Skype. You kind of more have been using Google Meet.
Yeah, so sir, we are basically on Skype. Both of us will be talking here, but it is being streamed onto another platform. So even I don't have access to that platform as of the moment.
Fine. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah. So once again, sorry guys for being late. I was caught up with something. Yeah. So how do you want it to go? So you want me to say something? You want to shoot your questions? I'll prefer the latter.
All right, sure. So I'll just begin with what I have in mind, and I'll just begin. So, sir, since this session is going to be about IIT, let's just begin with the very basic question all of us have, when we are, somewhere in middle school, 8th, 9th, 10th standard, that, how do we decide that pursuing science is something that we want to do? Since I believe, having been through that phase a couple of years back, it is a very crucial decision for one to make, since your career and your entire thing later on is going to depend on it. So how do you really narrow it down to an IIT? It is a glamorous institution to be at, everyone wants to go there, but it's a huge difficult thing, and a huge and a lot more, I think, tedious. The journey is a lot more tedious. So how does one make up his or her own mind that IIT is something they want to be at?
Yeah. So I'll try taking a crack at that question. Frankly, I don't very clearly remember what was going on in my mind. I think it was with me. It was more of seniors whom I interacted with. And a bunch of people whom I looked up to, say when I was in class 9th or 10th, they went for IIT preparation, and I also then kind of followed them. So I would say it was kind of a bhed chal, what you call in Hindi for me. But I think everyone should, that's not a prescription that people should follow. People should definitely try to do better. So I think what is really helpful is talking to people. So you should try to talk to as many people as possible. You should try to read up about various streams. You should try to, and people at different stages of their life. For example, talk to someone when you are in 9th or 10th. You can talk to some of the seniors in 11th and 12th who are say preparing for IIT. Someone who's preparing for law. Someone say who's preparing for something like defense forces. You can talk to all those kinds of people. Just don't talk to one kind of people. Just try to be open to all the options and talk to people in different streams. Other thing you can do is then talk to some people who are actually studying in IITs or studying in a law college, or studying in any other stream that fascinates you or you think that can be a stream you can take up. So talk to those people, and if possible talk to some people who have graduated out of IIT also. So yeah, I think talking to people definitely helps. Try to read up about the streams and
Right.
think what excites you. Yeah.
All right, all right. I think, yeah, I mean, that does make a lot of sense to me since I am just graduating college. And I think that's what I did when I was making this decision. Right. So now coming next to when the journey begins, like when one decides, okay, science is something I want to pursue, IIT is like my dream institution, I want to go there. I think there is a lot of confusion in, like, people who are right now in their 11th and 12th in their minds that how do I end up balancing the two pillars, like my school life and the coaching institution stuff, which takes up majority of my day and time. And I have seen a lot of my friends struggling in that phase because entire day you are just in one classroom or another with leaving very little time to for yourself to study or to go through the course. So how does one effectively manage both these things when preparing?
Yeah, I think that's a very good question because so I prepared for IIT around 9 years back. Yeah, 9 years back. In fact, I got into an IIT 9 years back, so I prepared around 10 to 11 years back. When I look back, I think that this was a very challenging aspect. But the way we were able to manage is that our school was really supportive. So our school was fine with us, say, not putting in 90% attendance, but 70% attendance was acceptable for us. And I think the other aspect which helped was, I think, to try to link up both the aspects. I mean, don't look at it, say, it's NCRT, it's school examination, that is something very different, or put that on a back burner and just focus on IIT. And I mean, whenever you say cover concepts in your coaching institution, just try referring back for say half an hour to your NCRT textbooks also, so that that is also getting simultaneously covered. Because I don't think so. Syllabus is so much different. I'm not sure about now, but at least during my days, it was not. So I think taking both in parallel, what I have seen some of my friends do and ending up doing not so great was they tried to say study for school exams only during when the actual examinations came or when the actual board examinations came, and then they kind of put IIT on a back burner then, and they had their IIT JEE exams in next few days. So I think striking a balance by not putting school on a back burner, I mean not putting either of those two on the back burner and simultaneously prepping for both of them. And I think also other aspect is not to distract yourself too much with say different teachers or different coaching institutions or say whatever is available online. I think that kind of increases the coaching workload. So I think it's rather best to take decisions early, say when you are starting your class 11 or class 12, that I'll focus on this set of material and would not say keep running after okay अब इस इंस्टीट्यूट का डीपीपी कर लो इस इंस्टीट्यूट का मटेरियल ले लो now ये वाला टेस्ट सीरीज ले लो. I think you should try to trust the material you are focusing on and
Right,
not
right.
use your
So
coaching workload that way.
yeah, so basically what you're saying is that don't just refer to a lot of resources, narrow down, focus on some things, and like basically clarify concepts and like
Yeah,
take it from there on. Right,
yeah, yeah.
right.
But I do agree that it is definitely a challenging aspect of the preparation.
Yeah, because I think that's one thing every student would struggle with, irrespective of, I think, whatever they're preparing for. If they are in 11th and 12th, this is something all of us go through. Uh, right, right. So, my next question is again on basically, how to effectively. So, when do you suggest if I, as a person, if I, as a student, have decided that, okay, non medical is something that I want to pursue, science is like my dream, this and that, and I am starting preparation, when is the right time to start preparing and how to really effectively form a strategy, because I have found out that different things work for different people. So how do I tailor make a strategy for me so that a few days before the final exam I am actually not stressed, I am okay with what I have done, and I'm comfortable in my space and with my concepts. So what would you say to that?
I think, yeah, so I think your question had two parts. When should one start and how should one
Right,
go about it after
right,
starting?
right. Yes.
I'll take the first one first. When should one start? I think 2 years is a good enough time span to prepare for. I'm sure about IITs, but not sure about medical. But I mean, I've seen my friends preparing just for 2 years and getting through. So definitely, I would not recommend say putting in huge hours of tuition in say your grade 8, ninth, and 10th. I think those years should more be towards exploring what you really want to do, exploring diverse things and not boxing yourself into one direction. I
Right.
think that's not a perfect stage to make those choices, whether you want to go into medical or engineering, say grade 8, 9, 10. But grade 11, 12, I think is a good point to say opt for coaching for IITs or medicals. And I think the second question was how to go about it so that you are not too stressed at the end. Or I think it's a consistent effort. You should. So one thing which I did, I think during my grade 11, which was wrong, was that I used to run away from tests. I mean, I used to think I'll give mock tests at the end, or I used to even sometimes skip tests. But I think that just piles up the workload on you, and when you keep on missing tests, it becomes a habit. So I think being consistent in anything is very important. So yeah, I mean, keep on giving those mock tests, keep on following the schedules your teachers at your coaching give you.
Right, right.
Don't try piling up work for later. Just be consistent, I guess. I guess that's the key.
So to what you just said about, taking mock tests regularly and consistently, dividing your effort. So again, I think one problem that a lot of people actually face over here is that when you actually start taking mock tests and say you are at the, initial phases of your preparation and you have just started taking it on from there and you are starting taking mock tests and every coaching institute has this, humongous batch size. And somewhere there will be someone or some students who would say not end up in the top 10 or the top 50 rankings of the coaching institution post a mock test, and then there's so much going on in school, and it's also age when we are dealing with a lot in life. So, a lot of times I have like seen people get bogged down by such stuff. But in the preparation phase itself, that maybe I'm not cut for the race. If I can't deal with this kind of a pressure in a coaching institute, how would I actually survive in IIT? So then, what do you say to those people who lose, say, the kind of inspiration or fire when compared to when they started?
Yeah, so I think that's another very good question. So I think I have two things to say on this. So one thing is I mean those rank lists, those merit lists of those tests which come out, they
Yeah.
get completely. I mean, they go for a toss once you end up your grade 12. I mean, those are like reversed and rearranged in multiple ways when you look at say a merit list of a test which happened at beginning of grade 11 and something which happened towards like ending of grade 12. So I think I've seen people who were say in lower batches and then they consistently kept on moving upwards and consistently kept on improving. So I think getting demotivated is not the solution. You should never ever get demotivated by those test results or say initial test results and just keep on putting in the effort. I think mental strength plays an important role here, but it's definitely not a 100-meter race, but it's kind of a marathon. It's a 2 year effort. So you should
Right.
not definitely get bogged down by the initial set of results and keep on preparing. And I think the next point I would like to make is that guys get life. It's definitely not the end of life. Your JE preparation, because I mean I can give you n number of examples of people of my batchmates who say did not get into IITs, did not get into even engineering colleges, did something different and are doing like really great now. So I think that is a very important point for everyone to understand, even the students, even the parents,
Mhm.
that number of opportunities available to everyone is really vast. So You should definitely put in your best effort, but at the same time, not get demotivated if you don't get the desired results. But it's
So,
a
sir, we
constant
have
marathon. Yeah.
Yeah, so we have some questions coming up from the audience that I've been made aware of. So one of those questions is that what do you suggest to someone who aspires to score, a single digit rank in the final examination, being say in the top 9, top 10 in the final examination? And what is the strategy to that? Because a lot of people would end up cracking IIT even if they get, successively like top 50, top 100. They will get into IIT. But what if someone, wants to be really in the top 10, the top league? What would you say to them?
I don't think so. I'm the best person to answer that, but all that I can say is a single digit rank is, I mean, your luck also plays a big part in that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, don't get too stressed about, say, getting a single digit rank, but always aspire for, say, a range. I
Right.
mean, in no way I'm trying to say demotivate you. I mean, you should definitely aim for rank one always. But I don't think so. There exists something like a set strategy for getting a single digit rank, or at least I don't know of one. So,
No, absolutely. I believe having taken competitive exams myself, I think it depends on a lot of factors, what you're
yeah,
thinking
true,
that particular day and what you're
true.
going through. So that is there. So I think we are running a bit out of time. So I'll just ask a couple more questions and maybe then we can wrap up.
Sure.
So, sir, one another question that a lot of people usually ask is that, say, I end up getting a good rank now, but so I remember my time like 3, 4 years back when my friends were preparing, it was mostly like I want to pursue computer science engineering and nothing else. It was just computer science, computer science. There was hardly a kid in the class who said that, I want to do, say, civil or I want to do chemical, something different. So a lot of people, when they get like a good rank, they are in this confusion. Do I choose my stream over my college or do I choose the college over? Say I'm getting computer science engineering at IIT Kanpur, but I'm getting uh, civil engineering at IIT Bombay. Now, what do I do? Like, mostly IIT Bombay seem to be a better institute than IIT Kanpur, so to say. So now, how do I choose? How do I make that crucial choice, between the stream and the college?
Yeah, I think that's another very good question. So I think the answer is same again. Talk to people. Talk to as many people in as many different institutes and studying in different branches you can. Figure out, or at least try. I'm sure that you can't figure out what you want to do, say after your computer science or after your civil engineering degree so early, but you would definitely have some inclination. So in that sense, if you really want to pursue core engineering branches, say if you're getting into computer science and you really want to, you are a techie, you want to make a career into computer science, then I mean definitely opting for computer science makes sense. And how does one figure that out, whether one wants to do that? Just talk to people. Talk to as many people as you can in IITs who have graduated out of IITs. And I think, and if you feel that technology is not something you are very passionate about, but you are just going into IIT to, I mean, so that you have a good peer group, excellent peer group, you get a good exposure, and you are not really sure about what you want to do after your engineering, then I think so. Going for a good IIT and trading off, I
On the
mean,
stream is
yeah, on
advisable.
the stream is not too bad an idea, I would say.
Right, right. So I think a lot of knowledge came our way through this session in terms of I think in terms of IITs and everything. And yeah, even like being a person from a commerce and economics background, I related to what you said most of the time. Talk to people and try to narrow down on options and try to gain experience and insights into what you want to do. So I think yeah, we've covered I think a lot of questions from the audience, and we're also running out of time. Thank you so much, Ishraj, for joining us here today.
Thank you. Thanks a
Thank
lot.
you for all the insights that you shared, and I'm sure there's a lot much more to learn from you in terms of what happens at IIM Ahmedabad, how to get into IIM Ahmedabad, but perhaps for another day.
Yeah,
And
sure.
all right, so yeah, thank you,
Thank you.
Rishiraj, on
Thank
behalf
you.
of the team.
My
Thank you
pleasure.
so much.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Ye- yeah, absolutely. That's what I was going to ask. Hello, sir. Hi, I am Simran, and sir, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Hi, good afternoon. How are you?
Good to see you.
Good to see you too, sir. Good to see you. Pleasure to be moderating this session with you. So I'll just introduce you for all our viewers, right?
Mhm.
So we have with us Mr. Avlo Roy, who is a serial tech entrepreneur, investor, and TV host. He started his very first startup at the age of 19 around patent pending technology while still studying as a computer engineer at the Illinois Institute of Technology. He has built it into a multi-million dollar valuation company by the age of 22. And he's related to the great Sarojini Naidu. He's her great great grandson. And he's continuing her legacy towards tirelessly serving the Indian youth through entrepreneurship education. He serves on the board of several universities and also on some governments, as I have come to know. And he's using lean startup methodology and principles of Bhagavad Gita to enhance this understanding and learning throughout. And yeah, his efforts. So currently, he's also serving as managing director of Kolkata Ventures. And in the past 3 years, this entire initiative of his has resulted in 400 plus revenue generating startups and has been responsible for over 4,000 new jobs created in around 10, 11 states of East India. Oh, that was an overwhelming thing to say and to read. We are so glad to have you here with us, sir, today. And I hope this turns out to be a, I know this will turn out to be a very, very insightful session. So, sir, basically what we are talking about here today is how to align your passion with profession. So, would you like to proceed and say something to the viewers and maybe then we can take questions or however, whichever way you prefer?
That's fine. That's fine. So, first thing I want to talk about, given the current situation that we are in a state of emergency with COVID-19 and our borders being attacked and things like that. And the only way to really pay tribute to those army people who are protecting us is to help India grow. And so we all are soldiers in our own way. Uh, and we are here to, entrepreneurs are doing their part, doctors are doing their part. So we all, if we are aligned in our passion, only then we can serve the nation. So the biggest thing is when going through that formative years of 16 to 21, one is trying to figure out that what am I really meant to be? What is my psychophysical nature? What are some things I should be doing? And that's a place of confusion. We take engineering because everybody else does. Sharma ji ka beta is doing it, so my parents would like me to do it, and as a result, but then I'm totally head over heels. I have no idea what to do with engineering, right? So we all go through that stage. It's only normal. In my case, that happened, and I realized engineering was not for me, but I couldn't run away. I had to pursue it. But what I chose was to be a problem solver because an engineer also solves the problem with technology, and an entrepreneur also solves the problem with creativity, technology, marketing, and all of that, and makes money out of it. So I chose entrepreneurship. But it took me a lot of thinking, a lot of exposure to figure out that's what I'm meant to be. And funny enough, after 12, 13 years of doing entrepreneurship, 8 businesses in multiple countries, I realized I'm actually a marketer. My biggest strength is marketing. And I've never taken a course in marketing. But it so happens I happen to be a guest lecturer at 3 IIMs, 6 IITs, and 2 US universities, on marketing and entrepreneurship. So I'm not a professor, I'm not a PhD, I'm definitely not a business student or a marketer. All of these things were there in me. I never studied them. But by doing it, by exposing myself to opportunities, I was able to discover that side of me. So now, today's world is much more easier because you can be sitting at home as a 16-year-old and can be making 5 lakhs a month, 10 lakhs a month. I'll tell a story. So there's this guy named Jay Kapoor in Delhi. His father lost his job, and Jay was 14 years old at the time, and his father came home and said, "Sorry, beta, I cannot pay for your education anymore. So I cannot pay your school fees." So at that time, he had a laptop and internet, and he said, "Let me try to make money off of it." So he started doing videos on YouTube about gadgets and reviews on phones and things like that, whatever the technology he had. And now he's not a very good looking person. He's not a very good speaker. He really doesn't have anything going right for him. But still, by persistence, he was able to get 500,000 followers. And by the time he was 19, he was making 10 lakhs a month from Amazon, Flipkart, phone companies, and he was speaking at IITs and telling them, "I make more money than you guys will after graduation." Right? He's never been to college, never finished high school. So the point is, we live in the gig economy today. And the gig economy allows you, if you're good with graphics, if you're good with search engine optimization, if you're good with content writing, if you're a poet, if you're a singer, if you're a dancer, you can go on TikTok. You can pretty much be anything and be a creator. And there's only 1% of any population that is a creator, and the 99% that are consumers. The 99% gets consumed. They watch TV, there's an ad that says, "Go buy this because your shoe sucks, your watch sucks, your phone sucks." So you work very hard, you go to the shopping mall, spend all your money, and try to feel good. The 1% are the ones who decide to create the future for themselves and for the country. Right? And that's where entrepreneurship, creativity, gig economy, all of that comes in. And there's no excuse. So one can be in college or in high school and still be minting money just from their laptop, phone, and internet connection. Right? And with Geo, now tier 2, tier 3 cities, I was literally in Delhi and there was this one guy sitting next to me. I was at a college, I think Indraprastha College or something. And there was this guy sitting next to me and everybody's taking a selfie with him. And I said, "What do you do?" I'm just curious to know. People are taking selfies with you. He said, "Sir, मुझे हिंदी नहीं आती." I said, "आप करते क्या है? आपके साथ लोग सेल्फी ले रहे हैं." He said, "सर, मैं रिक्शा वाला था, अभी यूट्यूबर हूँ. तो मेरे एक यूट्यूब चैनल है, उसका नाम है सरक छाप. And I have so many million followers. And now I travel in business class. Rickshaw wala to business class flights, right? And I was like, wow, that is something, right? And that's where we are with the digital economy. And especially with COVID-19, work from home, and so many digital businesses are popping up. And, one podcast was interviewing me that, all these big companies are hiring people, and all the Kolkata ventures incubated startups are hiring people. What is your secret? We are all of our startups are hiring right now. Like, that's the secret. We are digital. We've always been digital. Since 2016, we have been digital. So as a result, now we are all ready. And we are minting it right now during COVID-19. Because people are forced to be digital. Webinars and courses and whatnot. Children are not able to go to school. Baiju's has gone through the roof. Oil is crashing down. Right? So you really got to figure, this is your opportunity to figure out, oh my God. This is your opportunity to figure out that, what gift God has given you that you can monetize right now. Once you figure this out, now one might have a big dream that I want to build something like a Microsoft or Apple, right? Okay, fine. Down the line. But first get started. Take the first step. Make some money. Learn money management. Learn people's skills. Learn hashtag optimization. Be visible on social media. Let people trust you. Build a reputation. When people trust you, automatically you will attract, money. People will want to work with you, either they want to hire you, or they want to use you as a freelancer, or they want to do business with you. But first, they will like you and trust you. And that comes from your qualities, your skills, and your consistency of ethical behavior. So, in the process of doing many things, right, whether you're building a website or you're doing graphic design, you'll find your passion. You don't find your passion by reading books. You find your passion by doing things. Just like dating. Online dating works for a certain degree, right? But then when you are in college, you realize somebody you never thought you would date, right? You just meet that person, something's, evolved, and you're like, I like that person. The behavior, whatever it is, something clicked. Similarly, with passion, you fall in love with yourself. Right? And I didn't know I had it in me. Oh, I'm pretty good at it. And then I'm like, can I make money with it? Oh, yes, I can. Let me find out how. You Google it, you YouTube it, you learn it, and you get started. Right? And then when you make money, you're like, wow, I'm making money from something that I have within. That's so cool. So that first taste of money, right? Like in the process of making multi-million dollars, your first dollar is actually the hardest. Once you get through that, The rest is, just a matter of time. So all I'm saying is do it. Stop thinking analysis paralysis. Get started in doing things. Use social media. Don't get used by social media. Right? Don't make Mark Zuckerberg rich. Make yourself rich. Right? And in the process of doing many, many things, you'll figure out who you are. The confusion state is natural. Even if you're 25, 26, 28 years old and you're still confused, it's okay. Right? Oprah Winfrey became Oprah Winfrey after 30 years of age. And then she became the richest person in the world, richest lady in the world, the most influential person. She had Obama win the elections. Right?
Yeah.
So, but she was up until 30. She was raped, abused, divorced, had teenage pregnancy, fired from her jobs over and over and over again. She was a loser till the age of 30. So don't worry about age. Don't worry about anything. Find yourself. Do whatever it takes to explore various avenues. Do. Give. Whatever you have, educate others about it. If you have some gift, जो दिखता है वो बिकता है. If people know you have some talent in something, somebody will find a use for it, and you can make money off of it. And then you'll find your passion, align it with your profession, and success is guaranteed.
Right. So
And then your questions, yeah, go ahead.
absolutely, sir. So I have like a few questions because I am in that age bracket, like just turning 21 in a couple of months, and still haven't figured out what I want to do in life, but just going with the flow, as you said. So yes, you said that the first step to making yourself successful and to earning like a good deal of money and to have a good lifestyle is actually to start getting exposure to different kind of things in life, so that you start figuring out what do you like and take it from there. So my question is, what is the first step to getting that exposure? Since there are this umpteen number of things available right now with access to technology and everything. There's just so much that you can do. You can volunteer with a social organization. You can work as this. You can work as that. Even while very young, since organizations are becoming very open that way. So how does one take that first step? That okay, maybe I'll start with here. So yeah.
Simran, first of all, I will something you started with. I will correct that. That is, you said go with the flow. I'm about to turn 21, and I'm doing that. I'm going with the flow.
Yeah.
I did not say that. I did not say that even once. Dead fish go with the flow.
Mhm.
Salmon goes against the flow, right? All the people who are zombies, they're Sharma ji ka beta did this, so I should also do it.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying please introspect. Please look within and do different things. Things you wouldn't imagine doing, do it. That doesn't mean I mean do drugs or whatever. That's not what I'm saying. By doing, I mean do creative things. Build something, create something, become a producer, then a consumer. Now, how do you start? You start on Google. Start with the Google search. Start with YouTube. Get exposed. See what is the low-hanging fruit. What is something you can do today, right now? After you heard me speak, go home. Do something, right? You are already at home, right? All of you are
Right.
So, what is the first thing you think you can do? Is it a course? Is it a webinar? Can you teach how to cook? What can you teach? What can you share? What do you have? What can you build? What can you make? Something, some hobby you must have, right? Maybe you're good at cricket. Okay, talk about cricket. Okay, maybe make a blog about sports and make affiliate money from it. So the point is, whatever is the low-hanging fruit, it's different answer for different people, right? For you, it might be different. For you, might be different. But the thing is, whatever is the low-hanging fruit, get started with that. Don't think too much. No, I will not do it unless it is this and that, and it's all glorious that I can brag about it to other people, right? Like there was I was watching some MBA guy. He didn't get any jobs, and he started a chaiwala corner, and he called it MBA chaiwala, and now he's making crores from that MBA chaiwala. Another IIT, he left IIT to build sell samosas. His parents were like joking, and now he's making a lot of money because unique samosas. Right? One of my friends, Kaushik Mukherjee, he and his wife, out of business school, they started a cosmetics company. And being a Bengali family, his mother was like, "Oh, I tell my friends, my son, after going out of business school, is selling lipsticks." That was 5 years ago. Now he started Crore Plus, Sugar Cosmetics. So the point is, it might not be very brag-worthy right now. That doesn't mean you don't do it. You grab whatever opportunity you get and make the most out of it. Whatever opportunity you get. whether it's on Instagram, whether it's your LinkedIn, whether it's some internship, whatever it is, grab onto it, learn something, make 100% out of it, and then you will figure out the next step. It's like when you're driving through a highway on a dark night, your headlights on, you can only see 3 to 5 feet with your headlights, right? Beyond that, you don't know. But as the car is moving, you can see more and more. So as you go from A to C, you know what is D. And then when you are D, you know E. So like that you move. You don't have to know the end goal. But the point is start. Life will tell you what are the next steps. You will figure it out.
Right. So, I think quite gainful advice. So, next question of mine was that you gave this example of Oprah Winfrey on how she became very famous and one of the most influential people in the world today after the age of 30. And then I happen to remember an example that I was reading about how Obama had everything when he was like in his 50s, but Donald Trump basically, started in his 70s. So, everyone has their own time in life. But, right now, since our generation particularly and the younger generations after us, they're even more impatient, is what I would say, to have that kind of influence, to have that kind of success in life early, as early as possible. And there is a chance when you are starting out and you are exploring and you are just, going with your options, there's a chance you might fail in one or two ventures. Like, success is not guaranteed there. And you might get bogged down. And you might think that since I'm, pursuing something very unconventional, say I'm not becoming an engineer or a doctor or an accountant, I'm pursuing something very unconventional, probably I'm not cut for it. And a lot of people change course from there and then again start going towards conventional. So how does one keep oneself going through the unconventional path, going against the flow, as you just mentioned, and ensure that my spirit is not down, even if I fail 2 or 3 failures? Because yeah, that was basically my question.
The answer is get a mentor. Somebody who is where you want to be and somebody who has been where you are today. Not like a man who is born with a silver spoon and whatnot. If you are that, then okay, go for that kind of mentor. But somebody who has been where you are today and somebody is where you want to be, such a person will give you very different advice than your parents and grandparents. If you're listening to your relatives and parents and grandparents, you will become like them. If you're taking guidance from somebody like Steve Jobs, you will become like him. So for me, I don't have access to Steve Jobs, but I listen to lectures like that. In the bathroom, I have a wireless speaker, and I listen to Warren Buffett and Steve Jobs and Simon Sinek, Tony Robbins, people like that who have that mindset, which I don't have readily accessible in my periphery. Right? And when I was in the US, the reason why between 19 I started and 22 I made my first million is because I had billionaire mentors. The guy who invented the garage door opener, the guy who invented the passport, the guy who invented cell phones. These guys not only were innovators, but they were also billionaire entrepreneurs. And they were guiding some idiot like me. Right? And I was learning from their success and their failures. They were telling me, don't do this. We learned the hard way. So it saved me so much time. So, and I do the same thing for my next generation, so it saves them more time. So when you say that young generation, a younger generation is impatient, I want to say something. There's a difference between impatience and enthusiasm. Enthusiasm is wonderful. Kuch karna hai. Let's make it happen. Impatience is suicidal because everything takes patience. It's a compounding effect, right? If you don't have patience over the long-term period, you will eventually quit. But you have to be enthusiastic throughout those struggles, right? And that enthusiasm is maintained by an external force in the name of a mentor or a guide or a friend or a girlfriend or a boyfriend, whoever that is. Somebody external needs to tell you, I believe in you. Others have done it. I have seen the little success you've made. Just work on that success and grow it. It will eventually get there. Right? Our mind is our worst enemy. According to Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, uncontrolled mind is your worst enemy. Controlled mind, your best friend. Now, most of us don't have a controlled mind. Mind will make us believe what it wants to make us believe. So we need somebody outside to tell us, you are overthinking it. You're over-exaggerating it. It's not so bad. Keep going. I'll give you a real example. I was rejected by 300 venture capitalists when I was raising money because it was 2009. The economy was terrible, like this, right?
Absolutely.
And the last one I still remember, it was ABCD, American Born Confused Desi. These are the worst. They really hate the Indians. And this guy really let me have it. Terrible things he told me on my face with my entire team there. And I came down the building. I had tears in my eyes. And I said, I can't do this anymore. I'm quitting. And there's this lady, she had left L'Oreal to join me. She was a marketing person, L'Oreal. She held my hand and like this, well, we left our jobs to join your startup. If you quit, what happens to us? I tell you, Simran, that was my strength. I needed to hear that. In a month, we raised money from venture capitalists. I was a month away from that moment. If I didn't do that, that day if I quit, I'd be sitting in some desk job in Chicago. I wouldn't be talking to you right now. All these awards you see in the background wouldn't be there. I had somebody who just put her arms around me and said, well, if you quit, what happens to us? I felt responsible. I needed to hear that from a third person. So my mind was making me think you're a loser. Go get a job. You or not even worth that, go back to India. I was just telling all the bad things to myself. We do that. When it's a mental injury, we take a chainsaw and start cutting it. When it's a physical injury, we put a band-aid on it. But with a mental injury, we don't put a band-aid, we take a chainsaw and cut it. That's our problem. So we need somebody to put a band-aid on it and tell us, keep going. I'm with you. That's the way. This is very important. We have that.
Absolutely, I think so. I couldn't agree more. I mean, I found some mentors like a couple of years back, and I think what has kept me going is their advice and their wisdom all through this time. So, next question that pops up from here in my head is that a lot of times, so people who are constantly doing things, right? So, you are going to events, you are talking to people, you are organizing events, you are bound to find people who can become your mentors. You are bound to find like-minded, people around you. So a lot of people, actually, a lot of my juniors also asked me a couple of times that, how do you start networking? Because networking is going to lead you places in today's world. What I also understand, and especially on the real space, I think you would agree that nothing more than networking is going to help you. So, what is the first step that we take towards networking? Even on LinkedIn, it's become so crowded today that it becomes difficult to distinguish yourself from the 4,000 other followers that a person has. So now, what do I do to get more accessible, to be more likable, and to be more, to seem more coachable, and to have a good network soon in some time. So, what would you say to that?
Just don't be like 4,000 other people. So I'll tell you what it's very easy actually. So the 4,000 other people you're talking about. So I have like 20,000 followers on LinkedIn, and it's very odd. People write to me like this. Sir, can you give me 8 lakhs? Sir, can you give me 20 lakhs? I'm like, can you tell me your name and the name of your startup and maybe what you do before you ask me for money? So when you get messages like that, you obviously go and unfriend and block these people, right? So when somebody else comes and says, Sir, I've been following you for 6 months. I love your posts. It's so inspiring. Blah blah blah. I'm like, haha, my ego is feeling so inflated. Who are you, mom? Let me see. You're such a good person. And then that person says, so I just want 5 minutes of your time. I'm like, of course, 5 minutes. Here, you have it. Right? So just be nice to people. Treat people like a human being. Cater to the ego. People who are successful have a high ego. It's just how it is. Fan that ego. Right? Say nice things.
Absolutely.
Don't just go for like I want. Go for I am here to give you. Now you might say I am just a student. What can I give you? You have good words. You have sweet words to give. You have appreciation to give. You have validation to give. Right? When you give that, of course you get. So in networking, the biggest thing is what is the benefit you're giving the other person. So I like my mentees to have a one-line opening sentence in networking. I do blah for blah by blah, right? So this blah is basically make them into fill in the blanks. So I do this for this by this. If you can say that's how your introduction. When you can introduce yourself, then people see this is the benefit I get by being networked with this person. Everybody's looking for their own benefit. What is in it for me, right? It's not about I want a job, I want an internship, I want. Here's what I can do for you. I can help you with digital marketing. I can help you with something, content writing. I can help you with, you know, grunt work. I can do your research for you. Sure. And in return, I want to learn from you. So when that happens, that's when you network. People see the substance that you're creating value for me. Definitely, I want to connect with you and help you.
Right, absolutely. Absolutely. So, just like I think another question, since we are running a little out of time, and like something that the audience has been asking. So, I'll just go ahead and ask. So, what you just talked about, have being different from the other 4,000 people, having say a good opening line, having something, some identifier to yourself, which would make you stand out in the crowd, is something. So basically, you just learn along the way. So if I just have to ask this question in a concise form, I'll say that your educational institutions, which are like very conventional, your schools and your classrooms and your books, they are not going to teach you all this. They are not going to make you understand all this. So how does one move away from that conventionalism in the books and the schools, because most of the times we as students are tied to these institutions. We are spending time there, we are with a peer group, we are in the presence of our teachers, and there's certain conventional teaching methodology that has been flowing through years. Now how do I train myself to break away from it?
So don't learn from your teachers. Learn from people you want to be like. Very simple. You learn from a teacher skills that they are giving you, but life skills. So, for example, if you go to youtube.com/Roy, I have made 200 videos in the last 3 years. They all talk about these unconventional things. How to write an email subject line, where people will open it. Decision makers will open your email, right? Or how to get people's attention, how to be attractive, how to be charming, what kind of dress to wear, right? All of these subtle things play a big role. Soft skills are no more soft. They're part of your co-curricular skills. So, so I have done my part, through my YouTube channel, and there are people like Simon Sinek, there's Gary Vee, all these people are giving their instructions, right? So, and young people are learning from them how to be world class, how to be different, how to, teachers are not teaching you how to talk, how to crack a job interview. Even the guy who's teaching you how to crack a job interview, if he had a better job, he wouldn't be doing that. I'm sorry to say it like that. Right?
Right.
So the point is, learn from those you want to be like. Don't learn from those who you have access to easily. Then you'll become just like them, mediocre. I
Right.
think your time is running out, so I'll probably.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I think so. There was so much to learn from this session for me, and I'm sure for all our viewers today. It was
People
such
are
a
on Instagram or LinkedIn. I try to respond to every single message I get. So if there's any questions anybody has watching this, feel free to connect with me. I'm the only person in this world with that name, Avello Roy. There's nobody else with that name. So you can easily Google me at 5 anyway.
So you've got an identifier in your name itself. How cool is that? So yes, it was such a pleasure interacting with you, sir. So much to learn, so much to look forward to, and I think I will be reaching out to you very soon for my own self. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. I hope you have a very good day ahead. Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you so much. Hello, hi Alka ma'am. Can't hear you, ma'am. I think there's something with the audio. Uh, okay, I think we have Alex sir and Alka ma'am both. Can someone from the team confirm if we can move on to the next session? Yeah. Uh, yeah. I'll. Hello everyone again. I'm Simran Sohal, and I'm moderating the sessions for this half of the day today at Virtual Education Conclave. And our next session is going to talk about design education and how to have a successful and good career into design education. So we have with us Alka Madan ma'am, who is the campus director at Pearl Academy, Jaipur. And she has had over 20 years of a vast experience in the field of fashion with some top corporations and educational institutions, and currently serving on boards. So it's a pleasure to have you with us today, ma'am. Looking forward to this session. Has Alex sir also joined so that I can introduce and then the session can commence? Ma'am, we are just waiting for Alex sir to join, I think. Yes, ma'am. I can't hear you.
No, you can't.
Yeah, yeah.
Now
Now I
can you
can.
hear
Now,
me?
yes, ma'am. I can. I can.
Now, okay. Again, I'm going to try out with this and let me know if you can hear me. Okay.
Sure, ma'am.
Am
Sure.
I audible now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, yes. You are.
It's okay?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Great. Great. So if Anurag can confirm with Alex, I believe then we can start. Okay, I'll. Yeah, I'll do that. Doesn't matter. So we have students here who are our audience. We have students here. So good afternoon, everybody. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you
Yes.
hear
Yes.
me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So hello everyone, and I am Alka Madan. I told you, and who would have thought, that communication beyond WhatsApp, video calls, or sometimes Zoom calls would be possible, and especially meeting like this, talking to each other, talking careers, talking future, and that too over a webinar, over a Skype or a Zoom call. Who would have thought? So in a way, thanks to Corona times, that at least we are able to talk to so many people at the same time. Now, coming to first the creativity, before I start talking about, what kind of careers, what kind of education you can expect from Pearl, but first let me talk about, creativity. When the, World Economic Forum says that, that the top 5 skills, out of those top 5 skills, creativity and design thinking is going to be 2 of them. Then you start thinking, like, these are the skill sets I need to pick up, I must have. And when you hear that creativity and innovation, they are going to be the game changers for the future of jobs, then it becomes imperative that we learn these. And another fact I will add here, that 15%, you must have heard of the Fortune 500 companies. And when you find out that the 15% of these Fortune 500 companies founders are designers, then you start thinking that this is the right path for me. But how to go about it, from where to get education, what is best for me, you need to take a considered call. For that, you must have information. And so we are here from Pearl Academy to give you information on what is design, how to go about it, what are the career options, what kind of job opportunities are there. If you want to be on your own, what do you do? So then talk about the Pearl Academy. Anurag or somebody can help me with the first slider. Can I have that? Okay, because I cannot see it. Okay. If you can, yeah, that would be great. This is great. So, because I want to go in a sequence and I don't want to miss the sequence, otherwise everybody will get confused about it. So, we are 27 years old. Imagine, for the past 27 years, we are being in this education where we provide, where we impart the best of the creative education. And we have 6 campuses. You must have heard about the Delhi campus. There we have 2. One is in Mumbai, and one, of course, the awarded campus at Jaipur. And the other one, which is coming up, is in Bangalore. And have 4 schools. Can I see the slide again, please? Yeah, yeah. Can I would like to see the slide. And so we are offering 45 plus creative courses. Imagine one single academy giving 45 creative courses, and to 4,500 plus students, we have 300 plus faculty. And when I talk about these faculties, so these are not just the academicians, these are the practitioners, these are the people who have either worked with the corporate, or they are working in a studio, they have their own practices. And imagine when they come and teach you in the classroom, the kind of exposure which you get. सभी लोग ये बोलते हैं कि इंडस्ट्री का एक्सपोजर होना चाहिए. Now, how do you get that industry exposure? This is how you get it when you intern with the industry, when you do the live projects with the industry, when you do some kind of a research along with the and when you have these faculty coming from the industry, working with the industry, having their own teaching standard goes up. And then we have the international experience for all the students. We have Alex Velasco, who's the amazing dean of School of career of more than 35 years. And he is an expert in design education, product design, design thinking. And just imagine, he has taught in the UK, Turkey, Georgia, and India, of course. And he's also been awarded the South African Bureau of Standards Design Award in 2000. So he will give you more details about how, when you study at Pearl Academy, you get the international exposure, whether it is in terms of getting the international faculty and coming and teaching you, plus how you can get a foreign degree also from best of the universities from the world. And when we talk about the placements, so imagine when you study, how do you measure that these studies have been impactful? What is the measure? मैंने इस कॉलेज से पढ़ाई करी या मैंने उस यूनिवर्सिटी से पढ़ाई की. How do I measure that what I studied gave me the result? It is when the industry validates your studies. How will they do it? By giving you jobs. When they feel that you are equipped with enough skills and education to do what industry wants you to do, then you know that the studies has proper outcome. So I'm very, very proud to share with you that in Pearl Academy, every year on year, we have been achieving 99% of placements. And also at Pearl Jaipur, we have been achieving 100% of placements. Let me also add one more fact here, that even when you pass out from Pearl for the next 5 years, supposingly you pick up a job after you graduate, and after a couple of years you want to come back and say that I want to shift the jobs, or I want to start something on my own, I want to become an entrepreneur. We have a tie-up with Weworks also. So all these alumni, so once you are a Pearlite, you are always a Pearlite. So when you become an alumni, the support does not stop there. You can come back and ask for a job. You can come back and ask for help to set up your own kind of a practice or a small company or whatsoever. I would again want to see the slide, please. What is there in the next thing? Can you please show me the slide? Yeah. And as I talked about the international and national alliances, Alex will tell you exactly what kind of an alliance we have with the international partners, and not the end circle, but it is like the most important circle, that we have been ranked amongst the top 25 fashion colleges in the world. And recently only the Jaipur campus won the award for the best design institute. So we have Alex here. So Alex, first of all, I believe that the students should know that what is exactly design. If I am, not a designer, I do not know whether I have that in me. me or not. So can we start with that? What is design and what do the designers do? This is a very intriguing world, and maybe you can throw some more light on it, Alex.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated, Alka, and a lovely presentation by you, by the way. So the question, of course, what is design is very important. And simply put, design is, any effort by humans to improve their environment, modify their environment or the world around them. Okay, for not to necessarily improve, but for a particular purpose. So, for example, when a person decides to build a wall, construct a wall, or construct a shelter, first they will answer some questions, even if it's just in their minds. They may not necessarily have to put it down on paper, but they must answer some questions. Where will the wall go? Where will the shelter go? What materials will I use? How will it be constructed, and so forth. So even the simplest things involve designing. That's contemplating, that thinking and planning process is designing. So therefore, vast swathes of the population are involved in design. Those are people like, for example, engineers. There are many people, many different engineering fields, for example, mechanical, electrical, civil engineering, and so forth. Then, of course, there are other fields, like whether you're doing genetics, you will be modifying organisms, by doing some kind of genetic manipulation. That involves design. So design is implicated in our technological existence, and design is sort of very connected to this idea of tools, the human beings as tool-using creatures. Now, however, that doesn't really answer your question, Alka, I understand, and the reason is because there are these disciplines that call themselves the design disciplines. Take, for example, fashion design, graphic design, product design, interior design, jewelry design, that kind of thing. And those disciplines have a kind of a different history. Whereas human beings have been designing for thousands of years, the design disciplines come out of the Industrial Revolution. And suddenly there was a demand for people who could, for example, make interiors better, make products better, design wonderful fashions and so forth. And these are the design disciplines. So the design disciplines are, it's better to explain them kind of individually, but like fashion design, graphic design, communication design, interior design, product design, accessory design, jewelry design, they are primarily concerned with two things: the human being, the user, the person who interacts with their products. Okay, so there is this user-centered focus about design, the design disciplines. And the second thing is they are very strong in the visual culture. So it's the visual culture is it's like culture, right? Let's say like literature, but it's the visual aspects of culture. Take, for example, Bollywood cinema. Now, the design disciplines are those disciplines that are very strong in the visual culture. I'll give you an example. Let's say a car without the input of a product designer would be a very functional looking car. But with the input of product designers, the cars look fantastic, sensational. With the input of interior designers, the interior of the car is very comfortable and so forth. So designers are those people who are primarily interested in the user and also interested in the visual culture of products, services, and environments.
Okay, great. So while there is a common design platform, but there are so many specializations. So while there is a product, then there are interiors attached to it. There are products defining aspect to it. So everything is keeping the user experience from point of view. Today, technology has come to play a large role in everyone's life. Whatever we do, बच्चों हम कुछ भी करते हैं, can we just live without technology? No. Whether we are talking to each other, whether we are communicating with each other, even we are studying, when we are doing anything in the world, I believe without technology we cannot just survive. अभी हम सोच भी नहीं सकते कि हमारे पास connectivity नहीं है, so can we survive the next 2 hours or not? So Alex, can you just throw some light at how technology has changed the entire, game plan of design?
Okay, that's a very interesting question. So we've all been experiencing, even if you're young, you've experienced quite a lot of technological change. Maybe in the last decade, we see that we can order taxis on our smartphones. We order food more and more on our smartphones and that kind of thing. So that's one aspect of it that's very important. We've had the personal computer revolution, which began in the 1970s, and by the 1990s was in full swing. PCs were in the 1990s very well, let's say, disseminated in business society. But then it took the internet. The internet came along, and suddenly we're all connected to the internet. And with the internet came social media and all kinds of companies that were made possible because of that. So what you see now is a huge of the economy on these sort of like technologies, the internet, personal computers, and smartphones, and that sort of thing. And that has shaped the design landscape so that a lot of designers now are working in companies like that, companies that operate there. And those companies have become very powerful, very important. A few years ago, the most powerful companies were banks and petroleum companies. Today, a few years later, they are IT companies like Apple, Google, Amazon, and Microsoft, and so forth. These are the most powerful companies in the world. So that's the transformation that's happened. And so what we see is that new fields have emerged and new practices, new fields like, for example, UX, user experience and interaction design, which is UI UX, it's also known as well as things like smart materials, smart clothing, all sorts of smart devices. And so product designers, fashion designers, and designers from many fields like interior designers and so forth are having to work in that type of this new environment, which is very technologically, full of technology.
Great. Now I wanted to understand that when you are studying design, how important is the industry exposure and also the kind of international exposure to make a good designer? And maybe you can refer to what you do, what we all do at Pearl Academy to give this kind of exposure that can become a reference point, and then we can tell the students why it is important to have international exposure and industry exposure to become a good designer.
Okay, thank you. I think the first thing to become a good designer, you need to work under good teachers, right? So if you have good design instructors who can teach you well, then that's the most important piece in place. However, the danger there is that you can graduate, and once you graduate, you don't really know what to do because you haven't, for example, had any interaction with companies, with industry. You haven't, for example, you don't know like what's going on abroad and that sort of thing. And at Pearl Academy, we take that very seriously. These two dimensions. The one dimension is this, industry focus. So what happens is, of course, we want to give you an excellent foundation so that you become the best designer you can possibly be. But at the same time, we also want you to look outwards beyond, for example, just the classroom and the college, but to look out towards, for example, industry, but also towards international, the world outside India. That's very important because, firstly, once you graduate, you're going to need to interact with industry. You're going to need to get a job, start a company, or something like that. And also, you may want to study abroad and so forth. So at Pearl Academy, we have, for example, many ways in which you interact with industry. They come and they visit. Firstly, your faculty have experience from industry. Many of them are industry practitioners who are teaching as well. Then you do projects with the industry. You have industry experts coming to the classroom and giving workshops and so forth. Then we have projects with the industry, as I said. And the same thing goes with international. Pearl Academy, we will have, for example, relations with colleges around the world. And with that way, you can go and you can study for a month in a design school in Europe or in Australia. You have the possibility of spending a semester there or completing your studies there. You can complete your, let's say, your undergraduate there, and as well you can then go on and do a postgraduate study abroad in another country. So those are very important sort of stepping stones for a young person in their career.
Great. Thank you, Alex. So just to put it very simply, that when you are studying at Pearl, one, you get the international faculty coming in and in your classroom and teaching you. Secondly, you can spend 1 month in any of the affiliate college, whether it is in Australia, whether it is in Europe, or whether it is in any other country, UK, in US, and also you can do a complete semester. आप वहाँ जाके अपना complete semester भी कर सकते हैं. Plus, you can also get a degree from there. Let me also add here. Alex, we wanted to share with the students that we have a tie-up. We are an affiliate of Rajasthan Skill University, and while studying at Pearl, you can also get a BDes degree, that is a Bachelor's in Design. Now, coming back to Alex, can you also tell us that what are the skills which are required in terms of getting a job? Also, before that, if you can also tell us that what kind of career options are available once you pursue design?
So there are different fields of design. So as I said, there's fashion design. You can get a job in the fashion industry, and fashion industry is very extensive. It goes beyond, for example, clothes making, but there's also the media sort of part of the fashion industry, such as the fashion magazines and so forth. Now in design disciplines such as, for example, graphic and communication design, there's tremendous opportunities because of this technological shift that I mentioned. So we're seeing that companies like Google and Apple and Amazon and that kind of thing, Uber, PayPal and all that sort of thing are strong, and getting stronger. And so therefore they need designers because they're making apps, they're making websites, and so there's a tremendous demand for designers. And those are the large companies. What about this? There are many, many small and medium-sized companies around the world, and there's a tremendous demand for design in order to fill those gaps. And that's whether it's you're a graphic designer, communication designer, whether you are a UI or UX designer, whether you are, for example, an animator or a visual effects artist. So take, for example, again, if we think of the internet, now there are a lot of channels, YouTube channels, there's Netflix, there's Amazon and that kind of thing, and they offer there's a lot of media, in other words. That means that there are lots of news programs, lots of soap operas, serials and things like that, and movies, Hollywood, Bollywood, blah, blah, blah. And it's all really increasing in size, and therefore people like animators, visual effects artists are very much in demand. Now, with the shift in technology and also with globalization, other fields like product design, there's still tremendous demand for product design. They're also being sucked up by these companies, like these big technological companies as well. And the future is pretty bright for people like product designers. In a country like India, which is growing economically, its industrial base is growing, it's exporting more and more. So India's industries needs savvy designers who can feed the internal market and as well as the external market. You have manufacturers, for example, in accessories. India has tremendous craft-based accessories, things like, for example, fashion accessories like bags, shoes, and that kind of thing. So that's both for the local market and for export. And they require accessory designers. India has a massive market for jewelry, and there's a massive international market for jewelry, and they require jewelry designers. Same in terms of urbanization. You have India is urbanizing, the rest of the world is. You have, for example, retail is increasing in size in India. So are people also buying homes. More and more people are buying houses and apartments, and they need architects and they need interior designers. So it's very vibrant, and the future prospects are good for designers, excellent in fact, for designers in India. And those designers in India are also in demand around the world as well.
That's really good. अभी आपको पता चला है कि there are so many sectors, there are so many job opportunities, there are so many job kind of profiles which are available when you pursue design. But Alex, what if I want to become an entrepreneur? What kind of support does we give them to think like an entrepreneur and be on their own once they finish their degree?
So, part of the education, of course, involves, studying business of design, entrepreneurship. That's part of the education. So you will get a good grounding as a student in being an entrepreneur. Now, what does that mean? That means that when you graduate, you'll at least know what steps I need to take if I want to start my own business. Okay. Now, Pearl Academy also supports students when they graduate. The students get 5 years of postgraduate support, which is pretty incredible. And Pearl Academy prides itself on getting students good jobs, and for example, our placement is something like 99%. And we're pushing companies to pay our students more and so forth. And with also, in addition to that, if you want to start up companies, we have support structures and relations with, I think it's WeWork, which is spaces where entrepreneurs can work, because one of the things you need is you need an office space where you can put your laptop down, you can have meetings and that kind of thing. And there are these spaces, I think it's called WeWork, and we can go, young graduates can go there, start a company, and Pearl will have, we have agreements with these organizations to give our students very good rates within these spaces. So there's a lot of support, both if you go into, you go for looking for a job, or whether you decide you want to start your own business.
So thanks, Alex. Shalini, I hope you got your answer. Just to tell you a little more on this, we have one of our students who has set up his own studio called Talking Timber in Kota. Hardik Patel, you can go and check up with him. Then we have another student, Mudit Porwal, who's an interior designer and who has his own setup, Studio Sketch. But we feel very proud जब हमारे बच्चे Carrot Lane के साथ काम करते हैं, when they win prizes. And one of our alumni is also working with Manish Malhotra Jewelry. His name is Chetan Mahesh. And another alumni, Shrikar CP, he is working with United Royal Insignia. And he's in Singapore, and recently he designed a watch which is like worth I don't know how many crores, the kind of a diamond watch. Alice, you must be knowing better about it. He also designed the trophy for Arabian Gulf Super Cup in 2018. So these are some of the achievements of our alumni, and when they do well, then you know that exactly what kind of inputs which have been going. Also, Alice, can you throw some light on the internships and some of our projects specifically in interior designing? What kind of projects our students are doing? Some of the questions are around that.
Right, that's a very detailed question. I'm probably not the best person to answer that question. I think our head of department would probably be the best person. But they have across all the departments, whether we have an interior design department, we have a product design department, and a communication design department. And across all of them, our students are working with professional, with industrial companies. They do projects, at least one major project in their 4 years, which involves one of these companies. With respect to the interior, I can't recall right now exactly. Perhaps you know a bit more than me, Alka, which interior project they worked on. But I know that in other fields of design, we've been working with Covestro, with Unilever, which is a huge industrial conglomerate, multinational, and Bisleri, the water company, and so forth. Perhaps you can shed light, Alka.
Yeah. So first thing I would like to talk about Jaipur as a city which gives so many opportunities to work with the artisans, with the studios, with the industry. So it's a multi-class city. There is a lot of interior designer who are working on furniture, on other kind of products, the potteries. So I know one thing that one of our students is working with Villa Interior. He did his project and he was working with a top-notch interior designer. So this I remember. And one also was working with DLF Emporio in Delhi. So on the interiors, and that girl also won an award from the DLF Emporio. So these are the projects which these students do. And there is another question, Alex, which is coming around UI and UX. You did talk about it briefly. Maybe they want to know more about it because these are the trends now. That what is the role of UI and UX in design?
Okay, that's also a very interesting question. So basically, if you use an app, for example, you use an app on your smartphone. Um, let's say, for example, you use the Uber app. The Uber app has been very carefully designed, so somebody who uses it doesn't make any errors, understands exactly how to use an app. Many of these apps you can use even if you've never used them before. Whereas maybe 20 or 30 years ago, Alka and I will remember, maybe 20 years ago, in your case, Alka,
Yes.
we will remember that learning a software program was like climbing a mountain. You know, it was like in front of you like Everest. And nowadays we install an app and we start using it immediately. And that ease of use, the fact is really down to user experience and user interaction design. So if you think about the user experience, if we look at, let's say, taxi hailing, I shouldn't use names of companies, but I'm going to. But let's say, for example, if you compare Ola with Uber, some people have preferences. They prefer Ola for this reason, and they use Uber for that reason, and that kind of thing. That's the user experience, is the overall experience that we have when we use the app and we use the service. So a lot of that has now become electronically based. In the old days, if you wanted to buy a ticket, let's say to go and travel by air, to the United States, you'd go to a travel agency and they would do it all for you. So your user experience was talking to the travel agent. But now, if you want to book a flight, you open an app and you book the flight. So your user experience is interacting with this application. Now, those apps can be, for example, boards like public information boards in a city. They can be apps on your phone. They can be applications on your computer. Those are all, electronic forms of interacting with systems. And that's where both UI and UX are involved. User experience, UX, is the sort of global picture, like, for example, the difference between Ola and Uber. That's the user experience. You might prefer one to another. You're talking about the user experience. You may prefer the cabs of the one company over the other. That's the user experience. But UI is very specifically, let's say, for example, when you start to type in your name or you type in the address and you see the size of the characters and all that kind of thing, whether it's easy to read, whether it's easy to type, whether you make mistakes or not, that's UI. That's the details of those type of applications. And that's really the difference between UX. UX is the big picture, and UI. UI is the details of the interaction with software, typically.
Yeah. So without even realizing, I believe we are using UI UX experience in every day. I believe in every
All the
application,
time.
whatever thing. Yeah, yeah.
And not only
And
that, you're probably a little bit of an expert already. You just have to think
yeah,
about it, and you'll discover that you've learned a lot. From our experiences, we've learned a lot, and we're very familiar with it. It's like, let's say, most Indians are pretty expert at cricket, but maybe not. They have no expertise in baseball, for example, right? So I think in that way, we are experts.
great. We talked about product, we talked about accessories, and we talked about interiors, UI, UX, everything. One thing I thought we should also touch upon is the jewelry design, especially in the context of Jaipur, Rajasthan, which is like the hub, and it is basically the hub for gems, stones, jewelry. So, would you like to tell us about that? What do we do in jewelry designing? We have a full-fledged UG and PG program in jewelry designing.
Right. Well, absolutely. Jewelry design we have at our campus in Jaipur, which is a beautiful campus in a fascinating and beautiful city. And of course, that's a center with a tremendous amount of craft involved in jewelry. And jewelry was an early program at Pearl Academy because of Pearl's focus on fashion and fashion accessories and so forth. So jewelry is a huge market in India. India is particularly large, and there's a tremendous demand. You can think, for example, for weddings and special occasions, just how much jewelry, how important jewelry is. Because of that, there's a huge industry, and the existing industry is already enough for young people to may forge their careers. But additionally, as well, India has the potential because it's now a global player in the world markets for jewelry as well, and that potential is still there's still a lot more potential there, where young designers can set up shop in India and actually try to, target the markets of Europe, say, and United States and Asia, for example. So there's a lot of potential there, and one can use that 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 cluster of industries that exists in that region, okay, in order to forge a career, if jewelry is something that interests you. Of course, jewelry is very strong in visual culture. The first thing that I mentioned, the first question you asked, this idea of visual culture. So jewelry, it's about culture, and it's the visual aspect of culture. It makes an impression through our visual senses and that kind of thing. So the students who are into jewelry design are have maybe more of a fascination for visual culture. But we're also very high tech as well. We have the latest technologies such as rapid prototyping, computer aided design, and so forth. And all of that is available to the students who are interested in that area.
So great. We have fascinating and state of the world labs in our campus at Jaipur for jewelry designing. And once you have done all these courses, and when we talk about the placements that we've been achieving 99% placements year on year, how is it possible? So we have a dedicated cell which takes care of your careers, which is called as corporate relations team. And this team not only gets the opportunities for you sitting on campus, but they also prepare you. बच्चों खाली companies को आपके लिए लाना जरूरी नहीं है, but it is important that you are prepared well to appear for the interviews. You have good communication skills. You are able to present yourself better. How do you make your CV? How do you make your portfolio, and how do you write an email, how do you write about your own self? These are some important skills, these are some important aspects of careers, and we do all that at Pearl Academy. Not only we get you opportunities, but we prepare you well for these opportunities. So I believe that's it. Anything else you would like us to talk about?
Are you asking me, Alka?
No, no, I mean,
Or are
I'm
you
asking
asking the audience?
the host. I'm asking the host.
Okay.
Anything in particular you would like to ask, or should we wrap up? Okay, there are last 5 minutes, and maybe, Alex, would you like to just sum it up in terms of, design, the importance of design, and why it is a very good career option?
Thank you, Alka. So, when I studied design, when I was a young person or making this decision, I didn't get any pressure from my parents. So I was very fortunate. At that time, I was thinking of doing graphic design.
I believe we have lost him. So it doesn't matter. students not from the design background. I wanted to touch this point. Even if you are not from the design background, even if you do not know how to draw, even when you have not done anything which is called design, but you want to learn design, you want to study design, don't worry. The first year we orient you. That is the foundation year. Students who have done commerce, students who have done arts, students who have done anything, doesn't matter. All of you come on the same platform. And let me also tell you that in this only 8 weeks, next 8 weeks, this is just going to be a beautiful program that is called as pre-semester learning experience. You will, play a lot of games. You will interact with the best of the people. You have Ravina Tandon coming. You will have Meera Nair coming. You would be creating your own virtual world, and you will get from the best of the people as to how to think, creative, how to go about it, and we will prepare in a way which teaches you creativity, which teaches you empathy, which teaches you group dynamics, how to be interact, how to collaborate, because this is the world which is going to be the world, beautiful world of design, beautiful world of. So thank you so much. If you wish to know more about Pearl Academy, you can write to us. My name is Alka Madan. We have a career counselor, or maybe you can reach out to Anurag through your own host, and do come and visit our campus. It is one of the campuses where students even from the South Architecture College comes to study the design. So thank you so much. It was lovely interacting with all of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, I think we should start since it's already time. So again, hi everyone, I'm Simran and I am moderating the sessions for this half of the day. So let's move on to the next session that we have for today, which is how to upgrade your skills with the help of online courses. And we have with us Mr. Harish Rijwani, who is a healthcare IT professional, a professor, a writer, an author, consultant. He is an IT professional with over 17 to 18 years of experience in delivering value to clients through technology and business services. He is an author of two self-published books, and he has been lecturing and teaching since the past 12 years or so. So, a pleasure to have you with us today, Harish sir. Karan Shah will also be joining us shortly. I think until then, you can begin with the session and then we'll ask whatever questions we have and so on.
Sure. Hi everyone. This is Harish Rijwani here. So like Simran mentioned, right? So I have been teaching for approximately like kind of 10 years. So I've been teaching specifically around healthcare, IT, as well as recently I've been also teaching around analytics and data science and data visualization. That's specifically around Tableau and a lot of other things around that, right? So the topic for today is primarily around using online courses, right? So one of the points which I believe is okay, the online courses are pretty good, right? So there are courses specifically for quite a lot of them are out there, right? There's Tableau for data visualization. There's a lot of sites like Coursera or Udemy or for that matter, right? There are so many other sites which are there. One of the points which we always like to look at that, right? They give you a certificate also, which is a good value. But the question what everybody would have in their mind, right, is that really effective? Or how effective are these courses when you look at it from an overall perspective? The courses give you a lot of insight. They help you with all that particular knowledge. And from my own experience, I have done some of these courses in the past. But it, uh, I don't think it can really replace the overall, what do you say, the environment which you have in a classroom, right? That's a different environment. But yes, these courses are pretty much helpful. And one of the main points which come into your mind, right? Unless and until you don't practice some of these elements, right? Unless and until you are not hands-on. Let's say you're learning some data visualization techniques, right? Unless you don't try that out yourself, it's just going to be another video, right? It's just going to be that you just played something on YouTube and in the end you get a certificate. You might not have tried that. So that is a gap in terms of how I look at it. But yes, these courses, especially from March, right? If you look at Google Trends, there is an increase in people looking at digital courses online, right? Because that's something they're trying to do to improve their knowledge. So that is a good option to look at. But yes, the future might be how effective these courses can be in terms of a real-time interaction, wherein the end user, the students are also benefited from that aspect. So that's a gist I wanted to share to begin with.
Right, right. Thank you so much, sir. So I'm just going to introduce the other speaker we have for this particular session. We also have with us Mr. Karan Shah, who is the founder of IIDE. He's a TEDx speaker, an alumni of NIMS and later Harvard. He's a speaker at IIM's front page, writer for Education Times, and has been mentioned in quite a couple of papers, ranging from Business Standard to Mumbai Mirror to HT. And his venture, IIDE, currently is operating four campuses in Mumbai, and they have successfully trained several large corporations like Asian Paints, Mahindra and Mahindra, and so on and so forth. So, welcome, Karan. Glad to have you with us today. And if you could also, start by sharing some of your insights, and probably then I'll proceed with questions and we can take it from there on.
Thank you so much, Simran and Mr. Harish, to have me on this day today. So, what kind of insights are you looking for?
So, anything that you want to talk about, I think something very specific to this session is your venture IID. So, I mean, basically, something. What do you think about the session on how do people actually upgrade their skills through online courses, since there's so much talk around that currently?
So I think that we're in this lockdown state, and I think that in my conversations with so many educational entrepreneurs, principals, deans of private and public universities and colleges, my understanding is that colleges are just not going to reopen. Okay, so more than anything, parents are not willing to risk their students, I mean their children, to go to college or to school for 6 months and then have a COVID case going around. So there's a huge social stigma, mental stigma for these things, and which is why students now have free 6 months or a free period of 4 to 6 months where they're not studying, they're not going to college, they don't have assignments, they don't have deadlines. So I think it's really time for everyone to scale up. I think there's a plethora of online courses available out there. And if you're ambitious and if you really want to get something happening in life, you gotta be learning. You don't need to be doing a course very specifically. You should do a course only once you have filtered what you exactly wish to learn. Till then, I mean, we have YouTube, which can be a best friend. And moving from there, then once you know what you're really good at, you can thoroughly invest in some format of formal online education. But it's here to stay. It's here to stay forever. No more will colleges be 100% offline. This year maybe 10% and 90%, next year 20% and 80% offline, next year 30% online, 70% offline. But it's here to stay for sure.
Right, right. All right. Thank you so much, Karan. So, okay, I'll just begin with my questions that I had in my mind. So, let's just begin with the basics, right? So, online courses and so much talk around that particular thing. So, say, as college students, so like I'm in my final year, I'm graduating this year, and I'm pursuing economics and have done commerce previously. So, one question that often comes to my mind is that the thing that you just talked about, Karan, that you need to filter out what is it that you're exactly looking and only then engage on a formal online education kind of thing. How does one go about that? Since there is so much available out there. There's Coursera, there's Udemy, and with lockdown I saw so many even Ivy League colleges providing like free online courses on so many topics. So how do I begin that process of filtering it out?
So I mean, a lot depends on your end goal, right? Where do you want to reach in life? So basically, I would make a list of 4 or 5 things I'm good at. And once I figure the 4 or 5 things I'm good at, I would ask myself one question: Is out of these 5 things that I'm good at, which are the 3 things I can absolutely eliminate? Which means which are the 3 things I can live without? I know I'm good at this, but it doesn't mean I want to do this all my life. So figure out what you're good at is your strengths. Step 2, do a process of elimination and figure out what you can live without. And then you have 1 or 2 courses, 1 or 2 skill sets which you're good at. Go YouTube them, watch a few free videos on them. Go attend a few demos or a few free webinars from some industry guys, and then eventually you know what you want to get into. So process development being key out here.
Right, right. So, all right, all right. I think that makes a lot of sense to me as well. So now coming to you, Harish, so you mentioned that if there is no hands-on application to what you're learning in that online setup, then it's basically just like a video playing that you just played something, you learned something, and a certificate came in your mailbox, right? So, hands-on application is pretty important. But having been through the placement season myself, the internship season in my college, and having looked at resumes of my peers, one thing that always strikes me is that why do people pursue courses to put it on their profile when they know it's not relevant to them? And like so how to basically eliminate that? There is this need to if you are looking for a career in finance, better learn something in SQL, better learn something in data structuring, which can give you an edge. But then again, I am not applying it right now. I'm just putting it on my resume to inform a prospective employer of mine that see, I am skilled, even if I am not, even if I've just taken it very casually. So how does one go about that? Sir, I think there's some problem with the audio. We can't hear
Can you
you.
hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me
Yes,
now?
yes, yes.
Yeah. So practically when you look at it, right? when I did my engineering, and I also did my MBA. I did my MBA from NMIMS. I did a part-time MBA as compared to everybody else, right? It's more in terms of how you use that knowledge in the future. You can, in terms of the part-time MBA, I still had 49 subjects in a span of 3 years. I used to go in the evenings every day, 6:45 to 9:15 to college, right? From my office every day I used to go there. I still studied the same things, but obviously there was no placement at the end of those 3 years. But ultimately, what matters is how you're going to use that knowledge. It looks good on your CV. It looks pretty impressive that you've done these courses. But whenever we take an interview, right, and we see that okay, you've done a course from Udemy, you've done a course from Coursera or anywhere, right? Everybody's done that course, literally. What is important is how do you apply that? Let's say you've done that course, but you also participated in some hackathons, which are there online, right? We participated on specific uh, hackathons like on Kaggle or Hackers or any other online websites, right? That gives the impression that okay, you have understood how to practically apply this, especially when you're talking about data science, right? It's not just about just knowing something. It's how you really apply. The more you apply that is when you're really going to be able to answer some of those queries. And obviously, if you're from a management background, if you're doing a management course, it's more in terms of how do you apply the business application of those things. You might not really be doing that course from a technical standpoint. You have to know how to apply that management from a management perspective. So that is more important, at least from where I look at it.
Right. Okay. So, you also talk about, so you also talk about in the introduction about, I think, data science and how you've been instructing students for the past some years over data science, over healthcare, over IT. And I think we all have understood this one thing in this lockdown is that this entire digital thing is here to stay, and one needs to up their digital question to ensure they are more employable, they are more job friendly, and they can be employed more easily, they can work better than their peers who are say not so equipped with the digital thing. So in data science as well, so I believe that data science, since I am say from a commerce and economics background, so even for us, I think data science has a lot of application into finance. When you go into a finance role or something, there's a lot of application. But then comes the part wherein you need to decide what kind of language do you want to pursue. Since you haven't really worked in finance, you're looking to work in finance, but you have to decide something which gives you an edge over your peers. So now, what would you suggest to the data science enthusiasts out there who say are looking to work in finance or any industry per se? What kind of languages should one pursue? How should one start? Are Coursera and Udemy and platforms like this really the right places to start, or is there something else that one can do?
So language in the sense you're talking about the coding language or you're talking about any
Yeah, I mean all the kind of added softwares that come in place, say even Tableau, even SQL, even R,
yes,
Python.
So there are two things. When I teach my students around data science, I'm actually teaching not the core data science, but in terms of more data visualization and some basics of advanced analytics. Right? So what I teach them is using Excel and Tableau, because that gives them the idea. Okay, yes, I can also achieve some of these things using Excel to give them that idea. That's one aspect. But for a core data science, right, obviously they'll have to get hands on something like Python, which is something very in terms of people are using that a lot, Python or R. But there are a lot of libraries in Python compared to R, and a lot of these solutions which we have developed are on Python. So that's something to look at in terms of what language to choose. In terms of finance, right, I know the language. The data scientist, a person who knows the technology, right, will understand that language, but he might not understand the domain. He might not understand the business, and that is one of the key challenges which I always see, especially when you look at finance, or even for the matter that you look at healthcare. Right? Now, healthcare is so vast. Even if I want to understand certain aspects of healthcare, right, you need to understand the value. So if I'll give you a simple example. If I have a column which has a value, right, 250.22, you might, as a finance person, you might think that okay, this is just a number, right? But in healthcare, that 250.22 actually indicates the diagnosis code of a patient. So you need to know that business also, that how do you really apply that from a specific domain. So which is why you asked when you how do you apply it from a finance, right? You need to know what is securitization over there. You need to know all the other aspects of finance in which area you want to apply this.
Right.
Just the language will not help you.
Right. I think that does make a lot of sense to me as well. So, coming to you, Karan, since most of our viewers, I think they are like school students who will graduate either this year or the next year, or say the next year thereafter. Why do you think that? Let's just put aside this entire COVID-19 pandemic, which has actually forced us to move to online learning technologies and methodologies, so to say, and people do have free time on their hands to, pursue such courses. But let's just say this, let's just put this apart. And so now, in a very normal kind of a circumstance, why do you think that suddenly online courses are gaining popularity and platforms like Coursera, Udemy, etc., etc., are becoming quite popular with people? Is it because our conventional methodology of using books and using the same syllabus for the past 15-20 years, not updating it often, is it becoming too boring, or is it that the industry dynamics are changing? What is happening that has, made this kind of a change in this entire space?
So my quick question to you is: you've learned in college, right?
Yeah.
Did you
Yeah.
like reading the textbook, or were you sleep off while you read the textbook?
So actually, I am more of the conventional kind. I do both the things. I do the textbook as well, and I resort to online methodologies as well.
I'm not talking online methodology. That really doesn't matter so much. I'm just saying that because everything has gone digital and online, people are now creating videos, engaging content, right?
Absolutely.
And animation, right? So for someone like me, if you ever gave me in college, you will always see me sleeping in college. Because if my job is to read off a textbook and then write that as an answer, A, I don't need a teacher, and B, I am definitely sleeping. So with online education, I think the first month after COVID, people realized, oh shit, we need to do an online course. I think the second and the third and the fourth month, people realized this is so much better than doing an offline course. At my own time, much better quality content, self-paced. I can study whenever I want, whichever device I want. So many benefits have come into the picture, right? For example, like we have video courses, and so many of our students are very highly appreciative of IIT's video courses because they're like, shit, A, the video course condenses information in a ratio of 1:5, which basically means for every 1 hour of video content that we got, that content would actually take us 5 hours in the classroom. So A, it's absolutely concise. B, if I move my hand like this, something will pop up. If I move my hand, so it's very interactive. And we've been forced to make such kind of changes to ensure that the students are actually engaged. Coursera's course completion rate 2 years back was under 4%. Okay, so only 4 out of 100 people who sign up for a Coursera course would actually complete the course. Today, the percentage is going up to 30. Because COVID is there, people have nothing to do, so they're studying, and people are creating better content. So there's going to be a shift, and this shift is inevitable, and I genuinely look at it as opportunity in adversity.
Absolutely. Like even to add to your point, I think the accessibility that online education has given us. I mean, there are online courses that are being taught by Richard Thaler, who is a Nobel Prize winner, and you won't get a chance to sit in the class with him. I mean, all the time. Like not every one of us at least. So I mean, that kind of accessibility is something else. Right. So
I just want to comment out here in the middle. What I want to say is, so recently I conducted a teachers training session. Okay, and when we would conduct a teachers training session in Mumbai, 50 to 100 teachers would show up. We conducted a teachers training session right now online. I've had 3,000 people show up, and 3,000 people sit through. And all of this is the benefit of it being online. Right? So you can attend Richard's class, or you can basically get so today we had a session at my place where we had a teacher from Bangalore, and last week there was one from Chennai. That would have never happened. Right?
Absolutely. So since we're talking a lot about this entire online thing, that being online, this online, that online, what do you think the impact has been? Like since a lot of, I think, a lot of children from school are watching us today. So, for them, it has always been a classroom teaching. I think a lot of students, like I've seen some of my juniors also suffer since they were so used to the classroom methodology, the, teacher-student interaction that happens in the classroom very conventionally, that shifting online, in some way means the loss of that visual contact that you have, that blackboard that you have. There's an entire atmosphere in the classroom that, kind of propels you to learn. 50 students sitting together. Now we've lost that kind of with the pandemic and with online. So what do you think? Like, is this an impact for the worse? Is this an impact for the better? I think both of you can share your insights on this.
So I'll tell you, I think there's an impact. Look, I have been a teacher for 9 years. Okay, so I know that I am at my peak best in terms of the performance when I'm teaching offline. And even after 4 months of teaching online, I feel the peak, but I don't feel the peak when I'm offline because I'm genuinely engaging with students. But I think that there are going to be different options available sometimes. Like for example, at IID, we're planning now that all the classes will happen online, and we will be calling select students offline. Okay, so cohorts of 10, and so because our classroom size can accommodate a lot, we'll still be calling smaller cohorts on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and just doing doubt solving sessions. So I definitely realize that the social value is dropped. Okay, and I personally am a preacher that you should only go to college in India if you want to make friends. Okay, I'm sorry to say that, but your network is your net worth, and that can only happen when you go to a social gathering. So I would recommend in India, if you're choosing a college, you choose it where the crowd is good. So you make good friends, you have good friends, you have good habits. Right? And that's now gone. But still apply to such places because when they will be calling you for doubt solving sessions, there will be smaller cohorts and the crowd still being good, you will make good friends. Otherwise, the learning curve is still the same online. That's what I think.
Right. Hari, so what do you have to say to that?
So I think yes, I agree to the point that okay, it is a shift in terms of from a classroom environment to a virtual environment, right? But I think what will also be required in the future is how interactive these sessions can be, right? If it's just going to be like a webinar, right? It's just one-way communication. That's not going to help. And obviously, yes, Coursera and all those are somewhat they do have that option that you can offline connect with the person and clear your doubts. But what is going to be important, right? So I did a couple of sessions on Tableau recently with my students. I had to complete my course for so my engineering. So there, right, we had these online sessions, and like sir said, right, there was more attendance online as compared to class. But what was also different is in terms of since I was using Zoom, if somebody had a doubt, right, I was asking them, okay, you share your screen and then we check out what problem you're getting. So that level of interaction has to happen, right, in terms of so that it still gives you that feel that okay, I have a doubt, I'm solving the doubt at that point, and that's something we'll have to think of in the future. And obviously, this is here to stay, right? So how interactive can some of these sessions become? Like sir said that you can have a separate doubt solving session, and in some cases you might also think of how can that doubt be solved, real time.
Right, absolutely. So, I think, yeah, I mean, I would agree since, like, even for us, classes moved online pretty quickly. Like, we resorted to using Zoom to complete our syllabus and everything for the university. There was a little bit of that thing that was lost in terms of not being able to sit in the class and raise your hand and ask a question. But again, I think platforms are making it increasingly accessible for students to ask doubts either through comments or through, sharing screen or whatever. Right. So,
But just one point like to add, there's a fun element is there in class, right? So I when I'm in class, I make students do dumb charades and quite a lot of different things so that they can really revise what you studied, right? So we'll have to see, or rather I'll also think in terms of how I can, make this online because we form groups and there's kind of a, small kind of rivalry which is there, where I want to also do well in this particular quiz which is there, right? It's more in terms of how interactive some of these sessions can become in future.
No, absolutely, sir. That would happen. I mean, just adding on to that, since even for us, there are certain teachers who really like to, who have their style of teaching in a sense that they would like to move around, write something on the blackboard, ask a question, allow students those 5 minutes to think and ponder over, and just come up with points, have a very free flow kind of a discussion, and therein basically teach whatever they wanted to in the lecture. That has somehow kind of been lost with everything moving online,
Yeah.
which also brings me to my next question that, you know, uh, I don't know how relevant would it be to how to upgrade your skill with online, but since I think we are talking about online education, I do want to ask this because being in Delhi University, and now Delhi University has resorted to taking online exams for us, and we have exams in July. But we do know that students, particularly in universities, not so much in schools, they come from all parts of the country and all sections of the society. So there are students from Odisha who have been affected by the recent cyclone, and there are students from Mumbai who are really struggling, and then also there are students from Jammu and Kashmir who really don't have internet connectivity. So that has created the larger question of accessibility to each and everyone, that how can an examination be fair if a student in Jammu and Kashmir can really not access the portal to write an exam, right? So what is your take on this? Since I think it makes sense to discuss this since it's widely being talked about, at least like from where I see it coming. So what do you both have to say to that? That how to ensure that everyone has accessibility? Harish sir, what do you say?
Take this.
Yeah, sure.
Sir, you want to take this?
No, sir, go ahead. I didn't join.
So, so I genuinely think that the one practice for all cannot work. in my in my recent findings for finding examination tools, I have come across some beautiful tools. Okay, if the world can apply for a CAT exam, when I mean the world, I'm saying India, and when students across India can apply for a CAT exam, a very similar treatment can be given to online exams. Where people are accumulating as a cyber cafe with maintaining social distancing. So, similarly, today there are tools which are amazing. Okay, so we're trying to use this reality where the camera is now looking at you. It's looking if there's any other audio, there's an audio AI machine which is figuring out if there's anybody else in the room. The video AI is looking at your own face, your screen, your everything, scanning your ID card. If you're getting up, it locks your screen, you cannot move into any other screen. It takes screenshots of your screen while you're giving the examination. There is a time ticker, right? So there's a video camera continuously monitoring your surroundings. Okay. So there is a lot of technology coming in right now. So there's a really cool tool called Proctor Track, which I have been recommending to a lot of people these days. So such tools are available, right? So when you don't have an option, you need to create the best alternative option. Okay, it doesn't need to be rank 1. Okay, it can be rank 3, rank 6, rank 9. But in time, it's going to be developed, and in time, this offline invigilators in classroom is going to be a concept which will be dead. Okay, just imagine the smartest person in your room, who's a college professor, who has so much industry knowledge, academic knowledge for 25 years. What are they doing for 6 hours or 4 hours during exams? Standing in your classroom and invigilating. I really don't think we should be paying our teachers for jobs like these. They should be resting at home. That's their day off. So technology has to take over. Okay, there is a has to word that I'm applying. Now I don't know what's going to happen in 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year, 5 years. For the people who can't give examinations, aren't close to cyber cafes, there can be buses grouped taking them to cyber cafes, or they can be individually called with social distancing and done a viva, a telephonic viva is possible. So as of today, we need to cluster all our audience into internet available, cyber cafe available, 2G edge network, telephone internet available, and then maybe nothing available. once we categorize them into 4 categories, we can know which tool of online examination can be applied to them. It's a large project. It's a very large project. So it might take a large amount of time. But this is the future. I hope that no teacher needs to stand in a classroom invigilating a classroom for the future. That's a redundant job. So yeah.
So I'd like to add one point here, right? So just to give you an example, right? One of my friends, he's a US citizen. He was in India, and at that time, right, there was a voting happening in US. So what he had, right? He had an option to actually send a ballot. He wrote the name of the person whom he wanted to vote for on a paper and emailed that. Obviously, that something we might not be able to do for a exam question paper, right? But one of the points what sir mentioned was offline, right? You can even have an offline app, right? Wherein all these features are there in the app in terms of the AI and everything you're monitoring. There are some tools also, right? When we, as a corporate, some of the in my previous organization, we had to have people certified on a specific technology before they could start working on the project. And there, the option was that obviously there was a recording happening in the office, and also you will not be able to do an alt tab on your laptop, right? Because if you're going to do alt tab, then your exam is done. That's it. So you're not allowed to do all of that as well. So those are some things which are there in that. But the offline app might be something especially for people in Jammu and everywhere. My friend is also in Jammu. He said that he normally does not get internet regularly. So once you download the app, you give your exam and then submit that. So again, that's something which can be looked at. That's one option you can also look at. But yes, it's not a overnight project that has to be done. It's a long-term project.
No, absolutely. We do understand that it is something that we're looking at for, for a span of the next couple of years. Since, first of all, being in India, ensuring that everybody has access to at least basic technology when it comes to, say, a laptop or a PC or a tablet or a smartphone. That is, first of all, that penetration rate has to go up, and only then can we see this turning into something very successful into something. Right. So this brings me to like my next question. So as college students and as students in school who are just about to graduate, we always wonder that there are some specific set of skills which you will not learn in your classroom. That your conventional books and your conventional syllabus will not impart. But these are skills that you really need to survive in the professional world. Like having done internships myself and now moving into a job very soon. What I think is like the entire concept of developing your soft skills, how to interact with professional males, etc., etc. This is something you just learn along the way. It is not something that is being imparted. So, similarly, I think there are skills which every person at one point or another in their life needs to learn. And in case they're not being imparted by, say, the conventional classrooms, then probably you would resort to online methods. So, what in your views are these kind of things, these kind of skills? Like both of you have been in the industry for a couple of years now. You are very closely associated with digital education also in some sense. So, what are these kind of skills that one should really have and can resort to good online courses to pursue these?
See, I think the biggest skill in any corporate environment is communication. Ultimately, when you're looking at starting your career, right? You might be good at technology, you might be good at whatever knowledge you gain. But if you're not able to, portray that knowledge, that's where the gap is in terms of quite a lot of people understand a lot of stuff in terms of the technology, the business aspect. But what's important is how they really communicate, especially to the customer. That's something to look at in terms of, and where I feel, I mean, the courses might give you an idea in terms of, okay, this is how you should communicate. But unless and until you're put in that environment, right, that's not going to work. So what we used to do, right? So in my previous organization, we had to do support. We had maintenance and support. Wherein there's something down, right? Let's say your Amazon app is down or something, you had an error. So what do you call somebody, right? Now, we had to do something similar. So what we used to do, we used to create a mock environment for the new joinees. which give them a real-time environment that okay, this is something these are the kind of questions you might get it when you're answering to the end customer. Those kind of scenarios might be helpful for anybody who's trying to get into a new, a new job or new area that they're working on. That's something to look at.
Right. And Karan, what do you think? Someone can really learn well online, which is like really required to survive in the industry and to perform well.
I think you can learn everything online. There is a way out to learn everything online. I don't know if chemistry, I'm not sure if you can do it practically in your house because the scientists is in the laboratories. But otherwise, like there are, I think 95% of the subjects can be learned online. I've trained thousands of students in my lifetime. Maybe more than 10 or 12,000 students. And the reality is that my teaching is the same, but there are two different students. Okay, and someone's soft skills are here, and someone's soft skills are here, right? And sadly, this person will always make more money, right? Because the person who's hiring has a higher interest in someone, as Harisa said, someone with a better communication skill set, right? And to me, honestly, communication, how much ever you learn in theory, also needs to happen in practical. And practical doesn't mean that you need to go to a classroom and they put you in the middle of a classroom. It can be just watching English like all my peons, okay, at IIT, all our peons, we force them to speak in English, okay. So just something as simple as a practice like that. And it is genuinely not definite that somebody's learning curve can happen in 2 months, somebody else's learning curve can be 2 years because they are here and they are here. Right? So practically it can be something as simple as, hey, you can only speak in English. Watch English TV shows. Like I have a 19-year-old peon. I forced him to read Times of India every day. And he likes reading Bombay Times. He likes Bollywood celebrities. I really don't care. At least he's reading English. Right? So I don't think there's a definite time of learning soft skills. But with continuous effort and the right channels, for example, like I recommend all my students who are weak at communication skills, before sleeping, listen to an audiobook. It does two things. It puts you to sleep and it also makes you listen to good quality English. So there's no definite time. You can learn everything online, but something like soft skills comes with practice, and there are multiple ways to gain and go ahead in that field.
Right. I think we have, I think, taken majority of the questions, whatever there were from the audience as well as mine. Thank you for being with us here today and answering all these questions. It was a pleasure interacting with you both. So, yeah, thank you so much, sirs.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Hari sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Bye.
subcategories, whatever. And then I believe there will be a lot of questions from each of that. So I'll begin then with my questions respectively. Or do you want to do
Sure.
it any other way?
Okay. तुषार can start off or I can start off as you want. जैसा आप चाहे हम लोग कर सकते हैं. जैसे भी आप लोग comfortable हो, just let us know.
Cool, cool. So we'll start like in 5 minutes, and I think we can just start with introductions and stuff.
Do we get to know
Yeah,
that
sure.
live?
Sorry, do we get to know what?
Can we are live?
We will be shortly, I think.
And how do we get the questions? Do you receive the questions in chat or how?
So I'll only receive the questions. I'll ask. So along with my questions, audience के questions also I'll receive.
देखो.
Sure. Okay, so I'll start. All right, no problem. Okay, so all right, hello everyone. Good evening. Once again, here I am Simran. I am a final year student at SRCC pursuing economics, graduating this year, and we are proceeding over to our next session, which is career opportunities in commerce, which I believe will have a lot of insights and meaty information to gain from. So, to introduce both of our speakers who are here with us today, we have Mr. Anant Ladda, who is a CA, a CFA, a CFP, and also an LLB. He's a financial advisor and founder and CEO of Invest Aaj for Kal, and has a very popular YouTube channel too. Anand basically works in the portfolio management space and has been an expert financial advisor on Bloomberg Quint, Outlook Money, Money Life, NDTV, etc. and etc. We also have with us today Tushar Saini, who is a partner at News Angels Network LLP, founder of Two Trees, a mentor at GCEC, and also a volunteer at Head Start Foundation. He is an alumni of Shriram College of Commerce and graduated with a BCom honors. And his corporate experience has been with Deloitte India in the advisory domain. So, to begin with the session, I believe we can start with both of you guys discussing a bit about careers, and basically we'll take it here on. So, Tushar, do you want to start?
Yes. Hi everybody who has joined in. Thank you for joining in, and thank you so much, Simran, for such a modest welcome, and thank you, Himish, for organizing all this. So we do see that students who are currently in class 12th are deliberating of what do they want to pursue, what are the career options, and even though there are a lot of career options, students still end up getting confused of which one is the right one for them, which one is not the right one for them. So if we look at the traditional options we have, definitely there's a BCom honors, there's a BBA, there's an Eco honors, there is a CA, there is a LLB. But what I would want to ask and let the students know and think about is, let's talk about something which you guys are not very aware of, you guys are not really thinking in terms of options which are available to you. So what I've done is I've dissected all the options in four quadrants. We'll start with the first quadrant. So let's start with specializations. So if you see at a BCom honors degree or an Eco honors degree, you'll see that this is a very, very generic degree. So anybody who would want to pursue any specialization in their masters or in their PhD or as a career option for them, they can, if they want a safe choice, a generic choice, they can. But now what has started happening is that people are looking for very, very specialized individuals. So there's a very funny joke that keeps on going in on the internet, is that you need a person as young as 20 with an experience of a 40-year-old. So this is like a very, very funny instance which keeps circulating on the internet. But how the world is moving, we definitely need people who are more specialized one special areas. What a commerce background students are not currently looking at are areas like logistics, supply chain, procurement. And when you start with your bachelor's right in these areas, maybe a statistic degree, when you start your bachelor's in these areas, you ensure that you are getting specialized right from where you begin, and you get a very, very good job or a career opportunities when you graduate or when you are going forward for your masters. Secondly, how would I would like to bring on the other options you have is something which we guys are not looking at, or the options which are not very attractive, or students are either not aware about it. So I recently was looking at an interview by Ritesh Agarwal, the founder of OYO, and he said that you have two options: either be a big fish in a small pond or a small fish in a big pond. And I was definitely thinking that he would pick up that be a small fish in a big pond, but to my surprise, he said that you should be a small fish in a big pond, because I did my graduation from a very safe institute, Shriram College of Commerce. So I thought that being a big fish, a small fish in a big pond is a good option. But being a big fish in a small pond is definitely a good option, and students should start looking at options which are not being overlooked by students as of now. So I would see a lot of students trying to pursue CA. If you think and stop and think of what are the alternate options available to students right now, you can also think of an ACCA degree, which is a more global degree. And opportunities in CA and ACCA are equivalent. But if you look at a global perspective, ACCA would obviously be preferred if you compare it with a CA degree. You can also look at options such as journalism in financial journalism, or a business journalism, or an LLB clubbed with a BCom degree, or a BBA degree. So these are also the options which are available for the students as of now. Now, also let's look at how can you accessorize your current degree. So let's assume that you are going for a very safe BCom honors degree or a BBA degree. How do you accessorize? How do you make yourself the right candidate for an interviewer to pick? You can accessorize your degree with a lot of options available to you. You can do a CFA, a CA, or a CPA, or an FRM. I think Anant would be a better person if he talks about this more, because he has a lot of things in his pocket if we talk in terms of such kind of accessory degrees. Also, if we look at skills, very interestingly, World Economic Forum takes out a list of 10 skills that would be required every year. And if you look at those skills, you will be very surprised. And these are very hilarious skills, because you would want to think that they would be talking about technology or science, but surprisingly, they're not talking about such things. They're talking about things such as soft skills. They're talking about skills such as negotiation skills. They're talking about team management. So fourth quadrant comes and talks about the skills that will be required for the students, pursuing any stream. So I think these are the four options that are available to you, or the options you can look at. Anand, what do you have to say?
Hi all. First of all, Tushar, super cool job, man. to add something? Yeah, Simran. Yes, please. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so no, absolutely not. So I was just saying that I mean, wonderful layout has already been prepared, so everything has already been set. Um, I'll just like to thank you, especially Anand sir. You mentioned stress management, and I remember when I was doing 12th and I was in my 12th, like someone from the career space told me that your parents are telling you that bas boards अच्छे कर लो stress खत्म हो जाएगा, but eventually college is like more stressful and then jobs are eventually more stressful. So I think that was a myth that needed to be clarified today once and for all.
Absolutely. एंड सिमरन एंड तुषार, आप लोग ब्रिलियंट स्टूडेंट और हमें लगता है या फिर बाकी स्टूडेंट्स को ऐसा लगता है कि ब्रिलियंट स्टूडेंट को स्ट्रेस नहीं होता, बट उन पे ज्यादा प्रेशर होता है क्योंकि उनसे एक्सपेक्टेशंस ही मान ली जाती है कि ये तो अच्छा ही करेंगे, और बाय चांस वो हल्का सा भी अच्छा नहीं कर पाते, उनके साथ अप्लाई होता है तो वो कई बार एक्स्ट्रा स्ट्रेस ले लेते हैं. So I think आप इसको ज़्यादा कवर कर पाएंगे.
Story on stress. So what happened was, before I was to appear for my final board exams, उससे 2 दिन पहले there was a mock of one of the subjects in school. I because the teacher was very was wanting me to work even more harder. She marked me very strictly. I couldn't really score well. What happened was कि मैं घर गया, इट वॉज वेरी टेंस्ड कि यार अच्छा नहीं हो रहा है परफॉर्म, और पढ़ना पड़ेगा. वो पूरा दिन खराब हो गया. नेक्स्ट डे वॉज ऑल्सो डिस्ट्रॉयड बिकॉज आई वॉजंट एबल टू फोकस. And one day before my English exam, I was studying for BST because I did not score in a mock test which was taken in school. And but the stress management, things like this does affect all the students. I won't say even the top students, all the students. And you end up doing things wrong if you are under stress. So all the students should be chill. They should be
CAs. So it is a market which has demand, but which also has a lot of supply right now, right? So in such a case, would you rather prefer the students, pursuing something like a CFA a little later in life and ACCA, as Tushar mentioned, which is a slightly different degree but with the same kind of knowledge and insights? So what would you say to that?
See, Simran, firstly जो आपका फैक्ट है ना कि सीए में बहुत ज्यादा सप्लाई आ रही है, आई पर्सनली फील अभी सप्लाई rather कम हो जाएगी because CA is becoming difficult day by day. So अगर कोई CA कर सकता है ना, अगर कोई if a student is very smart, वो CA करेगा. जैसे I'll take my example. For example, मैंने CA किया तब तक I didn't know कि मैं CFP, CFA या LLB भी करने वाला हूँ. So होता ना कि अगर स्टार्टिंग सही नहीं है या स्टार्टिंग स्लो भी हो तो इट्स ओके, बट आपको मेक श्योर करना पड़ेगा कि आप कंपाइल करते जाओ जैसे जैसे आप लाइफ में आगे जाओ. सीए में आपका कंपाइलेशन बहुत इजी हो जाता है, तो सीए समथिंग व्हिच विल बी डिफिकल्ट, व्हिच विल बी वेरी डिफिकल्ट. देखिए आईआईटी और सीए में एक दिक्कत है, क्या एक डिफरेंस है. आईआईटी में एंट्री इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट, एग्जिट इज वेरी इजी. एग्जिट में धक्का मार के भी आपको बाहर निकालेंगे. सीए में ऑपोजिट है. सीए में एंट्री इज वेरी इजी, आप चलते फिरते आप घूमते फिरते सीए में एंटर कर जाओ. एग्जिट करते रहो, तुम्हें निकलने नहीं देंगे, तुम पापा बन जाओगे बट सीए नहीं बन पाओगे. सो यू हैव टू बी वेरी क्लियर कि अगर आप स्मार्ट हैं, अगर आपको लग रहा है कि यार यू कैन क्रैक सीए, तो आपको करना चाहिए, क्योंकि सीए एक ऐसी डिग्री है व्हिच इज वेल नोन, और उसके बाद आपको एक प्लेटफॉर्म मिल जाता है. सीए इज जस्ट द स्टार्टिंग. आई वुड से सीए एंड नहीं है. सीए एक बेसिक डिग्री मान ली जाएगी आज से 5 साल या 10 साल बाद. तो सीए को आप एज अ स्टार्टिंग पीरियड लेके स्ट्रांग फाउंडेशन जितनी स्ट्रांग हो उतना अच्छा है. बट अगर आपको लग रहा है कि नहीं सीए पे मैं नहीं कर सकता, बट मुझे सीए पे जैसा कुछ चाहिए, तो एसीसीए जो तुषार ने मेंशन किया इज अ सुपर्ब डिग्री, आप कर सकते हो. बट अगर आप सीए के लिए क्वालिफाइड हो, आपको लग रहा है नहीं मैं सीए भी कर सकता हूं, तो सीए को आपको प्रेफरेंस एनी डे देनी चाहिए. एसीसीए सेकंड ऑप्शन हो गया. सीएफए इंडिया में आते आते आई फील स्टिल 10 to 15 इयर्स लग जाएंगे. सो अगर आपका इमीडिएट करियर सामने है, सीएफए इज अ सुपर डिग्री अगर आप इंडिया से बाहर सेटल होने का प्लान कर रहे हो. बट इफ यू आर प्लानिंग टू सेटल डाउन इन इंडिया, तो सीएफए आपको एक बार वापस से सोचना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि सीएफए की वैल्यू अभी इंडिया में इतनी ज्यादा नहीं है. सीएफए की हमेशा आपसे पूछा जाएगा कि अच्छा मतलब आपने सीए तो कर रखा होगा. दिस इज यार आपने आईआईटी तो कर रखी होगी, मतलब वो बेसिक डिग्री नहीं, उसको पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन मान लेंगे जब भी आप जॉब करने जाओगे. आई हैड वर्क विद मोतीलाल ओसवाल फॉर 2.5 years में मोतीलाल के साथ था. सो वहां पे भी ये था कि यार सीएफए मैं कर रहा था इसलिए मुझे वहां पे मिली थी, बट अगर मेरा सीए नहीं होता तो मुझे एंट्री नहीं मिलती थी. सो एक सीएफए को आप एज अ सेकंड डिग्री मानोगे, सीए फर्स्ट मानोगे। और एक चीज ये तो हो गया उनके लिए बात जो बहुत अच्छा कर रहे हैं, जो बहुत अच्छा नहीं कर रहे ना उनके लिए सिंपल सी बात ये होती है, जो स्टार्टिंग में बहुत अच्छा नहीं करते ना वो लाइफ में बहुत कमाल कर जाते हैं। सो आई वुड से कि आप पहले अपना गोल बनाओ। स्टार्टिंग अच्छा होना कभी भी जरूरत है ही नहीं, अगर आपकी जर्नी अच्छी है एंड अच्छा होना जरूरी नहीं है, जर्नी अच्छी है दैट इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट। सो आपको सबसे पहले गोल सेटिंग आनी चाहिए। जब आज हम डिस्कशन कर रहे हैं 1 घंटे में हम लोग शायद 10 से ऊपर कोर्सेज का नाम आ जाएगा यहाँ पे और हम डिस्कशन कर चुके होंगे, और शायद जो बिल्कुल लेमैन है जो अभी स्टार्ट कर रहा है 12th में है या फिर जस्ट करियर लेने की डिसाइड करने वाला है, उसको ऐसा लगेगा कि यार इतनी सारी चीजें, मुझे ये भी अच्छा लगा, मुझे ये भी अच्छा लगा और मैं कंफ्यूज हो गया। जब भी आप कंफ्यूजन पे हो ना, एक सिंपल चार्ट बनाओ, घर पे बैठो, एक पेज उठाओ, ब्लैंक पेज उठाओ, जितने अगर लड़के हैं तो जितनी गर्लफ्रेंड बनाने की जितनी मेहनत करते हैं कि यार इसके साथ जाऊं उसके साथ जाऊं और क्या मेहनत होती है, इन दी सेम वे करियर इज जस्ट लाइक योर गर्लफ्रेंड। वो आपको आपको आपके साथ लॉयल रहेगी प्रोवाइडेड आप उसके लिए एफर्ट्स डालो। सो अगर आपको करियर में चाहिए कि करियर आपसे लॉयल रहे तो आपको उसके एफर्ट्स होना चाहिए, और जितना डॉक्यूमेंटेड रखोगे चीजें उतना आपके लिए बेनिफिशियल होगा कि यार 1 महीने पहले तो मैंने ये सोचा था, आज ये सोचा है। सो हर एक चीज जो आपको मिल रही है, आपके 4 ऑप्शंस दिमाग में है कि 4 अच्छे हैं, 4 को 4 एक ग्राफ फॉर्मेट में बनाओ। आपको लग रहा है कि यार अभी फर्स्ट जो मैं नहीं करूंगा, मुझे फर्स्ट उससे आउट, तो उसको आप आउट कर दो, उसके रीजन लिखो, फिर आगे चलो। उससे आपको एटलीस्ट क्लियर होता जाएगा। जब आपको ये कंफ्यूजन हो कि मुझे क्या लेना है, सारे ऑप्शंस लिखो और क्या नहीं लेना वो तो एटलीस्ट पता चलता जाए, तो क्या लेना है वो आपको अपने आप माइंड में क्लैरिटी आएगी। सो वो हमें ज्यादा ध्यान रखना चाहिए। सिंपलिसिटी इज समथिंग जो हमें किसी भी कीमत पे कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं करनी है, चाहे करियर हो चाहे प्रोफेशन हो। अगर सिंपलिसिटी कॉम्प्रोमाइज हुई तो सक्सेस इतनी आसानी से नहीं मिलेगी कि सक्सेस भी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड हो सकती है।
Right, right. Thank you so much for the clarification, sir. मतलब I think मेरा भी doubt clear हो गया on why CA and not CFA, this and that. So, coming again back to Tushar on what he talked about in his second bracket on being the big fish in the small pond and choosing a career which is like say not that conventional in the first go, but is actually very rewarding later on, right? So, Tushar has touched careers. I think all of us have this doubt that क्या होता है usually like if you are say pursuing the CA, let's just say, or you're pursuing the BCom honors, then there is so much resource pool around you that will already prepare you and equip you to deal with things, and they will let you know कि हाँ मतलब in this space in the next 2 years you will have to, if you're doing a CA, this should be your strategy, this should be your plan of action, this is how you should prepare, this and that. Right, similarly for a BCom honors. But say, if someone wants to pick up something like a financial journalism or something which is not that conventional, the one problem that I think, even with all the internet and Google available, one thing you always find is who to trust for the genuineness of information. That how do I ensure if I'm choosing an unconventional space on say your advice, it will actually turn out as rewarding as you talked about, and I will not end up spoiling my options for good. So, what do you say to these people who say start looking for such options and really want to learn more and get to know more in a very informed kind of manner? So, what should they do?
So I think I was watching one of the previous sessions, and one of the speaker was saying that you should have a good mentor in your life, and there's an importance of choosing the right mentor. So I think looking at a student, the first mentor would be your school teacher. I think the role of mentor has changed from providing information to filtering information. So previously, when there was no internet, there was lack of information, they used to provide information. But now, when there is access information, they have to filter information. So if you are looking at such things, your teacher would be your best mentor. He or she would be right to let you know that which one is good for you, because he or she has been teaching you for the past 1 or 2 years. They know what are your strengths, what are your weaknesses. So if you are struggling in terms of which is right for you, I think first person you can reach out is your teachers. And apart from that, there can be a lot of other people also. You can reach out to your friends. Given that you have a good friend circle, if you have a good friend circle, they would definitely give you honest advice. And if you have good family background and people are aware of what are the options available, they would definitely help you. So don't stick to one person, get multiple opinions, and then make your choice of how do you want to do it and which one do you want to go for.
Similar. Let me add to what Tushar is saying. Can I add?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely, sir, absolutely.
What I personally feel ना कि जो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी होती है ना वो ली जाती है, दी नहीं जाती। अगर कोई करियर डिसीजन अगर आपको खराब भी हुआ है तो ये आपकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है, आप सुनो सबकी, करोगे आप एंड में खुद की वैसे भी। बट जब हमें बाई चांस कुछ सेटबैक लगता है तो फिर हम एक ऐसे जगह को ढूंढते हैं कि यार इसके ऊपर तो मैं डाल सकता हूँ कि ये मेरी गलती ये हुई। सो आई पर्सनली फील की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी हमेशा करियर की आपकी खुद की होगी, आपका करियर आपकी लाइफ है। सो आप गाइडेंस लो, चाहे टीचर्स हो, चाहे फ्रेंड्स हो, चाहे कोई भी हो, सुनो सबकी, करोगे आप वैसे भी अपनी, तो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी किसी के ऊपर डालना, दिस इज समथिंग व्हिच आई पर्सनली डोंट लाइक, कि अगर आप किसी की सुना उसके सुन के मैंने कर लिया और ये खराब हुआ तो फिर भी आपकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, क्योंकि जो एफर्ट्स थे, जो काम था वो आपका था। अगर आपने महाभारत की, हमने कई बार बात करी, तो महाभारत में एक चीज भी आती है, कर्मण्य वादी कारस्ते मा फलेषु कदाचन, मतलब आप कर्म करो, फल की चिंता मत करो। उसके आगे अगर आज मॉडर्न लाइफ में उसको अप्लाई करें ना, कर्म करो, फल की चिंता मत करो, बट रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी खुद की रखो। आई विल से कि ऐसा होना चाहिए।
Absolutely, sir. I mean, couldn't agree more to this, because ultimately it's like your decisions, your life, and absolutely, like, would agree with you. So, moving on further to again, the third thing that Tushar talked about was, accessorizing degrees in terms of which add to your graduation, which are not really your graduation, but which highly add to it, which are your CA, your CFA, your FRM, etc., etc. So since Anand sir, you have like a lot of experience in this space, and you have already shared that if you're looking to be in India, then probably CFA is not something one should be looking at initially. So currently, say right now, with this entire space right now, since you're pretty active there, looking at this space, what do you think should one should be preferring in the next 5 years if one is planning to be in India, B, move abroad, C is not so sure on what is going to happen. So if I'm wanting to choose a professional degree, what should I be considering first of all in my mind?
फर्स्टली आई फील जो सबसे पहला पॉइंट होता है वो ये कि आपका इंटरेस्ट कहाँ है, क्या आप एक्चुअली अकाउंटिंग वाला या सीए वाला टैक्सेशन वाला काम कर सकते हो। सो अगर इफ यू कैन डू दैट, सो आप वो प्रेफर कर सकते हो। इफ यू फील, देखिए इसमें ये दिस इज समथिंग, एजुकेशन की पर्सनल चीज होती है, मैं सबके लिए जनरलाइज नहीं बोल सकता कि यार आपको अगर 5 साल में बीए करना है तो आप ये कर लो, क्योंकि दैट विल बी वेरी रॉन्ग ऑन माय पार्ट कि मैंने आपको एक गाइडलाइन दे दी, आप उसी को फॉलो कर रहे हो, गाइडलाइन पर्सनलाइज होगी। या किसी का इंटरेस्ट अगर इंटीरियर्स में है और मैं उसको बोलूं कि यार सीए बहुत अच्छा होगा, सीए में बहुत अच्छा काम होने वाला है, एसीसीए एक ऐसी डिग्री जो आपको एफर्ट्स भी थोड़े कम लगाएगी और वैल्यू सेम देगी, सो दैट विल बी वेरी रॉन्ग ऑन माय पार्ट। सो आई फील कि जो काउंसलिंग है ये 1-to-1 बेसिस पे होनी चाहिए, जनरलाइज बेसिस पे सिर्फ इतना हो सकता है कि डिग्रीज क्या है जिसकी हम सब बात कर चुके हैं। एक डिग्री जो हमने डिस्कस नहीं करी है वो है सीएफपी। सीएफपी को आई विल ब्रीफ आउट अ बिट। सीएफपी सर्टिफाइड फाइनेंशियल प्लानर होते हैं। अगर आप ये डिग्री करते हो कितना टाइम लगेगा? आई डिड इट इन 15 डेज। टू बी ट्रू, आई डिड इट इन 15 डेज। अगर आप एवरेज हो आप 3 to 4 मंथ्स मैक्सिमम लोगे, इंटेलिजेंट हो आप भी 15 से 20 दिन में कर सकते हो। अगर आप बिलो एवरेज हो तो मैक्सिमम 6 मंथ्स ये डिग्री के लगेगी। इसके बाद अगर ये डिग्री करी तो उसको आपके अपॉर्चुनिटीज क्या आएगी? 3 अपॉर्चुनिटी आती है। सबसे पहली अपॉर्चुनिटी आती है कि आप फंड हाउस होते हैं, एएमसीज होती है, एसेट मैनेजमेंट कंपनीज होती है, म्यूचुअल फंड्स होते हैं, वहां पे ऐसा मैनेजर या फिर ब्रांच मैनेजर या ब्रांच हेड जैसे ले सकते हो, वो आपको जॉब होगी। उधर आपको रेवेन्यू क्या आएगा वो अपन सीधे बात करते हैं। दैट विल बी समवेयर रेंजिंग फ्रॉम 30,000 to 45,000 पर मंथ स्टार्टिंग में। ये पहली अपॉर्चुनिटी आती है सीएफए से, सीएफपी से, सॉरी सीएफपी से इजी डिग्री, बट रेवेन्यू भी फिर उसका उतना ही होगा। सेकंड ऑप्शन आता है कि आप इंडिपेंडेंट फाइनेंशियल एडवाइजर बनो। इसके लिए आपका एक बिजनेस होता है जिसमें आप लोगों का पर्सनल फंड्स मैनेज करते हो, फाइनेंशियल प्लानिंग करते हो। सीएफपी के बाद आप सेकंड ये कर सकते हो। थर्ड हो सकता है कि आप सीएफपी के साथ एक कुछ ऐसी प्रोफेशनल डिग्री करो जो आपको एसेट मैनेजमेंट पे जाने में हेल्प करे, जैसे कि सीएफए। सीएफए अकेले में सफिशिएंट नहीं है, बट अगर आप उसको 1 या 2 डिग्री के साथ कंबाइन कर दोगे तो इट कैन ऐड ऑन। और एसेट मैनेजमेंट में जाने के लिए आपको आप सीएफए बोलोगे तो शायद आपको थोड़ा सा प्रेफरेंस मिल सकता है स्टार्टिंग में। अगर आप जैसे एनालिस्ट की जॉब लेते हो, आई थिंक तुषार विल बी नोइंग दिस, एनालिस्ट की जॉब स्टार्टिंग 15 इयर्स इज कंप्लीटली फुल ऑफ स्ट्रगल। आपकी सैलरी क्या होगी? वो 25-30,000। आप बोलोगे आप एनालिस्ट हो, रिसर्च एनालिस्ट हो, आप रिसर्च कर रहे हो, बट आप उस समय तक रिसर्च नहीं कर रहे होते। जो सर्च हुआ होता है उसी को री करते जाते हो। सो उसी को हम रिसर्च बोल के प्रेजेंट करते हैं पहले 10 इयर्स। बट आफ्टर 10 इयर्स व्हेन यू एक्चुअली गेन एक्सपीरियंस एक पर्टिकुलर सेक्टर में, तब आपको एक्चुअली जो फंड मैनेजर की बात होती है या जो फैंसी टर्म होता है जिसके लिए आज सब अट्रैक्ट होते हैं कि मैं फंड मैनेजर हूं, मैं एनालिस्ट हूं, वो आपको एक्चुअली 15 इयर्स या 10 इयर्स के एक्सपीरियंस के बाद मिलता है। सो आपको चूज करना पड़ेगा कि क्या आपको सिर्फ सीएफपी सफिशिएंट होगा या नहीं होगा, वो आपके ऊपर होगा। अगर 30,000 to 45,000 आपके लिए सफिशिएंट है तो CFP आपके लिए सफिशिएंट है। अगर ये अमाउंट सफिशिएंट नहीं है तो शायद आपको कुछ और भी ऐड ऑन करना पड़ेगा। बिजनेस आप कर रहे हो फाइनेंशियल प्लानिंग का, फिर आपके लिए कोई भी लिमिट नहीं है, आप 20,000 पर मंथ से लेके 20 लाख पर मंथ कर सकते हो, डिपेंडिंग आप कितना अच्छा प्रेजेंट कर पा रहे हो। सो ये बेसिक हो जाएगा जो हम कवर करेंगे। तुषार, आप इसमें आई थिंक यू कैन ऐड समथिंग रियली कूल टू दिस।
I think so. Firstly, saying I have seen a lot of people, a lot of friends doing these degrees and additional degrees. So, if, for example, let's assume for people who are not as bright and the backbenchers, so what they can do, if, for example, let's assume that you are not getting a good admission in a good college, how you can make yourself as a valuable candidate or a candidate an interviewer would want to look at is by adding these degrees. So you can have a CFP degree, like Anand mentioned. It is a short degree. You can do it in 3 to 4 months. It can be added. Similarly, a lot of other degrees can be added for making yourself a better candidate if you compare it with, a candidate from a tier 1 college. So definitely, you should definitely look at these degrees right in your college, because after you're done with your college, you are busy with a lot of other things, with job and everything. So consider these degrees right in your college and tag along as many as possible, because that would definitely help.
Right. Anand, so one question that has come up from the audience here on is, I think you are the better person to address it. So this person is asking that if I am looking to do CA and if I'm sure that I want to do a CA, how relevant is a college degree to me? Like how much should I really be focusing on in college? Which is also, I think, a crucial question. A lot of people pursue, say, a CA along with the BCom honors and end up struggling between the two. So how does one really strike the balance, and how relevant actually the college degree remains on your resume post you are a CA?
ज्यादा इज्जत मिलेगी। मुंबई में काफी कॉलेजेस में दे इवन हैव 2 years लॉ, वो कर सकते हो, आप प्रैक्टिस नहीं कर सकते बट आप डिग्री लगा सकते हो। सो व्हाट आई एम सेइंग इज, अगर आपको पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन करना है, डिग्री बढ़ानी है, सो LLB में बढ़ाओ इंस्टेड ऑफ चूजिंग एमकॉम या ऐसा कुछ चूज करने के लिए। ये पहला हो गया। दूसरा, अगर आपको करियर ही रखना है तो फिर तो आपकी ऐसी फील होगी कि आपने इकोनॉमिक्स किया है, उसके साथ LLB किया है, सो वो बेनिफिशियल होगा, या फिर 5 years LLB किया हुआ बेनिफिशियल होगा, फिर पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन LLB किया हुआ थोड़ा सा डिफिकल्ट हो जाएगा। उसके बाद आपके पास बेसिक डिग्री साउंड होनी बहुत जरूरी है। फॉर एग्जांपल CA प्लस LLB और फिर आप LLB कर रहे हो, समझ आएगा। नॉर्मल BCom प्लस LLB करोगे और फिर आप LLB प्रैक्टिस में करने जाओगे, चीजें आपके लिए डिफिकल्ट होंगी। SRCC प्लस LLB करोगे, चीजें डिफरेंट हो जाएगी, क्योंकि SRCC इज इक्वल टू CA आज के दिन फॉर मी। ठीक है, सो आपने SRCC प्लस LLB किया तो ये हो गया कि आपके बेसिक साउंड है, 3 साल का आपका LLB साउंड लो, फिर आप लॉ करोगे, सुपर है। तो ये आपको चूज करना पड़ेगा। और अगर आप पहले दिन से श्योर हो कि नहीं यार मेरे को तो LLB ही है या लॉ ही है जो मुझे पसंद है, 5 साल का इंटीग्रेटेड कोर्स करो। अगर आप ग्रेजुएशन कर चुके हो उसके बाद इंटीग्रेटेड करने का कोई सेंस नहीं है, फिर आप डॉक्टरेट करो ना। अगर आपको 8 साल करना था तो डॉक्टर बनो, फिर आप कॉमर्स में क्यों आए?
Right. So sir, can you touch upon like what are the different fields in law? I mean, there's so much to explore. There's corporate law, there's this law, there's even environmental law, which is being talked about a lot. So what are the various career opportunities that a person gets after, say, a 5-year integrated program? So say a person has done like 5-year wala LLB. What are the various fields into which I can diversify and specialize for my career?
यार जितनी भी चीजें तुम सुन रहे हो, समझ रहे हो, हर चीज पे केस होता है। मैं कुछ बोल रहा हूँ यहाँ पे, उस चीज पे भी केस हो सकता है। जिस चीज पे केस हो सकता है वो तुम्हारे लिए लॉ है। और सबसे ज्यादा लॉ में जो मुझे लगता है ज्यादा बूम करने वाला है वो होने वाला है साइबर लॉ से रिलेटेड, और स्पेशली IT से रिलेटेड जो चीजें होंगी वो बहुत ज्यादा बूम पे जाएगी। बिजनेस लॉ बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ेगा, क्योंकि बिजनेस को आज आई एम ऑल्सो हायरिंग अ प्रोफेशनल फॉर माय एंटिटी की, मैं जो लॉ काम कर रहा हूँ वो लॉ के हिसाब से सही तो है। तो बिजनेस लॉ साथ साथ साइबर लॉ इज समथिंग जो बहुत ज्यादा बूम करेगा। बट इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि फैमिली लॉ कम होगा या लोग इंडिया में बढ़ रहे, लोग बढ़ेंगे तो फैमिली मैटर्स भी आएंगे, फैमिली मैटर्स आएंगे। सो देखिए अपॉर्चुनिटी हर जगह है। देखिए आप लाइफ में कुछ भी कर लो, आपके पास अपॉर्चुनिटीज होगी, प्रोवाइड जो आप कर रहे हो आपको पसंद है, सो आपके लिए अपॉर्चुनिटीज है। सो लॉ में कितनी फील्ड्स है, जितना तो मतलब जितना आप सोच सकते हो उतनी फील्ड्स है। अगर मैं आज लिस्ट डाउन करने लगे और एक पॉइंट पे डिस्कस करें, शायद आपका पूरा 2 दिन का जो आप कॉन्फ्लिक्ट कर रहे हो इतना डिस्कशन भी कर सकते हो अगर एक्सपर्ट्स को लेके आओगे। क्योंकि लॉ इज समथिंग, हमें जब लॉ पढ़ते हैं ऑलमोस्ट 20 लॉ से ऊपर 3 साल में पढ़ाए जाते हैं। सो मतलब 20 सेक्टर्स तो हमारे पास सामने हैं, चाहे वो फैमिली लॉ हो, बिजनेस लॉ हो, कॉर्पोरेट लॉ हो, खत्म ही नहीं होंगे जितना आप डिस्कस कर सकते हो। सो लॉ में अगर आपको शौक के लॉ का एक चीज मान लीजिएगा, आप लॉ ले रहे हैं तो बेसिक मतलब ये है कि आप दिन में 16 घंटे बुक पढ़ सकते हो। मैं ये नहीं कह रहा पढ़ाई करोगे, आप बुक पढ़ सकते हो, रीडिंग कर सकते हो। अगर आपकी रीडिंग हैबिट नहीं है, जैसे मेरी रीडिंग हैबिट कम थी इसलिए मैं लॉ एज अ प्रोफेशन नहीं रख सकता था। लॉ मुझे पसंद था बट मुझे कोई सुना दे लॉ तो पसंद था, कोई बोले पढ़ लो लॉ तो पसंद नहीं था। आपको लॉ ले लो तो आपको पढ़ना, रीडिंग हैबिट होना इज वेरी नेसेसरी, अगर नहीं है तो आपको एक बार सोचने की जरूरत है.
Right, right. All right, great. Thank you so much, sir, for clarifying on that. So I think, yeah, moving on to one of the next segments that I think is pretty important and can be discussed is what Tushar talked about on soft skills. And I think both of you are in the industry since a couple of years, and I will be entering it in a couple of months. What we all have come to realize is that without soft skills, you really cannot survive the industry. How you communicate, how you talk, how you present yourself is extremely, extremely important. Unfortunately, it's something which our schools won't teach us, which are, the conventional textbook methodology will not impart. So, Tushar, what would you say to people? Like, how would you advise students, say, of 11th and 12th? How can they start? How can they at least begin in this direction and start developing their soft skills and really, like, take it from there?
I think for people who are looking to, really build up on their soft skills, I would just advise you to talk. Talk to as many people as possible who are younger than you, who are older than you. Talk to your principal directly. Talk to your headmistress directly. Talk to your juniors directly. And the more people you talk to, you'll definitely, start developing that soft skill on your own, because you will know how do you have to talk to people. How do you, if there is, in school we do have issues like that friend is not talking to me, or though that friend is going into a different friend circle. And when you have to tackle those situations, because if you talk to more people, you have to get into such more conversations, and when you are getting into more conversation, you'll definitely hone your skills in terms of how do you talk to people, how do you manage people, how do you convince them, so how do you negotiate with them. So definitely, if a 11th or a 12th year student is asking me of how do you develop soft skill, my definite advice would be to talk and network with people. And if you're coming out of the school with people not entirely knowing you, I think you haven't done a good job. At least when you're coming out of your school, you should ensure that maybe 90% of the current batch and 80 and 70% of the following batches, people know you. So if you're doing that, you have done a good job and you'll be a good person in terms of soft skill. But if you're lacking in that manner, I would say you definitely have to work harder.
No, absolutely. I think even I couldn't agree more. I mean, absolutely, network is your net worth today, as you all famously call it. So, right, I think we have covered most of the career options that were available as much as we could cover in terms of conventional as well as non-conventional streams. One stream I think we didn't cover and I think is relevant to both of you highly is entrepreneurship. A lot of people these days, when even I talk to my juniors and people younger to me, right into their 10th, 11th, and 12th, they know that at some point in their life, they do want to be an entrepreneur. They do want to have something of their own, run a business of their own. And since both of you are extremely, extremely engaged in this kind of a space right now, so it would be really, I think, helpful if both of you could share your insights on, what aspiring entrepreneurs need to look for. How important, like I think one very important, one very frequently asked question is how important my degree is to me. Like, how relevant my academics become, how irrelevant do they become? What do I do extra to, ensure that okay, I'm good, well settled in the entrepreneurial space. So maybe we could start with Anand, who is pretty active.
So entrepreneurship ना सुनने में जितना अच्छा होता है, शायद रियलिटी में इतना अच्छा नहीं है, या फिर इतना सूदिंग नहीं होता जो हम देखते हैं कि यार एक ऑडिशन से जना आएगा. देखिए मैं सेशन में जाता हूँ फॉर एग्जांपल, सो लोग देखते हैं कि चलो हम सुन रहे हैं, हमें अच्छा लग रहा है, सो हम भी सेम चीज करेंगे, बट उसके पीछे का एफर्ट जो होता है वो नहीं देखते. आज के दिन एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के लिए सिर्फ एक चीज सबसे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है, वो शायद हम सारी चीजें इंपॉर्टेंट होती है, जो सबसे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट चीज होती है वही मिसिंग होती है. वो मिसिंग चीज हमेशा एक चीज होती है जिसको हम बोलते हैं कि आप हारोगे, हार के उठना क्या आता है क्या? अगर आपको हार के उठना आता है तभी आप एंटरप्रेन्योर बन सकते हो. अगर आपको हार के उठना नहीं आता, बाकी सारी चीजें हार्ड वर्क हो या कोई सा भी आपका स्किल हो, सब साइड में रह जाएगा. बट अगर आपको फेलियर को फेस करना नहीं आता, एंटरप्रेन्योर नहीं बन सकते. सेम गोज फॉर अगर आप कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स आप करना चाहते हो, तो अगर आपको बैड कमेंट्स या फिर गलत चीजें सुनना नहीं आता तो आप नहीं कर सकते हैं. फेलियर्स को या फिर वो बैड कमेंट्स को आपको सिर्फ ये बोलना पड़ेगा. देखिए आपके वेल विशर्स भी होंगे, उनको आप थैंक यू बोलोगे. जो वेल विशर्स नहीं है, जो आपके नेगेटिव बात कर रहे हैं, जब भी आप कुछ नया करोगे, आप एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप में जा रहे हो, मतलब आपके पास एक प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग आइडिया है. अगर आपके पास प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग आइडिया नहीं है, आप सिर्फ कॉपी करने के लिए एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप में जा रहे हो, तो आपका बिजनेस नहीं चलेगा, आप कुछ बड़ा नहीं कर सकते। अगर आपके पास प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग आइडिया उसके अगेंस्ट लोग बोल रहे हैं, तो उनको सिर्फ सिंपल सी एक चीज बोलो, कृपा करके भारत में जाओ। अगर ये बोलने में आप में हिम्मत है, अगर आप ये दम रखते हो कि अगर 10 जने आपसे, जो लोग आपके अगेंस्ट खड़े होंगे ना, वही आपके साथ बात करेंगे, आपके साथ बात करके ऑब्लाइज्ड फील करेंगे जब आप सक्सेसफुल हो जाओगे। बट जो वो बीच की जर्नी होती है ना, फ्रॉम बीइंग अनसक्सेसफुल और वो अनहटाना और सक्सेसफुल बनना, दैट इज द मोस्ट डिफिकल्ट पार्ट। और उसमें फेलियर आना इज दी थिंग जो आप, जिसके लिए आपको रेडी रहना पड़ेगा। अगर आप फेलियर के लिए रेडी नहीं हो, तो आप बिजनेस के लिए रेडी नहीं हो। और अगर आपको जॉब सिक्योरिटी की टेंशन है, करियर की टेंशन है, तो आप बिजनेस के लिए रेडी नहीं हो। क्या एजुकेशन इंपॉर्टेंट है? हाँ इंपॉर्टेंट है। फाउंडेशन देखिए, आज आप स्टडीज कर रहे हो, आज आप स्टडीज करते करते आप सोच रहे हो कि यार मुझे तो बिजनेसमैन बनना है, तो मैं स्टडीज छोड़ देता हूं, और आपने स्टडीज छोड़ दी। अगर आपने आज स्टडीज छोड़ी, तो कोई गारंटी नहीं है कि आप बिजनेस नहीं छोड़ोगे। हो सकता है कल आप एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप में गए, एक बिजनेस स्टार्ट किया, बोला चलिए ये तो नहीं चल रहा, इसको छोड़ते कुछ और स्टार्ट करता है। जीतना एक आदत होती है, बट बुरी बात यह है कि हारना भी एक आदत होती है जो हम भूल जाते हैं, या छोड़ना भी एक आदत होती है जो हम भूल जाते हैं। सो वी विल हैव टू एक्सेप्ट कि अगर आपको सक्सेसफुल होना है, तो फाउंडेशन स्ट्रांग होना जरूरी है, एजुकेशन इंपॉर्टेंट है। लोग बुरा बोलेंगे, आपको बुरा सुनना भी आना होगा और इग्नोर भी करना होगा। चाहे आप इवन YouTube पे भी जाओगे या कोई सा भी करियर लो, YouTube इज आल्सो अ सुपर करियर जो आज के दिन आ गया है, स्पेशली आफ्टर लॉकडाउन। सो अगर YouTube पे भी आप कैरी मिनाटी को देख सकते हो, ही इज प्रोबब्ली वन ऑफ द मोस्ट फेमस गाय इन इंडिया राइट नाउ। शायद पीएम मोदी सर से ज्यादा कैरी मिनाटी को लोग जानते होंगे। बट यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड कि उसने कितना हेटरेड भी पहले सहा होगा, कितने बैड कमेंट्स भी सहे होंगे, और उनको इग्नोर किया होगा। इग्नोर करना आना पड़ेगा, और सक्सेस फेलियर के बाद उठना आना पड़ेगा।
Right. And Tushar, what do you have to say? I think you will have some really interesting insights since you graduated from a safe college, as we like to call it, and you still chose to, leave a job at one of the big fours and like thereon pursue entrepreneurship, and now you're pretty active in this space. So what do you think your journey has been like, and what would you say to people who are really aspiring entrepreneurs?
So I think Anand very well said that entrepreneurship is not for everybody, won't be recommended to everybody. People who are wanting to take risk, and that to high risk, should delve into this area. Because, and definitely if I think about backbenchers and front benchers, I would definitely recommend it for backbenchers, because not offending anyone, but I think people who are like more people who are backbenchers are more creative in terms of, they're more jugadu. So, and they're more risk takers, because if you'll see them roaming around in the college, roaming around in the school, bunking their classes, but the front benches would obviously be very serious in attending the classes. So, people who are creative and are good risk takers should be looking at this. There are a lot of chances of how you can minimize that risk, but that risk would obviously be there. So, if there is a person or a student coming from a family background, I think he or she might have a little leverage if you talk in terms of pursuing entrepreneurship, because then he or she would know that if this doesn't work out, he or she has something to go back to. He can work or apply those similar skills and those whatever he or she would have learned in his family business. What you can also do is you can also look at a couple of courses which are integrated with entrepreneurship, because those courses would help you to think in a certain right direction, and there might be a slightly higher chance of succeeding in terms of getting your business started or your startup started. So that is something you can also look at. And if we talk in terms of when do you start, I would say that I personally think that I got a little late in terms of starting my journey in entrepreneurship. I did my college graduation, worked for a couple of years, and then started. I would want students to start right away, because while you are in college or while you are in school, this is something which you are doing additionally, and you have a lot of options available at that point of time. But after you are done with your college or after you are done with your school and you are doing it full time, there are 90% chances that you might not succeed. And at that point of time, you will be hanging high and dry, and you won't have any option or any refuge to go back to. So in that case, I would want students to start as soon as possible. College students should definitely do it. Start anything. Start a YouTube channel, as Anand said, or start maybe a newsletter, or start a media agency. Start anything. But I think having entrepreneurship skills would definitely help you even in your job. So you should definitely put your hands into this.
और अगर आपको जस्ट एडिंग ऑन टू तुषार, अगर आपको फीवर है या फिर आपको फियर है, ना घर से बाहर जाओ, ना एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के अंदर जाओ। फीवर और फियर अगर किसी को है तो उसको नहीं आना चाहिए और बाहर भी नहीं निकलना चाहिए आज के दिन। तो
I think very relevant advice and answer, considering the situation today. Another, I think, one of the last questions coming up from the audience, if someone could talk about CMA. So one of the students has requested information about CMA. If any one of you have any information on that.
Sorry, I'm not very aware. I think Anand, if you're aware, I think you can talk about it.
Cost and management accountant, मतलब I know basics of it, but I am not very much aware as well. But I जितना मुझे basically पता है, CMA एक subject होता है costing. उसको आप multiply by 100 कर दो, इस CMA है. CMA एक subject होता है financial management. उसको आप multiply by 100 कर दो, इस CFA. So कॉस्टिंग में जो आप पढ़ते हो कि कॉस्ट एनालिसिस क्या होता है, जितना सीए में मुझे पता है बेसिक, उसमें ये होता है कि आपको कॉस्टिंग रिलेटेड सारी चीजें देखनी होती है कि एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप क्या कॉस्टिंग है, एक एक डिपार्टमेंट की क्या कॉस्टिंग है. जो कॉस्टिंग आप बेसिक पढ़ते हो सीए में या फिर आपके इवन कॉलेज में पढ़ते हो, मल्टीप्लाइड बाय 100 टाइम्स, उसको एक एक चीज डिटेल में जाके आप पढ़ोगे. दिस इज व्हाट सीएमए इज. सीएमए इज अ गुड कोर्स, स्पेशली बड़े कॉर्पोरेट्स में वो यूजफुल रहता है. जैसे कोई रिलायंस हो गया या फिर टीसीएस हो गया या फिर एयरटेल हो गया, उनको अपने पर डिपार्टमेंट वाइज कॉस्ट एलोकेशन करनी पड़ती है और फिर उसको कंबाइन करना पड़ता है कि कौन सा डिपार्टमेंट कितना अच्छा कर रहा है. वहां पे इनका बहुत रेलेवेंस रहता है. ज्यादा नॉलेज टू बी ट्रू मेरे को नहीं है सीएमए से रिलेटेड, बट बेसिक यही है कि कॉस्ट एंड मैनेजमेंट अकाउंटेंट होता है एंड कॉस्टिंग रिलेटेड काम होता है. कॉर्पोरेट्स में काम होगा, स्कोप ओकेश है, अच्छा स्कोप है, और अभी ऑफ लेटली ज्यादा बढ़ेगा. जैसे जैसे सीए डिफिकल्ट हो जाएगा वैसे वैसे काफी एलोकेशन सीएस और सीएमए के पास आने वाला है. ऐसे काम होगा जो सीए शायद अब नहीं कर पाएगा क्योंकि लिमिटेड होने वाले है सीए आने के बाद. एसीसीए इज समथिंग जो मुझे लगता है कि हमें फाइनल डिस्कशन करना चाहिए. तुषार और मे बी सिमरन, आप दोनों को आइडिया होगा. एसीसीए समथिंग जो सबको पता होना चाहिए, जिस पे अभी हम और डिस्कस कर सकते हैं.
Absolutely. I think Tushar, you can take up since like you are from a commerce background and I'm from economics. So yeah.
So about ACCA.
Yeah.
So ACCA is offered by a UK institution, and if we look in terms of how the structure of the course is, it is definitely an equivalent of CA, but it is a more global degree. And for people who are like very very skeptical if they should pursue CA, and because it is a difficult course, I would agree, and the passing percentage is very low. ACCA is like a simpler course, and because the entire subject is divided into 13 entire course is divided into 13 subjects, and every subject has to be given separately. So you will appear for paper 1, after you clear that you will appear for paper 2, and similarly you'll appear for all the 13 papers. So there is flexibility and leverage in terms of that you would be able to perform better and apply your skills better. But in CA, where you have to appear for papers in a club, it is definitely higher. It is definitely harder. So you can definitely look for ACCA. Also, nowadays a lot of colleges are integrating ACCA in their course curriculum, and you get a couple of courses as exempted. So you might not have to appear for all the 13 papers. You can get certain exemption, and you just have to appear for a couple of exams. So that makes it very very flexible and simpler if you compare it with CA.
Right. Okay. Great. So I think we have discussed, as an answer had said, we'll probably discuss more than 10 to 15 courses. I'm pretty sure we've crossed that threshold today. And it was so much fun interacting with both of you, getting to know so much. And I'm pretty sure this has been a really, really insightful and an interesting session for our viewers as well. Thank you so much, Tushar. Thank you so much, Answer, for being with us here today and taking out time and interacting with all the students. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Simran.
Bye. All right. So as we have almost concluded with our sessions today, there will be Neha from the team Webinarwall, who have organized virtual education conclave, who will be taking over the lead from here for a very interesting workshop that is lined up post this, which is the last session for the day. Thank you everyone for being with us here today, for watching us, and for being, I hope, patient listeners. It was really fun talking to all these speakers on my end, and I hope it has been the same. It has been fun listening to them for you as well. So thank you all. This is Simran Sohal. I'm signing off for the day as the moderator. Thank you and have a good day.
am I? They go. Hamish, am I visible? Hello? Yes. So that we have come to the end of the day and obviously at the end of the event. Webinar Wall would like to thank you for attending Virtual Education Conclave 2020. We express regret for the inconvenience caused for the delayed sessions. However, we have our partners at the exhibitors hall. Some of the exhibitors are Aditya Associates, JECRC Universities, Pearl Academy, obviously Whistling Woods, ISDI, MIT World Peace University, College Dunia. Also, the day has been a great one with a lot of events and insightful sessions. I would request everyone to be at the exhibition hall to see the great exhibitions going on. Also, I would repeat the names: Aditya Associates, JECRC University, Pearl Academy, Whistling Woods, ISDI, MIT World Peace University, College Dunia. We hope you had a fun and will be joining tomorrow with us again. Have a good day.